Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to order. It's 2:05. Can I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Present.
Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Here.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia. And Chair Anna Hamilton.
I'm here.
You have quorum, Madam Chair.
Excellent, thank you. That leads us to the pledge, the state pledge, and the moment of reflection, which will be by Kim Silva at the Department of Public Works. So if we could all rise, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Welcome, Kim.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community. We take a moment of silence.
Thank you. Commissioner Hansen?
I would like to take a moment of silence for my first cousin in Denmark who recently passed away from ovarian cancer. Her name was Kristen Marie Johansson, and she was one of my very close family members, and I'm really sad at her loss.
I would also like to take a moment to consider all those who were affected by the tragedy of 9/11, for all the families affected. Keep those all in mind.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So that takes us to approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer, do we have some changes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our initial agenda was posted on Tuesday, September 6th, and the amended agenda was posted on Friday, September 9th at approximately 5 p.m. There were 3 items added to the agenda. Miscellaneous action item 6D, which is a letter commenting on the notice of intent to prepare a new Los Alamos National Laboratory site-wide environmental impact statement. Presentation 7B, presentation on the Northern Area Local Workforce Development Board was added to the agenda, and matters from the county attorney, potential Fair Labor Standards Act action was added to the executive session agenda. Finally, packet material was added to the administrative adjudicatory matter, item number 13A. With regard to changes today, there has been a request made to move item 7B, the Northern Area Local Workforce Development Board presentation, up in the agenda so as to be respectful of the presenter's time, so that that item would be considered after item 3A. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So with those changes, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval.
With additional changes, with amendments. Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? So that passes with changes. That takes us to item 2, which is approval of meeting minutes. 2A is approval of the meeting minutes of the August 9th, 2022 regular BCC meeting minutes. What, Commissioner Hansen?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the August 9th, 2022 minutes.
Oh. Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And I just want to note for the record and thank Johnny Baca for doing the moment of reflection. That takes us to 2B, which is approval of the special meeting minutes from August 23rd.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I request approval of the August 23rd Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. That takes us to item 3, which is a resolution recognizing September 21st, 2022 as the International Day of Peace and urging the United States Congress to reduce funding to the United States Department of Defense and reallocate those funds to domestic needs. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I feel like this resolution is completely in line with the comments that a New Mexican quoted me as being a peacenik in regards to the shooting range. So
I liked that. I thought that was good.
So now I'm bringing forward a resolution to recognize the International Day of Peace. This was originally established by the United Nations General Assembly. In 1981, the International Day of Peace is an annual celebration devoted to commemorating and strengthening the ideas of peace both within and among all nations of people, by celebrating the people who work hard to end conflict and promote peace in our communities. The United States House of Representatives adopts a concurrent resolution recognizing International Days of Peace, Coexistence, and Cooperation, committed to facilitating the application of peace, tolerance, ceasefire, and nonviolence throughout the year. Every year, the International Day of Peace is observed around the world on September 21st. The attached resolution asserts that the Santa Fe County Board of Commissioners supports the important international effort to honor our collective humanity. According to the National Priorities Project, the United States military budget of $801 billion far exceeds spending on education, affordable housing, and local economic development. By reducing funds to the United States Department of Defense, those funds can be reallocated to priorities of our domestic needs and further persevere peace. I have always considered myself a peacenik, and I consider that a positive word as somebody who advocates for the peaceful resolutions throughout the world. So in this time of war with Ukraine and all the other conflicts around the world, in Syria and Tibet and many other places, I respectfully ask that we approve this resolution, and therefore I make a motion to approve this resolution of the International Day of Peace.
Thank you very much for bringing this forward. I have a motion. Can I entertain a second before I go to?
Second.
Excellent. So shall I entertain comments or questions from the, before I go to, I know there's some people here who want to speak to this. So I would ask if there are commissioners who want to say something first, and then I would entertain public comment. So
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you. Well, seeing none, maybe after public comment. So I'm going to open public comment on this. If there's there are people here in the audience who wanted to say something to this, please come forward. Yes, please come forward, Joni, and identify yourself. Welcome. Thank you, Leandro.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to support this resolution. My name is Joni Ahrens. I'm with Concerned Citizens for Nuclear Safety. We appreciate the leadership of Commissioner Hanson to bring this forward to make a declaration for the people of Santa Fe County about this is an important day to recognize and there's a growing movement around the world about it. So thank you.
Excellent, thank you so much. Is there anybody else from the public who wishes to speak at this point on this item? We'll have general public comment subsequently. Excellent, thank you. Thank you, Joni. So, any other comments? It's kind of a very auspicious time to bring this forward. And while sometimes there's a sense that, you know, what little people do in the big wide world has little impact, in fact, the sum of a lot of little good things can be what keeps the balance of the world in the light. So it's amazing for you to bring this forward. Commissioner Hughes.
I'll just add that peace gets a lot less publicity than war, obviously. And so I'm really glad for Commissioner Hanson bringing this forward and giving peace a little bit of recognition.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hanson.
So in the 60s, there was a saying to give peace a chance. And so I'm asking once again for all of us to give peace a chance, because to me, that is the only way we can really all heal from the trauma that is being spread around the world by people who think that war is a better solution than peace, and we all know that peace is a better solution. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. I hope we know it better as time goes on. So for a very auspicious but very seemingly small vote on a very auspicious topic, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
And can I get a resolution number?
Yes, Madam Chair, the resolution number is 2022-070.
Too bad it wasn't 069, the Summer of Peace, the Summer of Love, actually, but close enough. So that brings us to the point that we're going to move the presentation 7B forward. And I'm thinking the people for 7A are also here, and though it's a little bit on the fly, I wonder if we might move that up. So we'll do 7B first. A presentation on the Northern Area Local Workforce Development Board. And we have Lisa Ortiz and Eric Vasquez. Welcome, if you would just come forward. And
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for having us today. My name is Lisa Ortiz. I'm the Executive Director of the Northern Area Local Workforce Development Board. We have Eric Vasquez, our one-stop operator, and Barney Trujillo, our Operations Manager.
welcome.
Thank you for having us. We are the Northern Area Local Workforce Development Board. It's been established in 2001. We are a nonprofit. The Northern Board serves 10 counties. We serve Cibola, Colfax, Los Alamos, McKinley, Mora, Rio Arriba, San Juan, San Miguel, Santa Fe, and Taos. The Workforce Innovation Grant serves our Title I program, and that's our primary source of funding. The Northern Board receives about $3.7 million for PY22. We serve adult, dislocated worker, and our youth. Help New Mexico is our Title I service provider, and Zlotnick and Sandoval are our fiscal agent. WIOA funding flows from the federal government to the Department of Workforce Solutions, and then is allocated to the local boards. The funding formula is based on total population, unemployment rate, poverty level, and WIOA program resources required to serve residents. New Mexico has 4 local workforce development boards. We have the North, Central, East, and Southwest. WIOA requires states to administer 6 core programs. We have our adult service programs, which provides career training to 18 and older. Our dislocated worker program, assistance for workers that are about to be laid off and have been laid off. We have our youth services that provide training and education for ages 14 to 24. We also have our adult education, provides basic skills to ages 16 and older. Rehabilitation services that provide job training to individuals with physical and mental disabilities. Also, we have our Wagner-Pizer program. This is an employment service program bringing people together, individuals seeking employment with employers seeking workers. Our chief elected official of the local government are responsible for appointing board members to the Workforce Development Board. Our CEOs of all 10 counties jointly approve our fiscal agent and our one-stop operator. At the county level, Workforce Development Boards set policies and oversee WIOA programs and services. I'd like to share this video with everyone. What is a Workforce Development Board? Not sure if it will play.
I think you have to click on it, but Daniel can help.
Back. I gave a thumb drive to Sarah. I'm sorry about that. It's a short video. What was that, Commissioner?
Is Mr. Trujillo in the short video?
No.
We
Madam
could add
Chair,
him next
members
time.
of the Commissioner, he's not.
Want to just go ahead while we're waiting on the video?
Sure. We could go to the next slide and come back to our video.
Yeah, sure.
So the labor market for Santa Fe County, as you can see, unemployed are a little over 3,000. Our unemployment rate is 4.1, and job openings right now are a little over 11,000. We do have the table to the right, which is the number of job openings. As you can see, most of those are in healthcare, education, and state government. The Northern Board has served over 500 participants in Santa Fe County in the last 4 years. We've had about 100 registered nurses, many other certifications and degrees in medical, education, IT, trades, and hospitality. The table to the right shows jobs by occupation. Most of those are in healthcare, construction, hospitality, and food service.
Really?
What is a Workforce Development Board? A Workforce Development Board is a formal group of community leaders serving a city, a county, or a region that identifies the needs of the local job market, oversees one-stop career centers, and works to coordinate and align workforce development initiatives in their area. Workforce Development Boards with membership from business, local elected officials, labor, economic development, Educators and community leaders foster high-growth career opportunities to meet the needs of their regional economy. This system exists to help businesses find qualified workers to meet their present and future workforce needs and help workers acquire skills for employment opportunities. A workforce development board is the link between a region's workforce talent and its employer skill needs. They convene industry and their workforce and education partners in real time to impact the skilling and reskilling of America's workforce and put people back to work in career pathways that provide self-sufficiency. Together, this diverse group of leaders helps their community target recruitment opportunities, identify labor market trends, partner on economic development investments, and create resources to benefit all members of the community. Every workforce development board has a plan that establishes funding priorities for their area focused on a broad range of worker issues that consider wages, job mobility, access, and equity. By analyzing data and working with local businesses, workforce boards understand what skills are most in demand and foster the necessary training and credential programs for their region. Workforce boards also use outcome data to advise employers, policymakers, and communities about what approaches are successful. So without your local workforce development boards, local businesses, educational institutions, and other community stakeholders would not have a strong voice to represent the unique workforce needs of your community. So what is a workforce development board? It is a key link to your community's future.
Thank you. Next, we have several initiatives that we have with Santa Fe County. Our collaboration with Santa Fe Community College with the IBEST program. This provides youth with career pathways for automotive, early childhood, and healthcare. Our partnership with the Boys and Girls Club here in Santa Fe. This is to conduct a 6-week virtual career exploration training for teens. The types of training are manufacturing, automotive, public safety, skills trades, warehousing and storage, hospitality, and tourism. Some other partnerships include our heavy equipment operator and CDL training with Santa Fe County employees, our on-the-job training program with Woodruff Scientific Initiatives. This is a custom magnetic coil company, so we have some participants placed here currently earning a high wage. Our partnership with the Northern Central New Mexico Economic Development District and Santa Fe Community College. This is the Good Jobs Challenge program. We also have our 3D printing program with our Santa Fe Community College that we have currently students enrolled in that program. Our Z-Pet Hotel partnership, we currently have some participants placed on on-the-job training, and they are currently in managing positions. And also our Santa Fe Chamber of Commerce partnership to help promote local businesses. We do have some additional partnerships with Christus St. Vincent, Santa Fe Recovery Center, RTD Transit, Santa Fe Public Schools, Innovate and Educate. Currently, the Northern Board consists of 21 board members and 8 working committees. Those board members represent businesses, union, workforce, education, and apprenticeship. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's the end of my presentation. Eric Vasquez, our one-stop operator, would like to say a few words. And also, you could visit our website at northernboard.org for more information.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Eric Vasquez. I serve as the one-stop operator for the Northern Area Local Workforce Development Board. It's a job that I'm willing to bet all of you, most of you had never heard of before. That's because it's actually an unusual position that's created by Congress in statute under the WIOA Act, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, which actually funds all the operations. And as the video that Lisa shared with us demonstrated, it's something that's nationwide, where every state kind of sets up how they do it. But the idea is these local boards are created to give the local communities, you, a voice in how we try to connect the workforce with the employers out there, to try to grow our economy, to try to put people in the positions that will be most beneficial to the community overall. And that's what we do. As Lisa mentioned, we have 10 counties with offices, or what we call one-stop centers, scattered throughout the region. As a matter of fact, in Santa Fe, we have a brand new facility located at 525 Camino de los Marcos, which is behind the Wells Fargo Bank across from Trader Joe's, which is the new Workforce Connection Office. In that one-stop site, we have multiple partners. We have the Department of Workforce Solutions in there providing the Wagner-Pizer services that Lisa mentioned. We have Help New Mexico in there working on what we call Title I. I don't want to go too deep in the weeds, but it's basically providing training resources for individuals who qualify, whether they be low income, young parents, or people who are dislocated workers, which means they've recently, through no fault of their own, lost their job. We can provide training resources to put them back in school and pay for it, or to buy them equipment if they need steel-toed boots, hard hats, or specific specialized equipment to go to work. We can help them with that. We have the money for that. And we also have DVR, Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, or serving people who have specific physical or cognitive disabilities that make it difficult for them to work. We have a resource center right in there, all these agencies working together. We even have Job Corps working in there right now, and we're talking to other entities, seeing if they would be good fits to come in and join us. These one-stop places are truly one-stop. We have the brand new one here in Santa Fe, and serving northern Santa Fe County, we have one in Espanola that is available as well, with multiple partners there as well. These sites are located here to provide direct services to your community. And it's your board, it's our board, which is made up of leadership such as yourself, including our Commissioner Roy Ball, who serves as the lead CEO governing all our operations, who help us select what industries, what employment focus, what areas that we're going to be putting resources to. So we want to make sure that you all understand what we're here for, what we can do for you, and what we can do for the community. So thank you so much for having us here.
Thank you so much for the presentation. This is clearly so important to us. And I actually have a few questions on the numbers, but I'm going to go to the board first. Like, Commissioner Roybal, did you have everybody?
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. And I just want to thank the Northern Workforce Board for being here today and their presentation. It's really a great program that's out there that I really want commissioners to learn more about and be able to share with their constituents. And so I'm glad that there are questions from the commission, because this board has made a huge amount of changes in the last 4 years, and it's really working really well. So I'm really proud of this board. So please go to other commissioners for questions.
Excellent, thank you. I'm Commissioner Hughes and then Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Eric, it's nice to see you again, as always. And so either of you, I just had a quick question. Do we have any training programs for people in the healthcare field? You showed that huge number of positions open for healthcare. I just wondered if we were doing anything to train people for those jobs.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, we currently have students enrolled in healthcare trainings, whether it's here at Santa Fe Community College. We have several other institutions in our 10 counties that we serve. This is our Title I WIOA services, and we do serve adult, youth, and our dislocated workers. And we will provide training based on eligibility. We will pay for those, for the tuition to provide these trainings at our institutions in our 10 counties.
Okay, so in other words, you would help someone pay their tuition at Santa Fe Community College if they were learning to be a respiratory therapist or a phlebotomist or one of those programs?
Yes.
Madam Chair, if I could just add, so long as those individuals qualify, there's multiple qualifying factors, but so long as they qualify, they would be able to be trained. And what we also have, what we call the ETPL, or the Employment Training Program List, which is a list of many different approved training programs at the local community colleges or other organizations that we can fund. And if you have a program that you think would be a good fit and it doesn't happen to be on our list, Lisa and her team can add it to the list so we can fund that as well.
Great, thank you very much.
Excellent. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. As a former board member of this Northern Workforce Solutions Board, as Commissioner Roy Ball mentioned, you all as staff has done an excellent job, as well as helped New Mexico bring this board from here to up here. Moving forward, I'd like to actually recognize who's done a lot of work out there is ex-Commissioner Barney Trujillo, sitting there in the audience. He was very instrumental in doing a lot of things in Rio Arriba County. Thank you, Barney. In regards to the working with Santa Fe County, do you all work with, how many other counties, Santa Fe North, do you all work with? All of them? Are they all participating?
The counties that you, Commissioner Garcia, the counties that we serve?
Yes.
Yes, so we serve the northern region. We serve, of course, Santa Fe, Rio Arriba, Taos, Colfax County, McKinley, San Juan, Mora, Cibola, Colfax, did I say Colfax? And we also have
It's listed at the beginning.
Las Vegas.
Thank you. I realize it's listed at the beginning, but are all
San
of the
Miguel.
counties fully participating in it?
Yes, we currently, Colfax County, it's one of our success stories. We recently, Eric, opened a one-stop center in Colfax County. We currently have a lot of our participants participating in the program, which before we did not have, and that is a rural community.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lisa. So one of the things I heard about 4 or 5 days ago is actually some individuals are going to go to the one-stop shop in Santa Fe to learn some basic computer skills. And I actually thought that was a very good idea. So how do we actually do marketing throughout the community to let individuals know that we have some basic 101 computer skills that I probably should take?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is a good question. So we have a limited budget for media or outreach, but a key factor in this is partnering with other organizations in getting information out. So for example, I was jotting some notes down here for today's presentation, but it's on a flyer. This is just a paper copy of a PDF document that's also being shared on Facebook and other social media sites about a hiring event that is happening in our Santa Fe site tomorrow. And it lists the employers and types of jobs that would be available. So we use social media. Occasionally we'll use radio, sometimes print, and sometimes direct mail to alert people about who would be eligible, about some of the resources available.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, I know you all do work with the Santa Fe Public Schools, and they're actually started a groundbreaking in regards to the ACO, which is the old VOTEC. And if you can just keep in close contact with them, as well as Capitol High School for the nursing program, because those are actually career pathway that they actually schools recognize. But
Madam Chair and Commissioner Garcia, one of our key factors here is, again, working with our partners. So a lot of times when people are coming out of the schools, they will think, well, what's next? And they will automatically gravitate towards like Santa Fe Community College, for example. We have a very close partnership with Santa Fe Community College where we meet with their team. From the one-stop partners and the Santa Fe Community College team are meeting every other week to talk about coordinating for bringing students into the different programs. So they know, Santa Fe Community Colleges knows what we can offer, and they can help funnel students towards our resources.
thank you for that, because not every student is made out to go to university. And I can tell you right now, a computer doesn't change a wheel or a tire, or a computer doesn't paint a car. So, but those are just individual youngsters, if we can just make sure that we actually kind of help them out, because those career pathways are needed throughout the community.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, you are absolutely correct. Our adult education director and myself had the honor of earlier this year being the keynote speakers for the IBEST graduates at Santa Fe Community College, which I'm sure you're familiar with. They're basically individuals who did not complete high school, and this is an alternative way to get their high school diploma and start on a career path, training towards a specific career.
Madam Chair, thank you all for the presentation very well.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. Yes, nice to see both of you, Lisa and Eric. Thank you for the presentation. I think this is something I have advocated as workforce development for a long, long time. I think it is so important for New Mexico, and especially northern New Mexico, where we have a fair amount of poverty, and to help people find ways to have skills to help themselves is really important. And so I'm really grateful for your presentation, and thank you so much for being here.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, or just all commissioners, if I could just add, I see on today's agenda that you have the Food Depot, who's also going to be doing an informational presentation.
Yes.
They're one of our employers who's going to be at tomorrow's hiring event at our one-stop center here in Santa Fe. So spread the word. Let's get them some good staff.
That's 0 degrees of separation. Commissioner Garcia?
Madam Chair, just really quick, I know there's several departments in the county for internships. I don't know, Madam Clerk, how can you work with Santa Fe County to get some internships during the voting session or season, sorry? Is that something that could be done, or what, can you give us some direction for that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, we can work with you to provide those resources and trainings.
Interesting.
So, Madam Chair, so if you can actually check with Madam Clerk here and see how we can actually, because November will be here before you know it, and so I think she needs some help with the polling places.
We love our interns. They help us with our high school outreach program.
Excellent. 0 degrees of separation. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. Speaking of your event tomorrow, is Santa Fe County allowed to be one of the employers offering employment? We are looking for employees also, as everybody is.
Madam Chair, we would be happy to pull together a job fair or career fair for your employers or employees or your different departments. Tomorrow's event is pretty narrowly focused, but we can work with you to get one set up soon if that works with you, and we can speak with the county manager or whoever would be appropriate.
Thank you. I think that would be great, because we have many departments that could use to do a job fair. So thank you very much. And of course, it would be the county manager that you would speak to. Greg Schaefer is our county manager. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, it's interesting. The numbers don't all add up. It makes it how many unemployed and how many job openings there are compared to how many candidates. And then I put that together with, in the last 4 years, you've worked with 500 Santa Fe people. Obviously, you have 9 other counties as well. But in a way, 500, 100 and some a year doesn't sound like a lot. Is there, are we not utilizing this well enough?
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, just for
Commissioner
clarification,
Hamilton,
Commissioner, that 500 plus number was specifically for one title, which is our Title I services, where those are the ones where we're providing money for specific training. We also provide job placement or resume building skills free of charge, where we have in the thousands that we've worked with.
Oh, I see. That's excellent. I didn't catch that difference. I appreciate it. Well, obviously, the level of interest this generated shows how important this service is. I really hope we continue to work really strongly with you, but this was incredibly useful to come and do this. And thanks for doing what you do and for your time being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll be happy to work with the county manager and set up a job fair so that we can provide assistance to Santa Fe County.
Excellent. Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
So
Madam Chair?
yes.
I wanted to recognize that I know earlier Commissioner Garcia recognized Mr. Trujillo, but he was also a former county commissioner for Rio Arriba County.
Yes.
And then also I want to recognize Commissioner-elect Mr. Justin Green is also here in the audience, so. Thank you.
Excellent. I was going to do both those things, so I'm very appreciative you did that. Welcome, and so thank you so much, both of you, for being here. If the commissioners don't object, I know this is a little bit on the fly, out of order. We moved up 7B and just did that, but the Food Depot people here, and they actually have some, time limits on their ability to be here. Does anybody object if we go to 7A now?
I think that's a great idea, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So if the Food Depot people are prepared and don't mind, okay, great. We would go to 7A, presentation on the Food Depot's report to the mayor, ensuring every child in Santa Fe has access to sufficient and nutritious food. And I believe we have Scott Burton. If you're welcome, come, and somebody else, please come up. You just don't look like a Scott to me.
There we go. Madam Chair and Commissioners, thanks so much for giving us your time today on the agenda. My name is actually Sherry Hooper. I'm the Executive Director of the Food Depot, and I'm here basically to introduce, and then of course to introduce our expert, Scott Bunton. So several years ago, the mayor approached me about putting together a plan that we thought could end child hunger in Santa Fe. And we took that request very seriously, as you can imagine. Being the Food Depot, that is what we are about, is ending hunger for our citizens. We had a really good opportunity to pay attention to this request and to do the research needed during the pandemic, clearly because many of us were at home and doing lots of research on our computers anyway. So we were able to draft a full report for the mayor of Santa Fe, and we presented that report in June. And we have met with some of our commissioners to fill you in on the report. Those of you that we were unable to meet with, of course, will do our best to fill you in today. So I'm here to introduce Scott Bunton, who is a board member of the Food Depot and who headed up our task force to develop the report to the mayor. Again, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Sherry. Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is, as Sherry indicated, Scott Bunton. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Food Depot. I've had the pleasure of serving on that board for the past 5 years, and also am the chair of its Public Policy Advocacy Committee. As Sherry indicated, the mayor, several years ago, requested that the Food Depot come forward with a plan for eliminating childhood hunger in the Santa Fe area. That is a large-sized order, and as we began to grapple with the dimensions of the mayor's request, we came face to face with just how large an order that is. But let me run through the major provisions of the report and the conclusions that the working group that Sherry referenced came to, and then would be happy to respond to any questions or comments that any of you may have. When the working group began its work, it settled on 3 basic criteria that it would use to guide its deliberations. We took the mayor's request literally and seriously, and we decided that the plan must have a realistic prospect of truly eliminating hunger, not just ameliorating it or reducing it or mitigating it, but eliminating it. Second, the plan's elements must be wholly within the authority of the city and the county, and not require action or approval by state or federal governments. We felt that it would be a cheap way out to tell the city and the county Well, the solution here is just to get the federal government to solve it. So go talk to your elected representatives in Washington, or go talk to your state house representatives at the Roundhouse, and let them do this. Instead, since the mayor asked for a plan for the city to eliminate childhood hunger, we felt that it ought to be within the city's and the county's capacity. Third, the plan's cost must be financially realistic for city and county governments and their taxpayers, and not require new kinds of taxes. We quickly established that hunger is not a freestanding social problem. It's a symptom. What is it a symptom of? It's a symptom of income and resource insufficiency. Sometimes that has been shorthanded poverty, but there are multiple definitions of poverty. They can be very confusing, they can be very misleading. So I'm going to refer, as the report refers, to income and resource insufficiency. The only way to eliminate the symptom is to eliminate the problem and its cause. Therefore, the working group concluded that it had to recommend something that would eliminate income and resource insufficiency among the families in Santa Fe City and Santa Fe County. Hunger frequently is experienced by families whose able-bodied adults are indeed working. In many cases, they're working full-time. These families have insufficient income and resources to meet their essential needs because their wages are insufficient. Massachusetts Institute of Technology every year calculates separately for every one of the counties across the United States the wage level that is necessary for a full-time working breadwinner to enable that breadwinner's family to meet its essential expenses. It calls this amount of income a living wage. Last year, MIT calculated that a living wage for Santa Fe County for a representative family of 3 to be $57,583. That's $27.66 per hour. Santa Fe City's current minimum wage is less than half that amount. It pays $27,000 a year. It's important to note that 42% of the county's workers, that's 64,000 workers, earn less than $50,000 a year, and so are well below MIT's living wage for Santa Fe County. It shouldn't be surprising to any of us that the result is income insufficiency, resource insufficiency, and lots of social problems. We start with the problem of hunger. Aware of the realities that I've just described, the working group selected as the primary plan component that it would recommend an increased minimum wage. One of the reasons for this is that the working group felt a proposal that is work-based and not just a grant of money from one level of government or another would be better received in this area. Subtracting from the MIT living wage the approximate value of assistance benefits and tax credits that are available to all families in this income range yields a wage level in the $22 to $25 an hour range. And the report labels this a living income minimum wage for Santa Fe. So the report proposes that Santa Fe City and County make this range their minimum wage objective. We recognize that, of course, an instant jump to that level is unachievable. So we propose an immediate increase of about half that distance to $17 an hour as the first incremental increase. The plan's second component is a grant to adjust the income of a family larger than 3 members to cover the consequent increased costs. While family expenses undoubtedly vary according to family size, wages typically do not. And so this income adjustment would make sure that a family that was earning the minimum wage but that had more than 3 persons would have enough to achieve that minimum wage, living wage level. The third component is a grant for any family in which all adults are unable to work because of disability. It would bring that family's income from the federal or state benefits that most of them receive up to the living income level if they're not already at that level. The final and fourth component is a temporary public service work program for able-bodied adults who are unable to find and retain regular employment. That would be coupled with supervised and assisted regular employment search that is intended and is designed to help all of the participants in that public work jobs program find regular employment in the private sector or regular employment with local or state government. In Section 6, the report recommends several new programs and extending the reach of about 7 existing programs that can have the effect of reducing childhood hunger. It's important to understand that implementing all of these suggestions in Section 6 won't eliminate hunger because it doesn't eliminate the cause of hunger, but it will help reduce the incidence and the severity of childhood hunger while work is being done on something that will eliminate the problem. We don't claim the report's plan is the only way to eliminate childhood hunger in Santa Fe City and County. We just must assert that it is the only way that the working group found to accomplish that in accord with the 3 criteria that I mentioned at the outset of my remarks. What's crucial is for the city and the county to agree that childhood hunger is unacceptable, that the city and the county commit to eliminating it, as the mayor requested, and that the city and the county chart a course to accomplish that. The Food Depot is ready and eager to work with the city and the county toward this objective. If someone believes that the plan that the report recommends is fatally flawed, is unworkable, he or she, we believe, should feel obligated to prescribe a better way that satisfies the 3 criteria that I mentioned, and that provides the leadership to obtain the approval and the implementation of that plan. That concludes my prepared remarks, Madam Chairman and Commissioners, and I would welcome any questions or any comments that any of you might have. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I think what a great idea from Mayor Alan Weber to bring this forward and to help the community realize that there is individual children out there, which I believe is 18 years and younger, that are actually hungry out there.
Thousand of those, Commissioner.
And if you go to some of the parts of my district, you can see that there is children out there that actually don't have a place to eat. Their parents are busy. They understand all that, how it works, but thank you for going out and reaching out and coming to my colleagues here, because maybe they can actually pass a resolution, because I'm limited on my time here, and they can pass a resolution in support of a plan if it's into what we need to do to work with the city to get rid of the hunger in children in our communities. One of the things that I asked the previous presenters in regard to marketing, I know you all do a good job of it. I see your signs pretty much at every corner, which is great. How do you all go out and find not individual children that are afraid to come forward or don't know how to come forward? How do we market those individuals?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is what used to be called the $64,000 question. I'm sure with inflation, we're up into the millions by now. It is very difficult to locate individual families and individual children who are suffering from hunger. You noted the advertising that you see. It's present in a number of different forms, including on all the vehicles that the Food Depot uses in order to distribute food. We have to look to other organizations, food pantries, faith-based organizations, social organizations, organizations like the Rotary, Kiwanis, etc., in order to help us become aware of where there are problems. And just because of the magnitude of these problems and the expense of trying to look to individual families and children, it's almost always necessary for us to deal more broadly, to set up locations where several families that may be suffering from hunger or from food insecurity can come to obtain food at the same time. So we try to do it in an economical fashion that lets us spread the resources that the Food Depot has available to it just as far and to as many families and children as possible. Pardon?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we also work through the schools, and that is a very important partnership for the Food Depot, in that what we do is we work through their wonderful communication system to parents, and we provide both summer lunches and after-school meals, so that is another way that we reach children. We reach them right where they are, of course, in the school system.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you all, as a former board member, I know you all do work with the schools during the COVID. Actually, Santa Fe Public Schools went out and actually in buses and went to the south side area and actually fed the children that were home participating on Zoom. I know the Boys and Girls Club, actually, Santa Fe County did participate in probably about a year, probably pre-COVID, where we actually did give some funding to the Boys and Girls Club, and they actually sent a note home to every one of their all the children that went there. Like whenever I was a kid, they used to pin a little thing to you and you'd have to go home. But we actually provided some funding to allow the Boys and Girls Club to work with individual children to do their homework, and they fed the family as well a dinner meal. So I thought that was very good. One of the other things, I have seen your vehicles out there. I've seen the trucks going through the city of Santa Fe, very well wrapped. I think they actually stand out. Very good job. In regards to marketing, once again, is it possible that we can actually get some of these signs that are bilingual, Spanish? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, absolutely. We currently have signs out because of our Neighbor to Neighbor Fund Drive, which I know the county is very supportive of. Thank you very much. And we are happy to provide signs in English or Spanish too, if you like. Mm-hmm.
In some areas of the, Madam Chair, in some areas of the community, I think that would help out, because sometimes there's some individuals out there that don't know how to go get help. And once again, thank you for what you all do. This community is, we're lucky we live here in Santa Fe. This community is very giving to individuals that are in dire need. And it's just, how do we figure out to talk to these individuals that there is help out there? You know, you just need to go and find it and figure it out. But just marketing Spanish possibly would be a start. But thank you once again for all you do.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, if I may, share that the Food Depot is very much a part of the city and county's navigation program or Connect program. And this is a wonderful opportunity to say thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to work in the Connect program. That also really helps us to reach families and individuals who are in need of emergency food assistance. We have 2 navigators currently on our staff. Both are Spanish-speaking navigators, and they work with individuals and families throughout the county by referrals from other organizations. And they're able to then line them up at a local food pantry, or they come directly to us for their food supply when they need that help. And we also provide diapers through that program as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So do we provide milk for the children, the infants?
Madam Chair.
There's a shortage out there, so.
That's a very good question, or Commissioner question. We really rely heavily on getting the individuals signed up for the WIC program, the Women's, Infants, and Children's Program, which is a federally funded program administered by the state. That program allows them to access milk, formula, baby food, and other things that are needed for infants and young children.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hughes and then Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Scott and Sherry, for all your work and for bringing this report forward. And I really don't have any questions. I just wanted to say what I really appreciate about this plan that you've come forward is that it's not something that you thought it would be politically possible. You thought it would be possible. And so many times advocates, and I know when I'm advocating for housing, we sort of would take the stance of, well, what we really need won't fly, so let's ask for something less. And that never works, because then you might get to something less, but then the problem doesn't really get any better. And so, I think it's on us now whether we can take this forward and make some real progress toward the goals and the plan that you've set forward, knowing that it would make a real impact if we could get all the way there. And so I look forward to working with you and the city and the other commissioners on seeing what kind of first steps we can make toward this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Scott and Shelley, so much for being here. Also, thank you so much for inviting me to speak at this revealing of this report. It was I was honored to be able to speak. I wanted to remind everybody that, and you did, that the Neighbor to Neighborhood food drive is going on right now. That is an excellent way for people to help the community, and it's going through September 17th, so we only have a few more days to the end of the week. So it's a fun drive. You can easily go to the Food Depot website and sign up and make your donation. I think that's a really important annual project that has been started by local volunteers for the Food Depot. And also, I just want to thank also Commissioner Hughes, who came with me to the opening or revealing of the report, and so did Commissioner-elect Justin Green, who I know is a large contributor to the Food Depot through his business, Dashing Delivery, and thank you very much. I think Commissioner Garcia and I might have to argue who has the poorest district. I also have a village that is quite is struggling, and I think I have also in my district the wealthiest district in Santa Fe. So Las Campanas, who I always encourage to participate in the Neighbor to Neighbor, and we're lucky to have them. They do participate in many ways and provide skills and services throughout the community. But in Agua Fria, we have Reunity Resources that has a community fridge for people to be able to come and get fresh food whenever they need it. And I think that that is a really important offering that is given. And then we also have the San Ysidro Catholic Parish that gives out food to the community. And so those are other ways, but those are both of those two institutions, Reunity Resources and the San Ysidro Catholic Church, are connected to the Food Depot. This is a network. We're all working together, and that's the only way we're going to solve this problem is really all of us working together. And Santa Fe County has committed to making sure that we have no one here who is working for less than $15 an hour. And even though that is not the 17 that you're suggesting, we're working towards that. But a large percentage of our workforce does make more than the $17 per hour. And I think that is really important. That is what we can control in Santa Fe County. So I think it's important that we continue to do that and make sure that our own employees are taken care of so that we don't have hunger in Santa Fe County, but at the same time encouraging businesses. And I always remember how much pushback there was from restaurants when we did the living wage. And that, yes, some restaurants did close, but others thrived. And so there's always a possibility that we can do this and make sure that our community has the food and that we do not have hungry children. That is heartbreaking to think that there are children that are hungry in our county. So thank you so much, both of you, for being here. I'm grateful for the work that you do in our community. It's really important. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Thank you for the work you guys do. And we all know how valuable it is to the community. One thing that struck me was you sort of threw out that number of 5,000 kids in Santa Fe. For 3 meals a day, that's a little over 9 million meals over the course of a year. And while that's a huge number, and I know you could contrast that to like how many meals you provide a year, which is a huge number. It's also a finite amount of money. I mean, there are programs that throw $20 million around every year for, I wonder if there's even that much waste. So it just puts it in perspective. I don't know if you guys have any reflections on that. It's not really a question, but it gave a ballpark to me of the magnitude of the problem,
One of the, Madam Chair, one of the things that the working group discovered as it was looking at what was happening not only in other jurisdictions in the United States, but abroad, particularly in Western Europe, where a number of the social program apparatuses are considerably further developed than those in much of the United States. But one of the discoveries was that, and it perhaps shouldn't be surprising to any of us, and I'll distill it to its essence by saying money is green. And when families lack enough income and resources to meet all of their essential needs, they allocate money to the most pressing of those needs. And so even if 5,000 children were being provided food for the meals that they're now missing, if it's the middle of the winter, a number of those families are going to be struggling to pay their heating bills. And so the money that perhaps would have gone to those 5,000 children's meals if the family had had that money will instead go to keep its electricity from being cut off, or to make sure that gas is still flowing, or that the propane tank is filled. The same thing holds true with transportation. If a breadwinner in the family is unable to get to work because he or she can't afford gasoline, they may take money that otherwise would have been destined to provide food for the children of the family to fill up the gas tank so the breadwinner can get to work. That is one of the explanations for why you can't solve you can't eliminate the hunger problem just by providing additional food. You have to meet a family's income and resource needs across the board, or they'll be shuffling money, some of it coming from food, to go to those other essential needs.
Good point. Thanks for that reflection back on what I was thinking. We really appreciate the time that you took to come and make this presentation, because in the long run, this kind of thing, I mean, really informs how we can move forward as a commission and a county. And these things, you know, are important to us as a commission, but, you know, sometimes you need to change your thinking or update it, and really appreciate the inputs.
Madam Chair, if I may in turn say that we at the Food Depot greatly appreciate the fact that in Santa Fe, there is a receptive county commission and a receptive city council that is willing to listen to us talk about this problem and its extent, and willing to think with us and work with us toward a real solution. There are plenty of jurisdictions, I'm sorry to say, in this country where that would not be the case, and we are grateful.
Appreciate it. Commissioner Garcia, did you just, Commissioner Roybal, I'm sorry, thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, echo the sentiments from my fellow commissioners. I know that there's a huge need. I have a lot of friends and family that actually work with helping the Food Depot with different programs, or not programs, but events that they try and hold, like where they try and raise money, or they actually had where people bring food. But I know that it's better to get donations as far as monetary, because the Food Depot can buy a lot more food. And I have foster kids. I've been a foster parent for about 15 years, and I've had actually some foster kids that came. They called and asked if they could come visit. They haven't been with us for about 5 years, but in talking to the younger one, he told me, I said, it's already getting kind of late. I haven't eaten today yet, and it was like 10:30, 11, and he said, oh, I usually only eat once a day. And, it's something that's just really sad, and I asked him, well, why is that? And he said, well, I usually will wait till I get home because I don't have money for my lunch at school. So he said they provide peanut butter sandwiches for like $1. If he has $1, he'll get one. But I went online. I asked them for their passwords, called the mom, and got some of the information they need, like Medicare card numbers and stuff, and worked with the mom, and went through it. And they qualify easily for free lunch, but they just didn't know how to do it. So, I mean, there's services sometimes that, the mom has some behavioral health issues, and the kids are back with her now, and they've been with her for the last 5 years. It was something that I questioned and pushed back on CYFD, but ultimately that decision was made. But those kids are still pretty close to us and come to visit us probably once a month, every other month, especially when they have, home, book reports and things like that. So we help them with those. And so it was really sad to see that, because I thought that they were already, automatically got it. So it's something they need to fill out. And I don't think the mom really has the capability to do that. So I would think that the schools probably have a program that would reach out to help those kids in those situations, but maybe the kids just don't know. I don't understand why they went. I don't know if it's already been more than one school season, but it was really disheartening to listen to them. So I just thought I'd bring that out, but that all kind of comes into play with the fact that, them saying they only eat once a day was pretty sad. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Roybal, thank you for bringing that up. That is, it's heartbreaking, first of all, to know that there are children, and we've had children report to us that they lunch at school and then they don't eat again until the next day at lunch, which again is heartbreaking. And so we are working more and more on targeting children who are in need of help. We are working currently with communities and schools, and we've set up school-based food pantries. So we know that there's a hungry child, likely there's a hungry family at home, And so we have set it up so that communities and schools can identify the children who are in need of emergency food assistance. We provide all the food to those school-based food pantries, and they're able to send food home with the kids or with the parents when the parents come in to pick up the kids. So that's just one more way. I mentioned earlier, we're doing the after-school meal program. We've recently acquired a kitchen, and we're able to prepare really good, nutritious hot meals now for children who are in school after school for programming. They can get a good hot meal before they go home as well. So we're very open to, well, we're doing other things. For example, we have what we call our Foodmobile, which is a refurbished old bookmobile from the state. And we literally go into neighborhoods, and we offer them, families, an opportunity to access the groceries that they need for their families. And this is set up so that when they come to the Foodmobile for help, they get to fill out an order form. So we're actually providing them with the food that they will use at home, not a pre-made bag where they may get half the food they don't even use and throw away. And of course, throwing away food is unacceptable to the Food Depot, as you can imagine. So there are so many ways that we're really trying to get to people where they are with what they need. And we believe that that, too, is a more dignified, respectful way to help those families in need. But we're always open to, we'd love to hear from you all. If you see things going on in your district that we can address, so that we're getting, again, food into those communities. And it's especially important, too, that there are families who don't have easy transportation to go to a food pantry, so we're taking this opportunity to them. But if you see a gap in service in your district, we would love to hear from you so that we can fill that gap. Thank you.
Thank you. And do you guys have cards?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Roybal, we'll be glad to leave cards, and we look forward to contact from any of you who have questions, or, as Sherry indicated, would be able to help us find pockets of hunger where we can take food. And one other reaction to your comments, Commissioner Roybal, in Section 6 of the report, which are the kinds of recommendations we make for mitigating hunger until we can solve the overwhelming income and resource insufficiency, which we recommend be done with the minimum wage increase. One of the recommendations is that all children in all schools in Santa Fe and Santa Fe County be provided with free school lunches. If that is done, then you don't have those kinds of problems that you pointed out, being unable to figure out how to work the eligibility problem.
Interesting. Thank you so much. If there are no other questions, we just once again really appreciate you coming and presenting here and for doing all this work. It's really an incredible benefit to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That takes us to item 4. I almost still have a quorum.
I'm staying.
Thank you. Item 4 is the consent agenda. Are there any commissioners who have any questions or any items on the consent agenda that need to be pulled off? I just wanted to make the comment that for the third and fourth items on the consent agenda, or the second and third, which are the two final orders in the matter of Spirit Wind West and Tierra Bella conceptual plan extensions, that the conditions that were discussed at the hearings a month ago were in fact included. So, just for the record, frankly, for confirmation that that was the case.
Madam Chair, just on that note, Mr. Larrañaga, is the applicant okay with the conditions?
That was all discussed before, yeah. Yeah, it's documented that he, in the paperwork that he was.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Lara.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner.
If there's no additional questions, this is actually the approval process for this development has been since I worked in the zoning department, which is about 20 years ago. But it's good to see this move forward. Motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you.
And I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? That passes 4-0 because Commissioner Hanson is just temporarily out of her seat. That would take it 5. There are no appointments or reappointments. That takes us to the 6 miscellaneous action items. The first one is approval of Addendum 4 to the agreement between Santa Fe County and IMMIX Technology for the workforce dimensions and telestaff enterprise software. And we'll go straight to Bill Taylor from purchasing. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here. In 2019, the county entered into agreement with IMMIX Technology, purchase and implement countywide timekeeping and scheduling. Prior to this implementation, every department was tracking, reconciling different manual processes for this. So the county needed to centralize this process for timekeeping and scheduling. We entered into the agreement, as I said, in September 2019 through utilization of a Government Services Administration GSA contract, addendum to that contract with the county's terms and conditions. And this is the 4th addendum to that agreement. We want to extend the term another year and increase the compensation for the licensing of that software for a total contract sum of $640,680.56 since the implementation of the agreement. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
That's great. Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, there's no question. This is actually obviously needed. Motion for approval.
Second.
Excellent. I have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hanson. Oh, yeah, go ahead. So that passes. That takes us to B, which is request approval.
Madam Chair. Now, I just want to say that I vote in affirmative of the consent agenda.
My apologies. I looked away from you. Yes, thank you for that. No wonder it's not working. It's the wrong mouse. So 6B is the approval to utilize a New Mexico state price agreement for construction of fencing and community park upgrade at the Boys and Girls Club at the Valle de Esperanza Public Housing. And we'll go again to Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The Santa Fe County Housing Authority was provided $452,668 in capital outlay funding from the state of New Mexico to plan, design, equip site improvements for the public housing in Santa Fe County. This is specific to the Boys and Girls Club located at the Valle de Esperanza public housing, excuse me. And this is before you to request that we be able to utilize the cooperative agreement with the state, being that it's in excess of $250,000. So we request approval to utilize that procurement method.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Hanson.
Oh, I was going to move for approval of item 6B.
A second.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hanson, were you doing the same or did you have comments? So I have a motion and a second. Are there any further discussion or questions? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So just note that that passes 4-0 since Commissioner Garcia is temporarily out of his seat. That takes us to 6C, which is a resolution amending a previous resolution to adjust certain consolidated precincts to replace the polling place voter convenience center for the consolidated precinct consisting of various precincts, which I will let the clerk go into the details on. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this resolution is basically a cleanup resolution for some not clear language. The last resolution, when we switched from the yet-to-be-built Los Cerrillos Community Center and Fire Department to the Madrid Fire Department. There was some ambiguity in the language, and we are also adding, so we basically reconsolidated it to also accommodate adding Carlos Gilbert as a polling site. So what we're noticing around voting behavior is that while we do want to maintain our outer lying districts polling sites, those are not being utilized as much on election day. What we're seeing is that people are voting during the day, taking a couple of minutes from work. And so our downtown polling sites are, lines are forming, and we want to avoid that in the general. And so we'd like to add an additional polling site downtown because Montezuma, St. John's, Gonzales, Santa Fe Fairgrounds, we're seeing more and more waits and wait times. And we think that there will be decent turnout this election. And so we want to make sure that no one has to wait in line. I can't promise that about Santa Fe Fairgrounds, honestly, because that's kind of the social polling place. But for all the other polling places, we want to make sure people can get in and out in 10 minutes. And so we are adding an additional polling site.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So, Commissioners, are there any questions, comments? Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, Madam Chair. I think that's an important thing, but I want to make sure that people out in the rural areas, because there are, as Commissioner Garcia or Commissioner Roybal would say, their aunt or uncle or grandma needs to go vote, and they might not be working in town.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner, so we are not taking any polling sites away. We're simply adding just to help with the work. And actually, I would suggest to the commissioners that something I mentioned to the county manager, but we only give time off to our own workers, and we're a very large employer for Election Day. One of the ways of relieving some of the pressure on Election Day is allowing people to take time off to vote early during our early voting hours.
So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve, and I think this is a good addition to allowing more people to vote.
I'll second.
Excellent. I have a motion and a second. Yes,
Chair.
under discussion, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I saw in here the town of Cerrillos in regards to, those will still remain open, right? Or
Yes, so the issue is that Los Cerrillos Community Center and Fire Department have yet to be constructed. That was something that we had chosen as a good location. So we've been using since the regular local election, so last fall, the Madrid Volunteer Fire Station. So because of the ambiguity in the previous resolution of whether or not this was a permanent or just a temporary for the primary, we're making sure that language is back in, so when we go to the district judge, that we can get clarity on that we can use Madrid Fire Department. For the voters, this is simply an they won't see the administrative change they're used to in the last 2 elections voting at the Madrid Volunteer Fire Department. So we are not planning on closing anything. It's just we in resolution land have to make all of everything line up, but for the voter, they won't perceive a difference.
thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add that I fully support this, and it's so nice, and I'm very proud to be part of a county that actually takes democracy seriously and wants the input of our constituents in many different ways, and are trying to make it easy for people to vote instead of hard. And we know that's not happening everywhere, even in our own country, much less around the world. And so it's not something we can take for granted. We can probably take it for granted as long as we have the good government that we have, but I think we should just take a second to reflect that this is really important. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that. That's a really big deal that we're opening more polling places and not closing them. Thank you so much for that. So if there's no further discussion, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. And can I get a resolution number?
Yes, Madam Chair, the resolution number would be 2022-071.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And that takes us to 6D, which is approval of a letter from the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners to the National Nuclear Security Administration commenting on the notice of intent to prepare a new Los Alamos National Lab site-wide environmental impact statement. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I brought this forward because a number of years ago, we passed a resolution requesting that LAN will do an EIS, and so I feel like this is fruition, and I think it's really important for us to comment as a governing body. And this is just the beginning of the process. Today in the paper, Lanel believed that they didn't need to do that a number of years ago, but they have moved forward and had, I guess, a more come to Jesus moment, so to speak, that they need to actually be more responsive to their communities. So I worked with our new county attorney, Jeff Young, who did a fantastic job in writing this letter and using all the information that I gave him. One of the things that I'm really happy that we added, which was not in our previous information, was the PFAS, and because I think that that is a really important issue that we are all going to have to be dealing with in the future. So with that, unless there's any other comments, I also want to mention that I think it's very important for us to realize that there are seismic impacts from LANL, and the fact that they want to build a plutonium production facility on seismic or on a fault line is concerning to me, and possibly we need to reconsider that. But thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm open to standing for questions or anything else, but I'm happy that you would sponsor this with me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I was very happy to sign on to this with Commissioner Hanson. She did a fabulous job writing comments. It lays the groundwork, and previous comments laid the groundwork for this one. I think it's an important and valuable thing to do. It's important to both Commissioner Hanson and I know you just said some of this, but on the BDD board, and this becomes a very important thing for protection of that source water, which is important to the county and the city. And it's a lot of effort to move this forward, and over the years, you know, I think Commissioner Hanson deserves some recognition for picking the important fights to fight on this ground.
And Madam Chair, with that, can I make a motion to
Please.
approve the comments from the Santa Fe County Board Commissioners?
I'll second.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Or that passes unanimously, and that this will get moved forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So that takes us, we've completed 7 previously. Item 8 is matters of public concern. I know, and I just want to point out that we also have public hearings later. And so we have, so this is general matters of public concern, and we'll have those public hearings subsequently. I believe we have at least one person who I believe is on WebEx who wants to speak. Daniel, if that's the case, Steve Horowitz, are you available and want to comment at this point?
Madam Chair, I do not see Mr. Horowitz online unless he is a phone call user.
Okay, well then I'll just ask generally, is there anybody present from the public or on WebEx who wishes to speak to the Commission on matters of public concern?
I would like to speak, if I may.
Absolutely, and welcome if you just introduce yourself and tell us what you'd like to say.
Okay, my name is Bush.
I apologize. Would you like me to start the 3-minute timer on public comment?
I don't think we have that many. Well, yeah, sure. We always do that. That's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I think I can come in under 3 minutes.
Great, that's great. Thank you.
I'll be short. My name is Bushrod Lake. I live in La Cienega, and I've been here for about 35 years. I've noticed reports from Lionel have been unreliable. At first, I believed what they said, and then as the years went by, I began to think that they were not being honest with us and the surrounding county. As far as the environmental impact goes, I think we should look beyond that and consider whether the world needs more nuclear weapons, which is the purpose of the pit factory that's being proposed for Lionel. Quite a few representatives, I think, are in favor of it. Certainly our state, our national senators and representatives are for it, but the people are not. If you go out and ask people if they want more nuclear weapons, they say no. So I'm very much with the two commissioners that are questioning this environmental act or environmental attempt on Los Alamos, but I really wouldn't believe them if they told me it was okay, if Los Alamos is doing the investigating. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much for coming and making your comment. We appreciate it. Is there anybody else from the public here or on WebEx who wishes to speak to the commission at this point? Daniel, do you see anybody else, barring those who are here to speak at the public hearings?
Madam Chair, I do not see anybody else indicating they'd like to speak for public comment.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Daniel. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment then. That takes us to item 9, which is matters from the county manager. Manager Schaefer?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. First, update, wanted to acknowledge and recognize a member of our emergency management team, Ignacio Dominguez, who was instrumental in saving the life of an individual who collapsed at Ace Hardware while Ignacio was present to purchase supplies for our emergency management office. The gentleman collapsed, and Ignacio determined he was suffering from a heart attack and not breathing. He performed CPR for 4 minutes until the city of Santa Fe medics arrived and transported the gentleman to the hospital, where he recovered, and Ignacio visited him last Friday. Fire Chief Jackie Lindsay presented Ignacio with the Santa Fe County Phoenix CPR Award in a ceremony last week, and said that Ignacio is an amazing public servant who goes above and beyond for our constituents. A sentiment that I would like to echo. And while this is a feel-good story about efforts of a county employee, the real story here is the fact that Ignacio is not trained in emergency management. This was the performance of CPR, and this is a reminder that we all have it within our power to put ourselves in a position that we may be able to save one of our fellow citizens or family and friends through that training. And in fact, tens of thousands of people are saved each year through CPR. So I wanted to acknowledge Ignacio, but also put a plug out to the community and to all county staff members to take the time to be trained in CPR so that they too might be in a position where they can someday step up as Ignacio did to help save a life. And I believe he is present if
Yes,
you'd
he
like to
is.
recognize him or allow him or his employer to say a few words.
Not to jump in on you, Manager Schaefer, but I'm willing to bet in a way this is not the first time Ignacio has saved lives, because He started out doing this in dispatch. I'm sure he had many opportunities to be explaining to people over the phone how to do CPR and save people's lives. And so he's made a side career of that, which, is really, truly amazing. And I'm so grateful that both you and Assistant Chief V. Hill are here to be recognized for that.
Secondly, Madam Chair and Commissioners, at our special meeting last week, there was some information requested about the property tax valuation in Santa Fe County. So I did follow up, my office did, with the county assessor. The total net taxable value in Santa Fe County that is not under protest increased from $7.879 billion in 2021 to $8.55 billion in, calendar year 2021. It increased to $8.558 billion in calendar year 2022. There's some figures that I left off there, so I rounded, not particularly artfully, but those were the overall values. In terms of what made up that increase, and that is an increase of about 8.21%, $123,654,098 was net new value. So that was new value that was coming onto the property tax rolls for the first time. And approximately $523,268,512 of the increase was attributable to valuation maintenance. So again, I did want to provide that information to the board as it was requested at the special meeting. So to sum up, value increased by $922,610. There was also a question that had been asked about delinquency on property taxes, and we did ask the county treasurer's office to at least provide macro level information in terms of looking at property taxes billed versus that which is collected. And in 2021, the delinquency rate was actually lower than the pre-pandemic rate in 2019. The delinquency rate in 2019 was 2.18%. The delinquency rate in 2021 was 1.39%. Somewhat counterintuitively, it dipped in 2020 to 0.92%. But again, as you can see, historically, our collection rates are actually quite high. So I wanted to provide that information to the board as it was requested at the special meeting. Finally, relative to miscellaneous updates, I did want to reiterate that this is the final week to donate to the Food Deposed 2022 Neighbor to Neighbor Fund Drive, and you can donate at thefooddepot.org through Saturday, September 17, 2022. Moving on to COVID updates, the only real update I have for the board and for the community is that the Omicron booster vaccine is now available and will be offered at upcoming vaccine events that are being coordinated through the Santa Fe County Office of Emergency Management. The events are held on Tuesdays and Wednesdays from 10 a.m. To 2 p.m. And they are as follows. Tomorrow, the 14th, the location is La Cienega Station in Rancho Viejo at 37 Rancho Viejo Boulevard. September 20th, which is a Tuesday, the event will be held at the Hondo Fire Station. Wednesday, September 21st, the vaccine event is at the Turquoise Trail Station. And Tuesday, September 27th, at the Agua Fria Fire Station. And Wednesday, September 28th, at the El Dorado Fire Station. For additional information, you can contact our Assistant Chief and Emergency Management Director, Martin V. Hill. just to summarize before moving on from that point, again, all vaccinations will be offered at these events, not just the Omicron booster, but also the Moderna primary and Pfizer primary, as well as boosters for those ages 5 and up. The Omicron booster is specifically for those 12 years and older. That's all I have by way of miscellaneous and COVID updates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. So are there any questions or comments, or Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Manager Schaefer, for following up on the questions that I had asked, or some of us had asked. Appreciate that. In regards to the additional COVID vaccines, is that, so if you already have 3 shots, does that include the 4th shot now, or that's just for the children under a certain age?
I'll
we
ask,
do have Chief Vigil here.
I was going to say I'd defer to Assistant Chief Vigil, so to make sure I'm not giving misinformation. So I would ask him if he could address that question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate you being here.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Ignacio just spoke with PMG, our partners in these, and I'll let him give that clarification.
Fantastic. Thank you.
One of the things that is the logistics behind this is the partners that we have are having to work with the Department of Health, and then when you hear things on the news coming through CDC recommended, it takes a little while to get trickled down, and then it's what's actually available at the Department of Health at the time we do these vaccines. But
Madam Chair, Commissioners. So to clarify, yes, it is the 4th shot available for 12 and up. They will have Pfizer as well as Moderna available.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
If you've had all 4 shots, can you get a 5th?
Not just yet, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Good question. Excellent. Thank you so much. That takes us to matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. And so this is item 10, and we'll go first to county commissioners. I'll start with Commissioner Hanson, if that's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to share with the annual magazine of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area, which I have the honor of serving as president. And this year, I feel very proud to have got our John Gamin building covered in that. And part of it was because it's published by the Taos News. And so they don't always get to know all the great things we're doing here in Santa Fe County. And since Santa Fe County is part of the heritage area, I wanted to have them focus a little bit, and so I also had them focus on Reunity Resources, which has a very nice spread in there. And so I'm very honored to have these this publication, which has some great stories. Georgia O'Keeffe is also featured in it, and I have a few copies, and I will get a few more copies to share with the board. Also, I want to mention that Agua Fria Mutual Domestic is having their annual meeting on September 17th from 9 to noon at their offices in Agua Fria. So anybody who is listening, who is out there in Agua Fria, and as a member of the Mutual Domestic, please come. Myself, Representative Tara Lujan, and Senator Nancy Rodriguez will all be present as we all represent the great village of Agua Fria. And then I wanted to also share with everyone that I am a member of the Santa Fe City River Commission. And as the River Commission, we are having river talks. And our first one is the first one that is listed here is there's a Watershed Tour, which is on September 17th. Unfortunately, I can't attend, but I'm encouraging other people to attend. Then on September 21st is Who Owns the Water Here, an illustrated survey of the administration of Santa Fe's water resources. This is at the hydroelectric plant building in the Water History Park and Museum at 1201 Canyon Road at the corner of Upper Canyon Road and Camino Cabra. Presenters will be Max Watson and Vic Johnson. The Water History Park is actually one of my favorite parks, and when I was a member of the Parks and Open Space for the City of Santa Fe, I had the honor of naming this park. So I have a special affection for it. September 27th, we'll be repairing the Santa Fe River using natural channel design and native vegetation, a walking tour of the newly constructed Santa Fe River repairs. And then October 1st will be the Acequia Culture, a historic review of Santa Fe's Acequia Madre locations. Location will be 500 Market Street, and that is by one of our longtime members, Phil Bouvet, who is the Acequia Madre Mayordomo. And then on October 5th, the last one in the series this year, is Building Resiliency in the Arid Southwest, One Household at a Time, How to Conserve Water and Improve Water Quality on a Residential Scale. Reese Baker from the Raincatcher, and I will share this again through my email, and to make sure that people know about this. I think the River Commission is a really good, great group, and I have served on it since 2015, thanks to former Mayor Gonzalez. I have asked, I have mentioned that I'm going to do a proclamation and resolution recognizing Gus Martinez, our assessor, and I know that he is working to get on the agenda to give a presentation of his time in office and before he leaves. And I'm sure I have something else, but at the moment, that is all I have. So thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to share that information.
Excellent, thank you.
Oh, I know. I want to mention that my coffee and tea under the trees was very successful with the undersheriff and public safety, and Elias Bernardino was there, which we were all grateful to. And my next coffee and tea under the trees will be about the Forest Service, and I'm naming it the forest, the health of the forest, and the health of the community. And James Duran from the National Santa Fe Forest and the Carson National Forest will be there, along with Sandy Ignacio, who is the new Espanola Ranger from the Espanola District. So that should be a very lively conversation on October 8th. And we will be sending out more information about that. But I also want to thank all the people who came and presented from public safety, the animal control officer, and Elias. And thank you to my new constituent liaison, Laura, who has been doing an excellent job and is on top of all of these new projects for her. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. I just have a couple things I wanted to use my time just to give a really quick report on the Regional Transit District, which is the bus system that serves our area everywhere from Edgewood all the way up to Dulce. And they're breaking ground, not breaking ground, I'm sorry, having a ribbon cutting for their new Espanola maintenance facility on Thursday. Unfortunately, I won't be able to be there. Commissioner Hansen is going to hopefully represent us there, but it's been a long time in coming, and so it's congratulations to them on this milestone. But also, they need bus drivers like everybody else. They need employees, and so I've been waiting to ride the bus again from my neighborhood, and we need a bus driver. So if anybody wants to drive out to El Dorado every day and pick me up with a few other commuters, please sign up and get your certification. And then finally, I just wanted to mention that I signed up on the Department of Health website last week to get my updated Omicron vaccine booster, and I got it yesterday. So it's actually very easy. If you don't want to go to one of the vaccination clinics, you can sign up and get it at a drugstore. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to give a shout out to our county assessor, Gus Martinez, as well as his entire staff for the 2022 International Association of Assessing Officers, basically Distinguished Assessment Jurisdiction of the Year. Congratulations, the Assessor's Office, for getting this award in Boston. And which is interesting is the achievements include, but are not limited to, a state-of-the-art website, which we know an assessor has that, online chat boot, an automatic chat service after hours, customer service, a property valuation protest, text messaging updates, and community engagement and outreach, including implementation of aerial and oblique imagery software, as well as the creation of customer service and a quality control department. I think that's actually great and awesome. And once again, congratulations that Santa Fe County and the entire country actually received this award. And when you do go to the assessor's website, it's amazing. Congratulations, Gus, and your entire team. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to recognize the Assessor's Office for the achievement, so thank you to Commissioner Garcia for bringing that up. And I did want to recognize staff, and also, well, I guess staff as far as road maintenance. I had several roads in my district that they did some chip sealing on. And so I just want to express my gratitude for that. I know right now I'm getting calls because, it's loose gravel until traffic dries over it for a certain time before they put the finish. So just asking constituents to have patience with that. That'll change here really soon in the next couple of weeks. Also just wanted to thank Public Works. I know that because we're so short-handed, I think I have only two working in my district as far as road maintenance, so I know it's something that hopefully we can start hiring more employees to be able to keep up with this. And I know that I noticed today a lot of the maintenance after the chip sealing projects were complete are starting to get done in some of the roads. So I just want to thank staff and for their hard work. I know that we're shorthanded right now, and I just want to express my appreciation to staff for trying to get those things done, and hopefully we can catch that up here soon. But just once again, asking for patience from my constituents. I did have some calls in regards to speeding on one of the roads that we redid that we didn't put speed bumps back on. So I want to thank Public Works again for working with the constituents there so we can look at some traffic calming ideas in that area. So once again, I just want to recognize staff for working with my constituents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I actually wanted to take this opportunity to do a shout out about our county emergency management. Anybody who watches the evening news, which is probably most nights, except of course every other Tuesday night when you guys are all watching our BCC meetings, you know how the importance of emergency management is increasing exponentially all over the country. We are incredibly lucky to have that here in the county in spades. We actually have our emergency management department sitting in the audience today, Assistant Chief Martin Vigil and Ignacio Dominguez. I can only think when I think sit as a county commissioner and think about what the county will need more of in the immediate future, will need increasingly, it is those kinds of services. And we are positioned with the level of expertise we have to be able to make good on those needs. And I think that's something that we really need to give serious thought to in the future. But because we have you guys here, I really want to just do a shout out to the incredible job you do, the unbelievable amounts of overtime, the personal commitment you put into this. I really want to thank you for everything you do for the county. Talk about unsung heroes. We really have our two top examples sitting here in the audience with us. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I also wanted to recognize the Sheriff's Department. I made some calls due to the speeding in some of the areas, and they were responsive right away. And so thank you to the Sheriff's Office for doing that.
Excellent. Well, that takes us to matters from other elected officials. I'll start with Madam Clerk.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see, I've got some notes. Okay. So I have spent all day rejecting absentee ballot applications, unfortunately, because there are still third-party organizations who are emailing us digitally filled out paper ballot applications, which by statute we have to reject. So there are two ways to apply for an absentee ballot in New Mexico. The first is the very convenient and easy nmvote.org, where you go online, you sign in and request an absentee ballot, or you have to send us a physical paper application. It cannot come from a third party. So if you have if a third party organization has emailed you an application saying they will send it in for you, thank them kindly, but go to nmvote.org instead. So, and if you are out of country, the way to apply for an absentee, otherwise known as a UOCAVA ballot, is to go to fvap.gov, and that's where our military or non-military citizens outside of the country who will be outside at the time of the election can apply for their ballot. So voting starts October 11th in the clerk's office. So if you don't know what your registration is doing, if you changed your registration, you want to change it back before the general election, although it doesn't matter, but some people will feel better when they switch back. Make sure you go to nmvote.org and check the status of your registration. But because moving forward, we have same-day registration, no matter what time the voting is happening. You can always same-day register if you bring ID at any open polling location. So voting does start October 11th, and the last day to register online is that same day. We also have been hearing from our constituents that they're getting a lot of mailings from a third-party organization called the Voter Information Center. They're not nefarious, but they do send out a lot of mailers because they're interested in studying when people respond to mailings. So they may send up to 15 mailings to voters, asking them to register to vote or apply for an absentee ballot. The problem with this is that they're not allowed to use the New Mexico form. They have to use the federal form, which means there's a lot of back and forth between our office and someone else trying to get a social security number. So we would recommend, if you're interested in registering to vote, to always use nmvote.org or call the clerk's office and ask for a voter registration form. And if you want to unsubscribe, it is possible from the Voter Information Center. You just go to their website and unsubscribe, taking yourself off the list so you don't get tons and tons of mailings. I would encourage folks, speaking of getting tons and tons of mailings, to vote early, because what campaigns do is they check the voter list to see if you voted, and then they don't talk to you anymore if you've already voted, because they can't persuade you anymore. So if you don't like getting phone calls and you don't like getting lots and lots of mailers, although some people do, vote early so that you get off that list. That's just a tip, insider tip. And then finally, we started our phase 2 of our high school outreach program. As you may remember, we did win a national award for our I Voted sticker contest. And today was the day we launched our Democracy 101 high school civics education program for high school students. So we went to the New Mexico School of Arts today, and we had a tabulator and some ballots. They're called ice cream ballots because the project that's programmed on the tabulator is like, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? What's your favorite season, right? You know, inconsequential questions. But the goal is to get high school students practicing voting with a ballot that looks just like a ballot they would get during an election, and putting it in the tabulator and understanding the mechanism of voting, and answering questions about voting, and trying to establish a lifelong habit of voting. And we also did register some voters today who may not be 18 now, but we'll put them in suspense, and when they turn 18, it'll roll over and then they can vote. So we've launched that program, and you'll start seeing us at high schools around the county. So thank you very much, and that's an update from the clerk's office.
Excellent. Thank you for all that information. At this point in time, that's
Madam Chair.
incredibly useful. Commissioner Hanson?
I appreciate the information about voting early and getting off of people's mailing list, but sometimes the campaigns do not check, and you still get mail. So don't count on that as a indication. I have voted early often, and still have gotten many, many mailers. So,
Okay, well, that's too bad. That's bad to hear.
but it's a smart thing for campaigns to do if you have voted early. So thank you for that tip. I think that was a good tip.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner, Madam Chair. We also will be hopefully providing a campaign kit this year, indicating to campaigns that they can follow along with who has voted by, getting an automatic email every day to encourage them to save the trees and not mail people who have already voted. So thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So are there any other county elected officials on WebEx, because I don't see any here live, who wish to speak at this time? Daniel, do you see anybody on WebEx? Our treasurer, our assessor?
Madam Chair, I do not see any other elected officials on WebEx.
Okay, great. Thanks for checking for me. That would take us to number 11, which is matters from the county attorney. Attorney Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I would ask that we go into executive session for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant, as allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978, specifically including potential Fair Labor Standards Act actions. I don't expect it to be a particularly long executive session, but seeing that we have matters at 5, we have some time there. So,
excellent. Thank you very much. So I would entertain a motion to...
Madam Chair, I move that we go into executive session to discuss the matters just outlined by the county attorney.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia. And Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes. Thank you so much. So we're in executive session, and as Attorney Young said, we don't expect it to be that long, but maybe we'll hopefully target 5 p.m. for being back out for the public hearings. So thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I would entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I move that we come out of executive session, and the only thing we spoke about and the only people that were in the meeting were what was listed on the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? So we are out of executive session. Welcome, everybody. This is very exciting. I think this is one of the first times we've had a series of public meetings since the start of the pandemic where we've had so many people in person. This is truly a unique and pleasant experience. So first we have a couple of public hearings on a resolution and an ordinance. This is item 12. 12A is a resolution replacing resolution number 2013-139 and amending resolution 2015-155, the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, to adopt the 2022 Tsuki Community District Plan. And we have Lucy Foma to read us into this action.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for having us today. We are here before you to present the 2022 Tsuki Community District Plan for adoption. And I have a short presentation. Is it going to come up on the screen? Okay. All right. So the Tsuki Community District Plan, as all our plans do, will amend the Sustainable Growth Management Plan. Our planning context is we work with communities to develop a plan, and then we bring it forward for adoption, and based on that plan, we amend the Sustainable Land Development Code, which is the regulation for a community. We allow, as you know, in the county communities, we allow community district overlays so that communities can have a little bit more nuanced regulation that fits the character and details of their community better than the general code. So the overlay will state slightly different regulations for Tsuki as it currently does. Anything that's not stated in the overlay district is what the general code dictates. So this process was initiated in 2019 by staff and the Tsuki Valley Community Association. They initiated it to replace the 2013 community plan. Staff have been working consistently since 2019 with this planning committee to develop the document that we're here to present today. So when we initiate a plan process, we reach out to all of the residents in a community district, in this case Tsuki, letting them know that we're initiating a process. We then hold monthly meetings usually, but sometimes they're at different intervals. And all members of the community are considered planning committee members, so it's always open to the public. We, in this process, noticed the entire community midway through as well that we were undertaking this process. And then we work with all of those people to develop a plan that staff brings forward to you. The elements of this plan, as most of our community plans, have three sections. There's a plan context, there are the plan elements, which are going over the agriculture, water, various things that I'll show you. And then the final part is the land use plan. And the land use plan is what we base our future code changes on, but also it identifies actions that the community can take to implement the plan. So in the plan context, we discuss where the community lays in the county. We also have an existing land use map. We identified the community vision as part of this planning process about seeing where the community wants to grow into, what they want to be in the future, and the existing challenges and opportunities, among them being flooding, wildfire, the Amit settlement as it's built out, a road safety study along Bishop's Lodge Road, and then open space and trails. The second part covers existing conditions in the following areas. We really buffed up the acequia and agricultural section of Tsuki's plan because in reviewing this plan with the community, we realized that the acequias are really integral to Tsuki and especially the tree cover and the tree canopy that people associate with the community. I just want to hover on this topic for a minute. People don't really think of Tsuki as being a traditional agricultural region so much anymore. There's not a whole lot of food produced there, but there are orchards, and in talking with the mayordomos and acequia parciantes, the acequias do really feed the tree canopy, and so it's really important, even if they're not producing food, to still maintain that heritage and that character, if nothing else, for the trees. We also, a very large part of this plan was discussing the Bishop's Lodge corridor and the fence and wall standards that currently exist in the Sustainable Land Development Code overlay, and then also what people would like to see modified in that section. The other standard elements of this plan are the trails, the access to public lands, fire safety and prevention is very big, and then community facilities and water supply. The third section of this plan is the land use plan, as I mentioned. It contains a land use map, which is parallel to what the zoning map is currently in Tsuki. It also identifies what the land use densities and development patterns are. And then the final part is the identified improvement activities, which normally in plans we call the implementation plan. So this is identifying specific actions that any entity that's able to, whether that be the county or the community association or the community organization, that they can take to help further along the goals of this plan. So in accordance with the Sustainable Land Development Code and the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, we undertook the process of reviewing this plan for consistency with the rest of our policy documents. We then completed 2 public meetings with the entire community, or that the entire community was invited to. Those were held in July of this year. One was in person at Bishop's Lodge Resort. The other was a hybrid meeting. It was in person in chambers and then also broadcast via WebEx. And now we're going through the 2 public hearings. So we're here before you to ask you to adopt the plan. So we have today a resolution to adopt the 2022 Tsuki Community District Plan, which will replace the 2013 Tsuki Plan. And I stand for comments and questions.
Just a quick question before I go to other commissioners or open public comment. Is this the second public hearing?
This is the second. The first was the Planning Commission.
Right. Okay, great. Are there, before I open public comment, are there questions from commissioners? Okay, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lucy. One of the things that has come up in my community, Agua Fria, is the fact that somewhere along the line, the community plans do not have the ability to make comments about development and be a recommending body like the ELU and ELUX. And so what I'm wondering is, how do we begin to initiate that so that we can have these traditional historic communities have a little more say about development in their area, because this is something that is very concerning, and I think it would probably be concerning to Tsuki Village also if some developer came in and they didn't have a way to make an official comment.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, Robert Griego, Planning Manager. In regard to your question, in regard to the status of the plans and how that works, I think I understand part of your question in regard to how the community is able to recommend regarding development coming in. And I think the plan as a whole provides what the community would like to see in the community through the future land use plan, but also the overlay district, as Lucy mentioned, provides the specific regulations in regard to the density and the uses that would be allowed in the community. So I think I understand your question is how do they make a recommendation about development coming in? But I think the plan is a policy guidance framework, and the overlay district, the community district overlay that will follow, will also provide the development regulations for that community. And also, again, there's a process for communities to in the Sustainable Land Development Code for communities to create a community organization where they have input on development. Again, it's not a recommending body as a planning commission is or a local development review committee, but they can provide comments on development as it comes forward. And I think there may be a future presentation that the county will be, that the land use administrator will be addressing specifically regarding the planning commission and local development review committees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing me that question.
Thank you. To go to public hearing, I recognize there are people here and potentially on WebEx for potentially 3 different matters. So for those of you, if there's anybody here who, I'm going to open public comment, and if there's anybody here who wants to speak to this particular matter, could you please stand up? Okay, great. No, stay standing. I'm going to ask that everybody who wants to speak to this matter get sworn in all at once. So if you could stand up, and then when you come forward, after being sworn in, when you come forward, we'll obviously speak one at a time. We generally limit public comment to 3 minutes. When you come to the microphone, you would state your name, your address, and that you're under oath. So if everybody who's going to speak would stand up, the clerk will swear you in. Yes. Sir, could you stand up again, too, and get sworn in at this point before you speak? Or you're not going to speak?
Madam
Oh,
Chair, I
wrong
think
matter.
he's
Okay,
gonna
yeah,
talk
got
now.
it. No problem. Do you mind getting...
So for clarity, this is for the Tsuki plan. Okay, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Lynn Pickard. I live at 44 Big Tsuki Canyon. I am the co-chair of the Tsuki Valley Community Association, and I'm here with Margot Cutler, and we are the 2 contact people for the community organization of Tsuki. And I just want to speak in support of this plan. We've worked on it for a long time. Staff has been great. I want to commend them, and I just ask that you pass it.
Excellent. And you were under oath for that?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you. That's your whole comment?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah. Is there anybody else here who would like to speak to the Tsuki Community Plan matter? Is there anybody on WebEx who would like to speak to the Tsuki Community Plan matter? If there's anybody on WebEx, if you, only for the Tsuki Community Plan matter, if you could unmute yourself and indicate your presence, that would be great. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment on this particular matter. Commissioners, are there any other questions or further discussion on the Tsuki plan? Or Lucy, do you have other things you wanted to mention? Or what's the, Commissioner Roybal?
Actually, I don't have any questions, but I do want to move approval of the community plan.
And I'll second.
Excellent. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? So thank you. And just for
Madam
the
Chair, I just wanted to thank staff for the hard work and also the dedication from the Tsuki residents on working on this overlay plan with our staff. And I know it was quite a few years in the making, but thank you guys for working hard.
Excellent. Thank you. Obviously, this takes quite a few years and quite a bit of dedication. So kudos to the community and to our staff for helping them. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
And I guess I need a resolution number.
Madam Chair, the resolution number is 2022-072.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So that moves us along to item 12B, which is an ordinance, amending ordinance number 1992-3, the Business Registration and Licensing Ordinance, and ordinance 1999-10, the Lodgers Occupancy Tax Ordinance, to license and regulate short-term rentals in Santa Fe County. And as usual, we'll go first to the staff presentation and Director Penny Ellis Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. On August 9th, the Board gave authorization to publish title and general summary of this ordinance to regulate short-term rentals. It was determined that this should be accomplished through an amendment of the Business Registration and Licensing Ordinance, and the authority for the county to require licensing or registration of a business is NMSA 1978, Section 4-37-1, Sections 3-38-1 through 3-38-6. The proposed ordinance as drafted includes the following requirements. Each short-term rental will be required to obtain a business license, which should be valid for 1 year. The proposed ordinance includes findings that short-term rentals may create a possible negative impact on neighboring properties due to noise, traffic, trash, off-street parking, straining of water resources, negatively impacting the environment by overburdening septic systems, and possible non-compliance. There's definitions included in the ordinance. Short-term rentals will be permitted through the county in all zoning districts where residences are allowed as a primary use. That means every district other than industrial and industrial light and public institutional. They will be allowed on legal lots of record where the residential construction was either permitted or grandfathered in. A short-term rental license will include the owner's name, property address, occupancy limit, daytime occupancy limit, license number, and expiration date. The license must be posted at the property along with a separate document providing additional information for guests, including allowed number of vehicles, quiet hours, owner's contact number, solid waste disposal requirements. In addition, the owner is required to mail notice to nearby property owners, providing the owner's contact information, steps for reporting a violation, and shall include a copy of a business license. The short-term license application will be reviewed administratively. Appeals would be heard by the board. The regulations include an occupancy limit based upon standards for a septic system or 2 per bedroom if on a sewer system. Daytime occupancy limit can be up to 10 more than occupancy limit, and age 5 and under are not included. Parking shall be on site, limited to the spaces provided in order to keep roads free of parked cars. The owner will need to provide all existing water restrictions have been met. We're looking at a slight change here in the ordinance to make it clear that we're referring to county water restrictions and the reporting of usage related to county-imposed restrictions. So that would be if your property already has a county water restriction. A separate form identifying all requirements to meet the fire code would be provided to each applicant. Each applicant is required to sign.
I don't know where that feedback's going.
Each applicant is required to sign an affidavit verifying all the requirements have been met. A list of fire requirements is attached in your packet. They include smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, fire extinguishers, egress from each bedroom, spark arresters on chimneys. The owner shall provide for solid waste removal. Rural addressing shall be posted on all properties. One single sign meeting residential standards would be allowed. Quiet hours established as 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. each day. There's also technical cleanup language related to the statutory references in sections 5 and 6. There are existing issues with the business registration and licensing ordinance where it's outdated, so it will be necessary in the future to bring that back for language clear up. The ordinance includes a fee of $375 for a first-time license, $300 for renewals. It's based upon review, processing, and issuing time, inspection time, need for tracking through host compliance contract, and the use of an online permitting system. Public comments have received since the last BCC meeting are attached in your Exhibit E. And just to address response to some of those comments, short-term rentals are permitted within dwelling units, so tents, RVs, etc. are not considered dwelling units. This has been a long-standing requirement as RVs are not built or meant to be utilized as dwellings. These need to be submitted through an RV park/campsite permit, even if they're just small and just several units, where we look at zoning, hookup capacity, connection to sewer, etc. Single rooms within a house will still require a short-term rental license. Our process is administrative, so we believe it will be streamlined for all. Each short-term rental will require a license at each property, as different compliance regulations need to be ensured at each short-term rental. Additional comments were also uploaded on Monday supporting the ordinance, recommending the license number required to be published on all ads and all listings, supporting and recommending that only a primary residence could be used for a short-term rental, supporting short-term rentals as an additional source of income, stating that many rental agencies already collect taxes, statement that single-room renters are different, requesting a reduction in fees, and regarding the issuance of installing a meter on a well if there's no restriction. Again, we would look at amending that section to make it very clear it's only if you have existing county water restrictions. And if I could enter the entire memo and all exhibits into the record, and Nate and Lucy will do a brief presentation on some data. And this is the first public hearing, so no action is needed. The second public hearing is scheduled and noticed to take place on September 27th. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for entering that in the record, and welcome Nate and Lucy.
Madam Chair and County Commissioners, I'm presenting Exhibit E, the title, the Backup Data Memo. We essentially compiled all the data that Lucy and I presented from the published title and general summary hearing at the beginning of August we compiled it into one memo. So all the data in this is from July 14th, 2022, and it involves STR data from both host compliance as well as US Census data. And in this memo, there are 4 graphs, 3 tables, and 4 maps. Additionally, we found that STR property owners, only 5 owners had 2 separate listings, and 2 owners had 3 separate listings. Every other STR owner only had 1 listing. So for the graphs, we have 4 different graphs: bedrooms, room type, bathrooms, and property type. And then for table 1, we have nights occupied for STR listings. And so for 90 days per year or less, 174 of the 386 identified listings, the STR is occupied. And then for 180 days per year, or less. 322 of the 386 total STR listings were occupied. And then for table 2, percentage of STRs of the total housing units by overlay district, we have the total housing counts for each overlay district except for 4. And as you can see, there's a wide array of percentage of STRs of the total housing units, ranging from Tsuke's being 8% of the total housing units, down to Chimayo only being 0.1% of the total housing units. And then in table 3, you can see that the percentage of STRs for the total housing units for the whole county, excluding the incorporated sections, approximately 2% of total housing units are short-term rentals. And then for map 1 is the entire county with the community overlay zoning districts and district plan zoning with STRs identified. And then maps 2, 3, and 4 are small sections of the county, including Tsuki and the surrounding area, the Poake Valley area, as well as Madrid's, Los Rios, and San Marcos areas. And this is all the data that we currently have. I would say it's insufficient. We don't have insufficient data to explain this necessarily because of the wide array throughout variables throughout the county. But with the proposed ordinance, we hope to collect more and address some of try to answer why. But thank you.
Thank you, Nate. So Lucy, do you in fact have an additional presentation? Oh, okay. So Penny just said both your names, so assuming we had more to go. Okay, once again, I'll open public comment, but I'm going to first go to Commissioner, see if there are any preliminary questions or comments. Okay, so hang on, I'll get everybody. So everybody knows this is on short-term rentals. I would like to get everybody who's going to speak to this sworn in at once. So if everybody who plans to, and I will get people who are on WebEx separately. And I think it'll be more efficient to do those present live first. So everybody who wishes to make public comment on the short-term rentals, could you please stand up and get sworn in? Madam Clerk? And we're going to hold this, everybody to like 3 minutes, but I'll go over ground rules after we get sworn in.
Okay, so for everyone who wants to speak on the short-term rental proposal, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. Yes or no, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So when you come up to speak, make sure you state your name, your address, and that you understand that you are under oath. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. So just a couple of ground rules. I appreciate everybody's given thought to this. We really want the input. For the sake of efficiency, I really appreciate if somebody has already testified to the substance of what you want to testify, if you could abbreviate what you want to say and indicate your agreement and spend time only on new matters. We will get a sense from everybody of what the key matters are from that. Daniel, can we put a timer up? And just to reiterate, when you come up, if you could give your name and address and that you're under oath, and then give us your comments. And it's going to be up to you to self-sort. So if somebody would please come up and start the process, you're in the front row, please come forward, and then we'll get her, come on forward to the microphone.
Let's see, can you hear me? Your sound
Yes.
system I can't hardly understand it. My name is Jack Shelburne. I live at 58A Evergreen Lane, Santa Fe 87506. We're in Poake Valley. We have an Airbnb there.
And you're under oath.
I'm sorry?
And can you state that you understand you're under oath?
what you're saying.
Do you understand you're under oath?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Yeah, great, thanks.
I went over this regulation here, and in our particular case, all the benefits that are claimed are just non-existent. First of all, we have no county services. It takes 45 minutes to get a policeman out there. Water, septic, trash removal, cleaning up the lots, everything else, we do it ourselves. I've got 1.5 miles of water distribution. I've got another 1.5 miles of wastewater collection. I've got septic tanks. I got water wells. Everything I put in there myself. I just spent $70,000 improving the systems. So that's just a no gain for us. I'm curious to know what the fees are for. The impact to the water system, I wish everything I had on my property was short term. Because my average for my Airbnb is probably 3 people for 20 days a month. If it was a long-term rental, there'd be 6 people in the house for 30 days, and everyone can do the math. The benefits and the impact to the infrastructure and the services, it's just not there as far as I'm concerned. And in my particular situation, and I think probably a lot of the short-term rentals that are going to be up here are going to have the same situation. You know, the long-term people that live around us cause the most impact. My father-in-law donated the road in front of Evergreen Lane. He donated it. Gave it to the county, said if you maintain it, you can have it. Many years ago. There's absolutely no response about maintenance on that road. There's no signage, there's no speed limit signs. There's not even a sign that says he gave it to the community, and it's the only north-south access to the north end of the north side of the river in El Rancho. Only one in that particular community. The other one is a 1-lane dirt road. I really object to these regulations because all of the protections that you're talking about, all of the benefits that you're talking about, really don't exist. And Airbnb protects not only us as the renters, but protects the people that rent as well. Everything is already written in the Airbnb app. And I don't know if you've had a chance to go over it, but I was amazed. We really don't see the benefits that are claimed concerning this, and we object to it very much. To me, I don't understand what the $375 fee is going to do for us, and then $300 a year after that. These benefits that you're talking about, and all of the impacts that you're talking about, in our particular case in the North County, don't exist. You have no infrastructure up there at all. The county has no infrastructure.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. And we can get an answer later after public comment about what the fees are for, but it's still really appreciate your comments.
Okay. You know, I've got quite a few pages here, but my vision doesn't allow me, and you guys have said that you want me to be brief.
Yes, but we'd be happy to accept your written comments as well. So if you want to send them in, that would be appreciated.
Fine, but I want you to know that I as an Airbnb person object to it very much. I'm not from here. I've been here for over 60 years in this state and over 50 years in the community where I'm at. And it's just, okay. I love it. And the local people don't take care of it as well as the people who come here to visit. The tourism department is making out like a bandit with all of the Airbnb people. They prefer the Airbnbs to the motels and hotels, which will cause less impact on your city and those particular hotels that exist inside the county.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next person?
My name is Destiny Allison. Do you need an address?
Yes, address and that you're under oath, Destiny. Thanks.
Drive West, Santa Fe. And thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I think that we're not necessarily opposed to regulation. We have a short-term rental. We've had it for years. We're super hosts. We have 2 bedrooms in our house that have a private entrance. And so we have obviously relevant concerns for us, but also a lot of our members out in our area are retired people on fixed incomes. They are young people who can't afford a roommate, you can't find a roommate, but we're dealing with it in a time where inflation is going up, wages are stagnant, people can't afford to make a living. This is a great way for people to subsidize their incomes. And you guys have got this set up where, at least from my understanding, where it's a fixed fee, a fixed license fee, regardless of the rental property that you own. And I think that that is deeply prohibitive and unfair to people who, like myself, who I'm renting a couple of bedrooms. I don't own multiple properties. I don't have separate things. I'm not hiring anybody to do the work for me. It's a small little business in our home. And on that end, it is a small business in my home. And to my understanding, no other small home-based business is required to notify their neighbors of their private doings. And I find that really, really concerning and a deep violation of my privacy. And they don't tell me what they're doing in their homes. I don't know what businesses that the county has licensed them to do there. Why in the world would they need to know what I'm doing in my home? If you're putting regulations regarding parking and noise and all the rest of it, please don't make me open my whole private world to everybody living around me. That's just not fair. But I think that if you've managed to tier the marijuana industry very effectively for small users and small growers and all the rest, all the rest of it, I don't see why you can't tier this to reflect the size of the property and the income that's being produced from that property, so that people who can't afford the $300 a year or the $375 up front can stay in business without losing that really important part of their income. And that's all I've got to say.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I think there's a lot of agreement. Please, the next person, please come up. And state your name and address and that you're under oath.
Can everyone hear me? Because
Yes.
I can't hear anybody else.
Yes. We
Even
actually
with hearing aids.
We do have.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Richard Woodruff. I'm the owner of Adobe Casitas Vacation Rentals. We manage...
Can you give your address, please, and that you're under oath?
Yeah, I'm a qualifying broker. We manage 15 properties here in Santa Fe. Our office address is 201 Double Arrow Road in Santa Fe County. I just wanted to make a few remarks. I'm in support of regulation. It makes sense. It makes sure that our practices are all honored and guests have a good stay, but also the owners are responsible for their properties. But I have a few observations, and I did submit written comments, so I'm sure you have most of them, but I will just highlight a few things. One, I was surprised to see the occupancy limit being more strict than even the city of Santa Fe. The city of Santa Fe, for their short-term rentals, have an occupancy limit of 2 persons per bedroom. However, the county is more strict than that, requiring 2 persons for the first 2 bedrooms and only 1 person for each additional bedroom. That to me doesn't make sense. The second point I want to mention is water usage. Now, we monitor the water usage of all our homes, although the majority of them are in Santa Fe City, and we find that actually we have less water usage from people staying in our vacation rentals than we do when the owner is there. That's because the owner typically does a lot more with the home and in the home than a vacation rental person would do. They tend to travel, go out, explore, eat out, and they benefit our economy of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County, but they're not using most of the water. Most of the water actually is used by swimming pools, hot tubs, irrigation systems, etc. But on average, just because your findings are assumptions, on average, our guests are using about 50 gallons per person per night. The third thing I want to mention, and I will let it go from that, is that we're putting a boundary limit from the property line. Now, a number of the homes that we manage that are in the county are on 3 acres, 5 acres. One is on 20 acres. So from the property line is really not accomplishing what you would like to accomplish. I would think that it would be better to have the 500-foot limit from the center of the home, where you can actually see neighbors. We would have to download a map to figure out where a neighbor is 20 acres away on the property line. So that's just a subset of the comments that I've made. Again, I'm available to work with the committee, free, to pass on some what I would call professional advice from being a property manager for 10 years with over 7,000 guests over those periods of 10 years without a complaint. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name is Ethan Stone. I live at 72 Camino, Cielo Alto, and I'm under oath. I support a reasonable program to register short-term rentals in the county, but I do not support the ordinance as it's written. We must ensure the focus is on investors and exempt our community members from the requirements of this ordinance. The proposed ordinance places an unnecessary burden on our community members who rent out a portion of their homes and those that may rent out their home for a week or two while they're out of town. We absolutely need to make sure investor-operated short-term rentals are registered, accounted for, and do not interrupt the nature of our community or the environment. But we do not need to be exacerbating the affordability crisis in Santa Fe by saddling our working-class families with unnecessary regulation. We do not need the commissioners to create insurmountable burdens for people like my friend and neighbor, a teacher nearing retirement, who may finally be able to afford to purchase and renovate her house because she occasionally derives income from renting out the yurt on her property that's been there for many, many years. We also don't need to create an unnecessary burden for someone in our community who loses their job and suddenly and quite urgently needs to put their room on Airbnb or another platform. The city of Santa Fe takes up to 6 months to authorize a rental. Can you assure me that the county is going to be able to authorize a rental for that person and so they can get income and pay their mortgage before the next due date? I don't think so. We also don't need to impose unnecessary burdens on the retired, fixed-income, middle-class folk who just want to be able to buy a plane ticket to go see their families. In some cases, the only way that those retired folk might be able to afford that is by renting out their vacation rent, their home, their primary residence for a week or two. Do you think they're going to be able to follow the process as it's written or know with sufficient time that they even need to follow a process in the first place? With ballooning housing costs, ensuring affordable housing sometimes means opening our homes to the sharing economy and ensuring that the highest and best use of our entire property is available to the homeowner at any moment. With this ordinance, we risk driving out our neighbors who rely on rental income to be able to live here. We cannot afford this unintended consequence. I too operate a short-term rental at my home together with my wife and baby. Prior to our arrival, for more than 15 years, the home was owned by out-of-staters who were never there. We were only able to afford to buy that property because we rent out an accessory unit. As the ordinance is written, it says that you can rent out a dwelling unit. Well, an accessory unit may not include a kitchen, so there's ambiguity there. If because of that ambiguity I can't get a permit, then we'll have to sell our house and move. And I don't think that's what the intention of the commission is here. I urge the commissioners to consider an exemption of all requirements except for a simple registration for owner-occupied properties and for primary residences which are rented for less than 30 days per year, and require that the county issue such registrations within 3 business days of an application. You should also completely exempt these hardworking homeowners from payment of a fee. If you need to, increase the rest of the fees for investors. The bottom line is that homeowners take care of their homes, they know their neighbors, they know their communities. They do not tolerate excess noise, they do not tolerate trash, large numbers of people, or the other ills that the proposed ordinance claims are common to short-term rentals. If the council cares about the livelihoods, financial well-being, continued affordability of housing of all types in Santa Fe, the commissioners will consider such an exemption. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Randy Flores. Understand I'm under oath. My address is 6C Via de Estrellas. I've been in the county and the Caja del Rio corridor for over 20 years now. I'm native from Pojoaque Valley. I've seen a lot of the development going up in that area. I too am not opposed to, I understand what the county's after, and I'm not here to really fight that, but I'm here partly by accident because I did dabble with Airbnb Back in 2018, we had a studio space where my mom lived. When she passed, it was available, and we thought, hey, let's try this out. There may be others that are on the line or in this room that haven't really used it. So when I got this letter in the mail with pictures from our ad, I was like, oh, I forgot. I honestly hadn't used this in a while, and I pulled it down since. But I think just taking looking at just the ads and not looking at the back end, I think we got one 1099 in like 2018 or 2019 for, I want to say it was under $2,000. We'd rented it for maybe a total of 40 days or something in the entire year. I just think that it seems like there's going to be an awful lot of digging of data to make sure that you're chasing the small fish as well as the big developers or people that may have 20, 30 units. And I think maybe there needs to be some type of approach that I think someone mentioned, a tiered approach or something that makes more sense. Lastly, I also want to mention, I am a Road Maintenance Association president for a road there off of Cada Rio. We service 76 lot owners. I understand a lot of the county pressures and plowing roads, keeping things safe. Our road is always in need of support. We actually just took it over, and now we all pay for this road, the 76 lot owners, just because I know county resources are thin. I mean, just drive down the west side of 599 frontage road and look at it goes into an arroyo, and the road turns to like basically undrivable at times. And it is used, I'd love to see a traffic counter by the county on that road to see, I mean, even the police go and fill up their cars there. I see them every day at the gas station. I mean, those to me are areas that we should be focusing some of our resources on, and not maybe chasing down, someone that $350 fee for someone that made, $1,500 on Airbnb. I just think we've got bigger fish to fry. I would hope the county would recognize that. But I do understand the need to regulate at some level and make sure that that people are safe when they're doing these type of endeavors with their homes. I do believe they're also not competing with the downtown hotels. I think there's two very different markets being served. So I'm sure that's been brought up as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your comments.
Ms. Herman Torres, I live in A Callejon Lomita. All I just want to say is I do agree that we should have some regulations, but I feel like there's a bigger picture than this. Like, people that have Airbnbs provide a safer place for tourists to come because of a drug epidemic that we have. A lot of people don't like to go to hotels because they get their cars broken in or they don't feel safe. We provide that for them as well. You know what I mean? They can come to their home, to wherever they're staying, and not feel like someone's going to break into their home, into the valuables or whatever. But what I'm trying to say at the end of the day is that we're just coming out of a pandemic, and things are very hard. Inflation is crazy, and a lot of people are struggling with mental health and struggling to get jobs. And where my family comes, we built everything that we have from the ground up, And I feel like it's not right for you guys to come and put all these regulations and want to take more from us when we're barely trying to make it and trying to come back into the society again, because we're barely opening everything up. And a lot of people have struggling because of the way the pandemic was, and we've been locked down and all that stuff. And that's why I feel like what you guys are trying to do is unfair to us. We pay for our roads, we pay for the gravel, we pay for all this stuff, We have a property out there in La Cienega. We put all our stuff there. We have our own well. We pay for everything. So you guys are now coming in and telling me, oh, you guys need to pay this, and that. So you guys are trying, I just don't understand it. I understand how do you say it, the fee, the annual fee, but the rest of the stuff, I don't accept it, honestly. And there's gray areas because there's corporations that are buying homes and renting it out. I see why you guys want to put regulations. But it's, you know what I mean? You got to pick and choose what you guys want to do. Thank you. You have a great day.
Wait just a minute till our chair gets ready.
Yes, please.
My name is Toby Wright. My address is 169 Avenida Ponderosa in Glorieta, and I understand that I am under oath. I am against the ordinance as it is written. I feel strongly, as do many of my companions, that an exception should be made for primary homeowners who rent out space in their home using the short-term rental platforms. If you can imagine a number of years ago, before these platforms existed, if I wanted to rent a room in my home, I would have to use the newspaper or something along the lines of Craigslist. However, Airbnb, VRBO, and these other platforms have come into play and have provided us with amazing resources for insurance, protection, and also a barrier between us and the potential renter. The full-time renters that would be living on any property that's currently being used as a short-term renter are going to be much more impactful for the environment. And so I really truly believe that some of the stipulations that are written into the ordinance are creating a barrier to entry for individuals who are in the county. We have a private well. It's not metered. We were never required to meter it. And in the ordinance, it's written that we would need 2 years of well records in order to use our Airbnb. And we would only be able to interpret that as having to take it down off of the market in time to get the metering done. Lastly, we strongly feel that this ordinance was
Can we please
written.
have some decorum in the room? Thank you. Sorry, Toby.
That's okay. This ordinance was written most likely merely to benefit people who live in denser areas. We're personally on 12 acres. Our neighbors know that we Airbnb and they don't care. As a matter of fact, they love meeting the people that come into our neighborhood. In dense areas, we can really understand the problem that neighbors might have with the short-term rentals, but most of the platforms have installed barriers and protections against things like house parties, people who don't follow the rules. We personally don't allow anybody in our home that hasn't been reviewed by previous hosts. So we're doing a screening process that is as stringent, except not as prohibitive as what the county is trying to do. This would create a terrible burden on myself and my husband. We are both retired, and we rely on the Airbnb to provide us with the additional income that we need. After having been a teacher in Santa Fe Public Schools, there's not a lot left over. Thank you.
Thank you. And before the next speaker goes, I'm not sure how to bring this up, but we have a screening process for entering the public buildings, and I've been led to understand that there are some people who check that they're not vaccinated and don't care to wear masks, and I feel like at least everybody present should know that, and I would really like to encourage everybody who isn't vaccinated to please wear a mask while you're in our public building. Thank you. Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Marissa Aurora DeRay. My address is 7 Camino No S in Madrid, New Mexico, and I understand that I'm under oath. I want to begin by saying that I am not against short-term rentals. In fact, I have benefited personally from having a short-term rental, but I do believe that they need to be regulated like the businesses that they are. If you looked at Exhibit E in the ordinance, you can see that Madrid has the second highest percentage of short-term rentals in the county of Santa Fe, and this issue is ripping our community apart. It's really affecting our quality of life, and it's actually causing safety issues in our community, and we really need the county to regulate this to back up our existing covenants and restrictions, which actually prohibit commercial activity off of the main highway that runs through our town. Because people currently don't have to get a business license to have a short-term rental, we are unable to enforce the part of our covenant that prohibits commercial activity off of the highway. So what we're starting to see is that people are coming into our town, buying entire houses, and immediately turning them into Airbnbs. What that's doing is increasing rents for long-term rentals that are still in town. It's increasing prices to buy homes because realtors are now advertising homes for sale in our town for the profitability of being a short-term rental, and it's making it so that valued members of our community cannot find a place to live. We have lost volunteer firefighters, among other valued community members, which means that we have houses that burn down almost every year in our town. Some of the Airbnbs that are entire homes as short-term rentals have serious fire hazard around them, and there's no owner there to maintain that, and it's really causing a divide in our town. We're a small HOA, we don't have a lot of money, we don't have a lot of teeth, and even though in our covenants this type of activity is prohibited, we don't really have a way to enforce it besides asking for voluntary compliance. So we really need the county to back us up to allow us to enforce what we already have going on in our community. This is really increasing the economic divide in our community as we have people buying up 2 or 3 homes when there's folks that have lived in our community since they were children that can't afford to buy a home at all and now are not able to even rent a home and stay in the community that they've been in for a long time. While we receive pretty marginal services from the county in Madrid, we privately maintain our roads, we have a separate water system, regulation by the county is still going to benefit us and help us maintain the quality of life, character, and safety of our community. So I just want to say thank everybody for the work on this ordinance. I want to support this ordinance. And while it may need some refinement, I think that it really is the right path and that we're actually behind the rest of the country in regulating this type of activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Michael Sugarman. I live at 1080 Tacoma Vista, and I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we live on a 3-acre property, and the house is set back about 25 or 30 yards from the road, which is privately owned and not maintained by the county. And we have for every group of people who come in, we have a 3-bedroom, and each bedroom has a queen-size bed, and I do not understand why 2 people can't sleep in a queen-size bed in a bedroom. That just don't make any sense. Also, we have our own well. It's over 600 feet deep. You could bottle this stuff and sell it as spring water. It's that clean. But if we have to put some kind of a monitor on it, that's going to cost a lot of money. I mean, have you figured out what it's going to cost to put a monitor on a well? It could cost thousands of dollars possibly. Also, we average over the course of time this year from January through the end of September, we're averaging about 54% occupancy. And of the groups who come in, some of them have 6 people, 5 people, 4 people, but the average is about 4.5. And 54% of 4.5 is about 3.5 people, which is about what you'd expect to see in a house. So we're not using this house more than someone else. And we have 1 car, and the people who come to stay with us basically have 1 car. But now I'd like to address something completely different, which is the occupancy taxes. When you sign up for Santa Fe, they ask you for your address. My address is 1080 Tacoma Vista, Santa Fe, New Mexico. So it's just Santa Fe. And over a period of time, I began to realize that Airbnb doesn't understand that there's a county and a city. And so I asked Mr. Crail some questions. And the first question was, is the county collecting occupancy taxes from Airbnb rentals in the county? And he says only voluntary payments from property hosts, nothing from Airbnb. But Airbnb is charging all of our guests taxes. I don't have any idea where that money's going. Over the period of a year, for just our property, you're talking about $1,600 collected by Airbnb for taxes. And according to Mr. Crail, it's not going to the county. And you don't know where it's going. And nobody here has called up Airbnb and said that we've got this thing called Granicus's host compliance software that we can locate all of the county people who are Airbnb. And then Airbnb will start charging them those taxes and paying it to you. What we're talking about is a few $100,000 a year, probably at the minimum, that the county should be collecting And Airbnb would be paying you if anybody bothered to call them up and correct this practice. We're down to 0. I'll call it quits.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Casey, and I live in Madrid, and I know I'm under oath. And just speaking to what he just was talking about, I have this information from Airbnb, and I quote, "Guests who book Airbnb listings that are located in New Mexico will pay the following taxes as part of their reservation. Gross receipts tax, 5.125% to 8.675%, depending on where you are. And then also the Santa Fe lodgers tax, which is for the city." So our guests are being charged a gross receipts tax, and we should know where that is. I'm an artist, resident, and business owner in Madrid for 20 years. Airbnb significantly supplements our income. The income from Airbnb is 30% of our family's income, and we have 2 children in college. It's very important income. We're both artists and have operated a gallery for 20 plus years. We pay all our taxes in good faith for our business, and we thought so for Airbnb as well. I'm all for regulation for short-term rentals, paying my fair share of taxes, and abiding by reasonable rules. I'm concerned because I'm unaware of the lodger's tax that I should have been paying as per the proposed ordinance I've just read. I also read that I could be denied my business license to operate my Airbnb if I haven't paid this tax. Again, I pay all my taxes. I did not know of this lodger's tax, and I am handing you a copy of what I've read on Airbnb's website that seems to suggest that they pay all applicable taxes, as it is very confusing for me and for many. Please read it. I hope you wouldn't penalize us from being able to continue our business that our family depends on just because of not paying this beforehand. Allowing us to come into compliance by a payment plan would be the best route, and/or starting to clear the rules up for many of us for this next year. But denying our ability to do business seems extremely punitive, as does the writing in this ordinance. Also, I received an email and a print mailing about this ordinance from the county. Why hadn't I received an email and a mailing about my requirement to pay the lodging tax? Again, had I known, I would have paid. Please do not make it difficult for current business owners to operate their businesses. Our families depend on this income and are willing to comply. Please don't make it too hard for us to comply. I know artists, retirees, nurses, and teachers who all benefit from having this much-needed income. Not investors. All the short-term rental owners that I know are community members creating economy, including job creation in a rural area, which in the past has been very difficult for me and many others. I realize there are issues with long-term rental housing because of short-term rentals, but both the City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County has needed affordable housing since I've lived here 22 years. This short-term rental situation has only highlighted the issue. It is not the cause of it. As your own staff's numbers state, which I just heard today, STRs are only 2% of housing in the county. Some of the taxes assessed on short-term rentals should be allocated to creating affordable housing. Those of us trying to afford our current housing shouldn't be punished for making it affordable for ourselves.
Yes. Thank you.
To summarize, please do not make it impossible for us to continue generating income for our families. Please be wary of blanket regulation on a very diverse land use population in the county. Give yourselves time to understand how too stringent regulation could negatively impact our families. It is causing much undue stress to many of us who are ready and willing to be regulated, but do not want to be bankrupted in the process.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your comments.
Hi, Adam Johnson, 121 Arroyo Hondo Trail, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I understand I'm under oath. First, I want to applaud my neighbors here for coming and speaking on behalf of themselves and making convincing arguments in many regards. I also want to thank your staff for your presentation because I thought that was illuminating. I was struck by the charge, the yearly charge for a short-term rental, which does seem quite high, but I am actually here in support of the ordinance. I want to echo the woman who spoke before me from Madrid, a couple of people before me. The report, Article E, shows that there's a disproportionate number of communities that are impacted by short-term rentals. And so I would recommend that you study this problem a little bit deeper, and perhaps there is a way that this can be moderated in some way. I see the short-term rental problem in Santa Fe as very troubling, especially in the city, and I think that the voices here tonight have shown that it's a little bit different in the county, and these are worth considering. However, it's important to establish regulations for these kinds of businesses, which is what they are, so that neighbors are not adversely affected by them. I do want to note that the majority of people speaking here today are short-term renters or people who rent out short-term properties and not their neighbors. The neighbors in these communities are also affected by short-term rentals. They cause unpredictable outcomes, and I would strongly support this, the line in the ordinance that indicates that homeowners need to notify their neighbors that they have a short-term rental coming up. I do support lower fees. It seems a little bit onerous, especially for primary homeowners, and I think that it might be worth considering splitting the difference between the two. And I think that there needs to be options for neighbors to file complaints. We saw an issue with a different situation, but where neighbors were bothered by a wedding venue out by Madrid and Cerrillos this summer. And I think that these issues need to be nipped in the bud before they cause more trouble. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Chris Leslie Curtis. I live at 142 Vaquero Road, and I understand I'm under oath. Additionally, I am president of the Santa Fe Short-Term Rental Alliance that was formed over 2 years ago in response to the additional restrictions implemented by the city of Santa Fe on short-term rental hosts. The Santa Fe Short-Term Rental Alliance consists of independent owners, property managers, and hosts that support the short-term rental industry through education, networking, and collaboration. My primary residence and adjacent guest home are in the county, but I also operate 2 licensed and permitted short-term rentals and 2 single-family long-term rental homes in downtown Santa Fe. After reviewing the newly proposed county ordinance, I'd like to focus briefly on Section 1, specifically Section 1.1. That states short-term rentals can negatively impact neighboring properties due to noise, traffic, trash, and off-site parking associated with the STR. As an advocate for the short-term rental industry, I hear this same rhetoric again and again, and is usually started by a small, opinionated group of neighbors that do not want a short-term rental next door. However, I would argue as an owner of both short-term rentals and long-term rentals, there is more daily noise, traffic, trash, and parking issues associated with long-term tenants. I ask you, as we ask the city of Santa Fe, where is your proof of the negative impact? Where is the data that supports these findings, especially in the rural county environment? Secondly, 1.3 states excessive occupancy in STRs poses the risk of unduly straining scarce water resources and negatively impacting the environment by overburdening septic systems. My objection is short-term rentals do not use more resources or create more waste than a normal single-family home that is occupied on a day-to-day basis. On average, an STR is occupied much less than a normal single-family home and creates more waste than a short-term rental. Additionally, septic systems are pumped and maintained, and restricting occupancy based on septic system creates an undue economic hardship for the host. 8.44 in the ordinance requires a short-term rental to report water usage and, if able to install a meter on their well. I do not have a meter on my 10 acres in the county, yet other single-family homes are not required to do so, and this illustrates, again, unwarranted bias towards short-term rentals. If you require short-term rental operators to install meters, all residential homes should also have the same requirement. One cannot overlook the impact of short-term rentals on our economy. Many of us rely on short-term rental income to pay our mortgages and put our kids through college. Short-term rentals contribute millions of dollars to the Santa Fe economy, as illustrated by impact studies and data from the tourism industry. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so my name is Andrew McMath. I'm at 56 Arroyo Seco Circle, and I do understand that I'm under oath. To be honest, I don't like to come and really speak up a whole lot, but I felt that this is something that's necessary and something that I don't really feel has been addressed a whole lot, even in this. And I know there's many people that are dependent on these short-term rentals as means of supplemental income. And as has been stated, many of them would be adversely affected if you impose these regulations. Something that I'd just like to point out is that just part of what makes this country great is the freedom to have private property. And that's what I'd like to just consider this evening as we're talking about this. As we go through history, there's been many people that have stated things that give us a clear understanding of what private property is. And if I may just read a statement from State Supreme Court Justice here that I would like to read. This is State Supreme Court Justice Richard B. Sanders, and he made the statement, "Property in a thing consists not merely in its own ownership and possession, but in the unrestricted right of use, enjoyment, and disposal. Anything which destroys any of the elements of property, to that extent destroys the property itself. The substantial value of property lies in its use. If the right to use be denied, the value of the property is annihilated, and ownership is rendered a barren right." In the court decision of Smith versus the state of Texas, 233 U.S. 636 of 1914, it states, "Life, liberty, and property are so related that the deprivation of one of these rights may lessen or extinguish the value of the other two." And there's many other statements as we look at history that have been made that the founding fathers made. They understood private property was so important, and a big part of private property is the right of the owner, the person that's made the sacrifice in order to actually acquire that property, to be able to do what they would like to do with it without restriction. And so if you look, that's part of what has made our nation successful and what has made so many people be able to rise up from nothing to where they just save their pennies and do their best to be wise stewards of the money that they've earned, and eventually be able to lift themselves up out of poverty and make something for themselves and their family. And so I'd just like to encourage you all. I know that you're here, I believe, probably because you're concerned about the good of the community and protecting the rights of the citizens of the community and of this great country. And I'd like to encourage you in that as you make this consideration, just to remember that we are blessed to live in this country, and private property rights are really it's one of the key things. And if we don't have property, we don't have anything. As one person stated that I heard, he said, basically, if we can't have and own property and do what we want to with that property, then we are the property. And so I'd just like to encourage you to consider that. And again, I appreciate what many of these have stated and the sacrifice that they've made. I do believe that the short-term rentals brings in and helps our economy out quite a bit, and there's a lot of other things we could consider in that regard, but this is just the thing I wanted to bring up this evening. So thank you for your time, and I hope you'll consider that.
Hello, my name is Shirley Vogt Spear. I live at 100 Pine West in Santa Fe, 87508. I'm outside the city limits, though, and I understand I'm under oath. We have a short-term rental, which is a casita on our property. The casita was a separate home. It was an original home, and it's up to code. There's no problems with that. To be frank, it has allowed my husband and I to retire. It's a supplemental income for us. And we would not have that casita as a long-term rental. So that would not solve anybody's problem of opening up another possibility, because we need that for our family and our friends when they come to visit. We don't have the space in our house, but we also need that income. And I think that we made that decision based on the fact that Airbnb seemed legitimate. There were, all kinds of built-in safeties, and it was not a problem in the county before, and now all of a sudden it appears to be an issue. We don't have a problem with our neighbors. We've never had any complaints. We have good neighbors. We have our county elected law enforcement official is our neighbor, along with the Santa Fe police officer. They have no problem. They've never been called on anything. We live there. We're very strict about the rules, and I think the majority of short-term rental people that live near their properties do the same thing. They want to live in peace and quiet. As a matter of fact, our neighborhood has benefited from it because we live on a road that's not maintained by the county. Prior to this, neighbors were asked to contribute. Last year, we took our money from the rental and put in $8,000 worth of repairs on our road. So they benefited. Environmental concerns, I understand, or that was my interpretation, some of it. When we first moved in, we had a long-term person in there. She used to do laundry for her boyfriend. So now there's no laundry for the guests. It's not occupied full-time. She was there full-time. There were 2 cars. There was more wear and tear on the road. Now there's 1 car when we have a guest. And, environmentally, I think it's a positive move. I guess that's really what I wanted to say. And I just think for retired folks, we need this extra income. And without it, we won't be able to spend as much, and we won't be able to contribute as much in taxes to the state and the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Talia Pura, and I live at 3A Blue Raven Road in the county of Santa Fe, out in the country. And I recognize that I'm under oath. I have appreciated what I've been hearing from all of the other speakers, and I fully do understand why some regulation is required and why it is seen as advantageous to places like Madrid and other more densely occupied areas. However, my husband and I are running our Airbnb inside our own home. In fact, as I read the sheet that was sent to us, I thought, well, it doesn't even apply to us. The very first line says, if this is not your primary residence. And it is. It's just our primary residence. We don't own anything else. It's not even a casita. It is a home that was built for a family of 6 or 7, and it is now occupied by me, my husband, and our 4-year-old grandson. Therefore, the amount of space that is left over, we are renting. And this is something that is extraordinarily important to us. The Airbnb rental money that we get represents more than 60% of our annual income. Without it, I don't even know what we would do. We are here on green cards. We're not eligible for the services that citizens are eligible for. We don't have Social Security. The pensions that we're bringing in from another country, at one point a couple of years ago, were worth 48 cents on the dollar. We need this income. It's a vital part of our existence. Since we started raising my grandson 3 years ago, it's really, really vital, and we couldn't do without it. Now, things that were talked about, like the water meters, again, like other people, we are on a property in the countryside. We're not affecting our neighbors in any way at all, and we have our own septic system and our own well, and we've never had a meter on it. I wouldn't even know where to begin to install, and we certainly couldn't give you any numbers for the last 2 years. And yeah, and the business with the bedrooms and everything, I mean, it's all... As I said, the house is set up for 6 people. So if you are only allowing 2 people, because it's part of our home, are you then counting us as the 2 people that sleep in our bedroom? Are you counting my grandson as sleeping in his room before we start talking about the 2 bedrooms that are available to guests? You know, where does that happen? Where does that cutoff occur? I would strongly, strongly request, beg you, to please make an exception for people that are just dealing with their own homes. This isn't a big, huge business for us. This is just what we have chosen to do in our own home so that we are able to maintain our own property. And so that's where I would love to see a distinction made between those primary homeowners and somebody who's got multiple properties and doesn't live on site. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Casey. I live at 49 Gold Mine Road in Cerrillos, and I know that I am under oath. My husband and I are retired. He's a 100% disabled veteran. We use our B&B for our supplemental income, and I think it's beneficial for all of our surrounding towns around us, Madrid, Cerrillos, Santa Fe, Albuquerque, for the tourism. It is a unique space on our land, and it really was a stressful situation for me when I was reading some of the ordinances about the water metering, since I'm on a cistern. It's a sustainable property. So there have been so many people who have already addressed some of the things that I have said and what I wanted to say, so I will not speak to that. But I please ask that you be fair with all of this diversity in these B&B properties. There's so much to look into, and to be fair and to be just. And the other, I have also become aware of the Board of Representation on the LTAB. The board membership does not represent small B&Bs on primary residences. Basically, you might say the mom and pop options like myself. It represents the lodging industry and tourism. There has been no outreach to make me aware of lodging taxes. There is no small and short-term rental B&B representation on this board. This is very significant, so please protect and consider it equal opportunities for all B&B owners. And I would also ask for exemptions for retirees with primary residences, senior citizens, from having to have a business license. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm William Steiner, 8 Avila Court Road in Santa Fe. I want to put a little plug in for the hearing impaired. I've been sitting here through all the speakers. I really can't hear anything. I'm kind of hoping they were all in favor of, but
I really
like to hear.
apologize about that. We actually do have, for those
Yeah,
of us
when I asked, the people in the back didn't know anything about that.
I'm really sorry about that. We'll make sure
Yeah.
we do better on that.
So I just have a couple comments. There's a lot of requests here for information from us, 2 years of water bills, a lot of information about how many times we rented our house, et cetera, et cetera. It's a lot of data to compile. I'm hoping you guys are going to use it. I just request that if there's any data that you don't need, please don't request it if you're not going to use it. But I can provide it, but I want to know it's being put to good use. And one thing I want to comment on is the septic tank limit. I have a septic tank, and my reading of the ordinance says my 3-bedroom house can only have 3 renters. Correct me if I'm wrong. Any owner who's ever had to replace a leach field knows take care of your septic tank. You don't want it to have a problem. So I would say at least let's have 4 people allowed even on the septic tanks, and trust that and have a requirement that the septic tank be in good working order, that it's not making lots of odors, and the rest will take care of itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Steve Ewers, 4 Sunlit Drive West, out there in the county at Sunlit Hills, and I understand I am under oath. A couple of things I want to address. First of all, we have a big old house. We raised 6 kids in that house, 6 teenagers at the same time, okay? Can someone clarify this for me? I know that was tough. We basically are renting 2 bedrooms in our house. We were able to create a private separate entrance that was already existed, and so we're in the house. We're on 8 acres. 8 1/3. We have land, we have parking, we've got chickens, and we have guests. And our typical guest, I would say, is a couple and their 2 kids. So if we rent 2 bedrooms, can someone tell me how many people can we have? Is it 3 or is it 4 in those 2 bedrooms? How does the ordinance read?
It's 4.
No.
So it is 4. Okay, great.
I'm not sure we better make sure that's true.
So,
because it's an important point.
So, I mean, we aren't running a big business. We are just using part of our house, okay? So this puts a burden on us. We don't use any county services. We don't have county trash pickup. We're on a private water system. And yet, this is a lot to put on us. Now, the second thing is, I'm really concerned, it doesn't affect us, is you guys changing the rules on people who bought a property, paid a price for that property, and had value based on the fact that this was legal. And now all of a sudden, it may not be economically viable for them to be able to do that. So I would ask, first of all, a complete exemption for those of us that are just renting out part of our house. We didn't buy a business or anything like that. We're just renting part of our house. But for those who did go out and buy a house, grandfather them in. They were following the rules. If they weren't following the rules, they should be closed down. But if they were following the rules, don't change the value of their property. And if you want to move forward and start to regulate this, then say, okay, if you can't prove that you have been renting short term and you're going to buy a house, know that you're going to have to go through all these steps, because it affects the value of that property then. They'll consider whether or not it makes sense. And that may slow down people snapping up the houses in Madrid. I feel for that community. Now, the way New York City did it is you cannot do an Airbnb in New York City in certain parts unless you are actually in the house as an occupant. You can rent part of it, but they don't allow, in some areas, separate rentals because it was tearing too many things off the market. So, be careful what you're going to do to some of these people who bought property and now may not be able to hold that property because that property may not qualify. They may have to sell that house. So just be fair to everybody.
Thank you very much.
My name is Emmett Soper. I live at 21 Sabroso Road in Santa Fe County. And I want to comment and commend you on holding up so well during this public meeting. You're doing an awesome job. I did want to point up, because we use as our 2 platforms Airbnb and VRBO. And this term STR is a little confusing to what we're experiencing because we've had many people come for 30 and 45 days. So they're an LTR within an STR with regulations that seem to speak mostly to the short-term rentals. And so I just wanted to point that up as because there's nuance in this. And large ordinances that tend to gloss over the nuance aren't a really great service and aren't helpful. One other thing too, we 2 years ago put an addition onto our house as a caregiver unit because we're in that age group. And but in the meantime, we use it for kids to come visit, and we, as we can, we will use our two platforms, Airbnb and VRBO. And in building it, it met every single county code. The first thing we did was take our plans to the environmental group within the state to make sure that our septic system was appropriate for this. So it would seem to me if there was an opportunity to renew a license, if the county could simply go back and look at how we had conformed to every code, that would be very helpful. Because when I look at the list of things that we have to comply with and prove every single year, it seems redundant on our time and on your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ricardo Sanchez, 1985 Goodrich Plaza Drive, and I understand I'm under oath. Ms. Hamilton, if you were to rent my guest studio this weekend, you would check in sometime after 3 on Friday and check out Sunday around 11. On Monday, Airbnb would deposit about $250 in my account, in my Santa Fe bank account. I will pay, in addition to the gross receipts and the lodger's tax, I'll pay federal and state income tax on that money. My bookkeeper is sitting in the back. She'll testify that come Tuesday, I'm going to spend a lot of that money in Santa Fe. That money is going to bounce around Santa Fe. I'm going to talk to my roofer. I'm going to talk to my plumber, my stucco guy. I'm going to go eat at Felipe's and Lauderberger. I think if you checked into a hotel down here, you're going to spend a whole lot more money. The money will not be deposited in a Santa Fe bank. The money won't even end up here in Santa Fe. I think if you're just looking at, well, here are the rules, I think you're being very short-sighted. I think you need to look at the money that these people inject into the Santa Fe economy. That's important. And I think, again, you're being really short-sighted if you just want to say, well, it's all about the rules. You know, we don't care about the money. Well, you do care about the money. Let's face it, you do. The other thing I'd like to say is talk about traffic. You know, my guests are not adding problems on Cerrillos because they're checking in and out at odd hours. If it was a long-term rental, yeah, everyone's going to work at 8 and everyone's get off at 5 and we're all jamming up the streets. Well, that's not happening here. I think there's a whole lot of other issues that probably staff needs to look at that are important to the Santa Fe big picture, not just the little picture of we got a problem with short-term rentals. I would also like to say is, I'm not sure that we really have a problem with short-term rentals. I, like you guys, look at next door, and I don't see anybody complaining about short-term rentals. You know, I look at it all the time. I look at people complaining about the homelessness. You know, you name it. And it seems like that's where you guys should be focusing your attention, is on the problems in Santa Fe. And the problems in Santa Fe are not short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, I am Michelle Jordan. I live at 12 North Fork in the East Lone Butte neighborhood. And and I realize I'm under oath. I am retired, and over the last 9 years, divorced. So I had to start all over again. Had no clue how I was going to do my lifestyle. I'm going to cry. Anyway, Airbnb is my income. I'm on my own. This is hard.
Just take a breath. It's okay. We're with you.
Thank you. Yeah, it was like, so I love Airbnb. I love the people that come through. I have had the best experiences. I feel so taken care of. I feel safe. My guests feel safe. I follow regulations. I bring a lot of income into the state, locally. I spend, I go and take myself out to dinner in Santa Fe after I've had a booking. You know, that can be $75, $100 to do that. I couldn't do that if I didn't do Airbnb. The neighborhood that I live in is filled with ordinance violations. Neighbors have tried to turn in the violations and nothing gets done. I've lived there for 9 years, and I am one of the nicest homes in the neighborhood and love my community, but my neighbors, they're working class people. They put a lot of trash in their yards. They've got salvage vehicles like crazy in their yards. We've got a lot of issues with ordinance problems, and I'm seeing a bias for enforcing ordinances on us and having us comply, but the rest of the community is not. And the hotels can have 6 people in one room, and we can only have 2. So there's a lot of unfairness in the way that this is being looked at, I think, to legislate. I do think that there needs to be different classes of people in the consideration of what's required for licensing. If you're an investor, have investors pay more, have them have more stringent requirements, because this is a portfolio. If you're an individual, if you're a retiree, I don't get any discounts on my property taxes, but I pay a whole lot in property taxes. So I'm just going to invite that there's bias, and please look at the playing field to make the decisions on how people are treated with short-term rentals.
Thank you very much.
Hi, guys. My name is Larry Kurtz, 160 Red Rock Road, Cerrillos. I understand I'm under oath. We do operate an Airbnb and have been for about 5 years, and I just wanted to add my voice. I counted about 80 people here at our peak, and I suspect that's a tiny fraction of the overall short-term rentals in Santa Fe County. So I want to thank you all for considering remaking this ordinance perhaps to concentrate on density rather than on some of us who live in the middle of nowhere, maintain our own roads, our own septic systems, and our own wells. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Christy Sugarman. I live at 1080 Chacoma Vista in Santa Fe. I realize I'm under oath. Airbnb has a rating system. You have to take care of your property. You can't let things slide like regular homeowners do. Most Airbnbs are in exceptional condition because people take very good care of them. I think we should differentiate between homeowners who are renting out part of their home and commercial properties that are being rented. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So it seems we've gotten everybody who's here in person, and I want to thank you all very much for your comments. I believe we do have additional people on WebEx. Daniel, is that the case? Do we still have our people Or did many people sign up and then show up? Do I still have Daniel as my...
Commissioner Hamilton, this is Olivia Romo. Indeed, we do have some people online, and our first speaker is Rebecca Shep.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. If you could get sworn in and then give us your comments. Rebecca, are you there? Can you unmute?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, Rebecca. Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Rebecca Sheff. My address is 72 Camino Cielo Alto, and I understand that I'm under oath. I'd like to urge the commissioners to reconsider and redraft.
Can we please have decorum in the audience because they're still speakers? Thank you. I'm sorry, Rebecca. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to urge the commissioners to reconsider and redraft the proposed short-term rental ordinance so as to ensure it doesn't pose an undue or disproportionate burden on local members of our community. People who live in Santa Fe County and have owner-occupied rentals, who rent out all or part of their primary residence on a short-term basis, should not be penalized or overly burdened for participating in the sharing economy. Many of the provisions of the proposed ordinance would be extremely difficult for local homeowners to comply with, as you've heard from so many here tonight. If the ordinance is meant to be aimed at outside investors coming into the county to conduct large-scale short-term rental operations, the ordinance should be revised to be better tailored to meet that goal. I'd like to raise a few specific concerns in particular, other than the drafting notice about, or the drafting issue rather, about occupancy limits that others have already addressed. One concern I have is about notice. The proposed ordinance doesn't include grandfathering or a sufficient grace period or a probationary period for existing short-term rentals. People who have been acting in good faith to welcome guests into their homes and to comply with the rules should not be ordered to now adhere to a complex suite of regulatory requirements without at least a window of time for them to continue operating while gathering any required data and applying for any required licenses. Second is timeliness. There's no assurance in the proposed ordinance about the time period within which applications for licenses or renewals will be processed. Third, certainty. Applicants should know exactly what's required of them. In particular, the provision of the proposed ordinance about fire protection leaves too much discretion to the fire marshal to determine how fire code requirements will be imposed on short-term rentals. And finally, proportionality. If the proposed ordinance is intended to deal with nuisances, environmental impact, or housing prices, the commissioners should reassess the purpose and intent of the ordinance and make sure that the means fit the ends. That is to say, to the extent existing regulations, codes, and other enforcement measures can deal with these issues, they should be put to that use. Stereotypes about who participates in the short-term rental sharing economy should not drive the commissioners' decision-making. As you've heard from so many who have taken time out of their schedules to be here tonight and to share their testimonies, these are our neighbors, these are our community members, and many of them rely on passive income from short-term rentals just to keep their checkbooks balanced. They're not big outside investors coming in to gobble up the housing market. And so I urge the Commission to ensure that local homeowners will not be unfairly burdened by any short-term rental ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Olivia, who's our next speaker?
Madam Chair, I would just like to share that when people in the audience clap, we can no longer hear the person speaking.
Okay, thank you. So if we could just wait till the person's finished and then clap, that would be great. Olivia?
Our next speaker is Andrea Dobbins.
Thank you. Andrea, if you could unmute yourself.
All right, here we go. I understand that
Wait,
I am under.
Can you please get sworn in?
Yes.
Hi, Andrea. Can you hear me?
I can.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Hi, my name is Andrea Dobbins. I am at 2278 Kai Cuesta, and I understand that I am under oath. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Dobbins, and I serve as the president of the Santa Fe Association of Realtors. The association is the largest trade association in the area with over 900 members providing real estate services to the greater Santa Fe region, including Espanola, Los Alamos County, and Rio Arriba County. On behalf of the association, I am here today to share that we strongly support the County of Santa Fe's efforts to regulate short-term rentals by requiring safety measures, fire inspections, and water conservation. We recognize that fire inspections will take considerable staffing and may delay the permitting process. To mitigate these costs and potential implementation delays, the county, similar to the city of Santa Fe, may conduct fire audits on a set number of properties to ensure compliance. The association recognizes the value of noise and quiet time controls, but they may be redundant or contrary to existing nuisance laws. The association believes that these efforts will improve the local economy by encouraging real estate investment, increase county revenues as more property owners seek permits, increase county revenues by growing GRT and lodgers taxes, permit the county's enforcement staff to dedicate time to track down illegal short-term rental units and require these units to get a permit, thereby ensuring fire and other important safety inspections are met. Increase real estate investment in Santa Fe by allowing property owners meeting the permit requirements to rent their property on a short-term basis with an estimated impact to the local economy of $228 million in 2019, and improve the tourist experience by providing safe, ample, diverse, attractive, and family-oriented short-term rental housing options when visiting Santa Fe. Most importantly, the Santa Fe Association of Realtors greatly appreciates the removal of language in the original version of the ordinance, predetermining that short-term rentals are commercial properties. The removal of this finding will help to protect private property rights, ensure the retention of existing residential zoning, discourage spot zoning, ensure that property owners continue to pay residential tax rates on their properties, and ensure that property owners entitled to the 3% property tax cap will continue to maintain this valuable statewide benefit. Lastly, some of our realtor members have raised concerns with the draft permit application. The association would welcome the opportunity to provide further feedback from our members as needed or warranted. Thank you so much for the opportunity to respond to the proposed ordinance.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Can we, Olivia, who's our next speaker?
Our next speaker this evening is Berkeley Merchant.
Thank you, Berkeley. Can you unmute and get sworn in, please?
Yes, and I'm not going to comment tonight because my comments would be redundant.
Okay, can you get sworn in and tell us briefly if you agree with most people or disagree?
Yes, certainly. Start my video here.
Yes, we can hear you, and the clerk's going to swear you in.
Hi, Berkeley. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
My name is Berkeley Merchant. I live at 4 Via Vitae in Santa Fe County, specifically in the Tessera development. And I understand that I am under oath.
And go ahead, please provide your comments.
Thank you. I've listened with great interest to all of the testimony that's been given, and I strongly support the need for an ordinance that will allow the county to understand what's going on. I also recognize the right of private property owners, especially owner-occupied properties, to be able to derive income, which, as we've heard in many cases, is critical to their ability to maintain their lifestyle. In general, I support many of the comments that have been given. I do, however, believe that the county has a responsibility to balance the rights of homeowners with the common good of the community and the neighbors living around them. Thus, I would hope that you would take all the comments that have been given tonight and look at redrafting the ordinance to balance out the needs across a very wide spectrum of owners and community. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Berkeley. Olivia, can you introduce our next speaker?
Our next speaker is Pat Lillis.
Pat, can you please
Hi.
unmute and get sworn in?
Okay, I think I'm here. Yeah?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great.
Hey, Pat. Hi, Pat. Can you raise your right hand, and I guess we'll take your word for it unless you have a camera.
My hand is up.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
My name is Pat Lillis. I live at 2119 Conejo Drive, and I am under oath.
Great.
Shall I
Thank
start?
you, Pat. Go ahead and give us your comments.
Okay. Because of the short-term rental stories I've heard, combined with the detrimental impact short-term rentals have had on home ownership and affordable housing over the last few years, I started to do some research when the city of Santa Fe proposed changes to their ordinance about 2 years ago. The topic is complicated and not easy to understand, which is one of the reasons why it has taken so long to set standards and restrictions locally and nationwide. Using Airbnb as an example, what started out as a cheap way to travel by renting someone's couch or extra room has turned into an industry. Since most guests find short-term rentals on the internet through various platforms such as Airbnb and VRBO, I didn't see in the ordinance how the county would track each short-term rental. Most communities require that each short-term rental host post their license number. This is important if you want to consult an enforcement specialist or to enforce in-house. If renters fail to post their license numbers, it is one way to catch illegal listings. An enforcement mechanism is key to finding illegal listings and those not meeting standards. It also appears that you do not have restrictions on who can be licensed. Short-term rental housing experts have noted that areas with housing challenges are left vulnerable to speculation without those restrictions. For example, without restrictions, speculators can and will buy less expensive and smaller properties and run them as short-term rentals that will negatively impact housing. One example is when one person or company with wealth outbids the average income person looking to buy their only home, also known as their primary residence. Another example is when a long-term renter is evicted to make way for a possibly more profitable short-term rental. In the city of Santa Fe, one person has 50 short-term rentals. A primary resident requirement where the host is the owner of the property and is permitted to rent their guest house or bedrooms is now the most common requirement in tourist cities where short-term rentals have caused housing challenges among working people. A primary resident requirement is the ideal because the reality is that short-term rentals that do not have that requirement take a home away from a potential homeowner or long-term renter. A primary resident requirement may also allow the county to lower fees and reduce requirements and regulations, as enforcement and tracking owner-occupied short-term rentals may be easier and require less oversight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pat. Olivia, can you introduce our next speaker?
We have Sabrina Pratt.
Actually, this is David Carr. I apologize. I haven't used WebEx before and couldn't change the name.
Oh, okay.
Hi, David. I see your hand raised there. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
David, did you hear the clerk? You're being sworn in. I think you're on, David, I think you're muted. Yeah. Now you're muted again. You're still muted. Yeah, but David, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself, please? There you go.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So my name is David Carr. I live at 3411 Via Magdalene, and I understand that I'm under oath. I am the chairman of the Architectural Control Committee for the Ciel Lumbre subdivision. And I have one major question is whether or not this ordinance will apply to the Phase 3 annexation area. As you may know, building permits and certificate of occupancies for the homeowners in the Phase 3 area are required to get building permits through the city. And in our subdivision, we have at least one short-term rental that got a approval from the city for their short-term rental. And we had another one who got conflicting information from the county. So I think this is something that needs to be clarified. And we'd like that clarified because we're also in the process of establishing our own short-term rental requirements in our covenants. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Olivia, can you introduce the next speaker?
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Emmons.
Elizabeth, can you unmute yourself and get sworn in, please?
I am Elizabeth Emmons. I live at 43B Lavadero Road, outside Santa Fe County or Santa Fe city limits, and I understand I'm under oath.
Hey,
I don't think you've actually been sworn in yet.
Elizabeth, we need to swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth?
Sorry.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Sorry, I got ahead of myself.
Thank you.
That's great. Thanks. Go ahead and give us your comments.
Okay, I am a longtime real estate investor. Small mom pop situation. I have both short-term rental property here in Santa Fe that is on my primary residence, as well as long-term rentals in the city of Denver when I used to live there 20-something years ago. As soon as I received the notification from the county about this proposed ordinance, I did a great deal of research with regards to other cities and counties that have a high amount of tourism and depend upon those tourism dollars, particularly in the western part of the United States. Those would include Denver, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Santa Monica, Joshua Tree, Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, Phoenix. And what was notable to me is not one of those require the section that's in this proposed ordinance, which is section 4.2.b, permissible locations, where it requires a homeowner to present a building permit in order to get a short-term rental license. Nowhere in those other cities and counties do they require that. It seems to be that the common approach is that it simply is impractical and too hard for property owners to achieve. If you are the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 10th property owner, the likelihood that you can obtain or find your building permit, depending on the age of your home, is probably pretty low. And with particular to Santa Fe County, we are a very old county, and we are still working towards having our documents fully in electronic format. And we all know that, through time, things change. So that to me seems like a particularly restrictive requirement. Something that was notable to me that was included with all of these other competing tourism communities is that they do require, with the license, that a homeowner include $500,000 worth of liability insurance. And that would be in addition to what they get through Airbnb and VRBO. And one other consistent item that was across all of those other areas is they only permit short-term licenses to primary residence owners. That means anyone who is just an investor and not a homeowner has to actually get a separate license with separate criteria. I believe that that would solve a great deal of the problems that we have here in Santa Fe, the city, but also address some of the concerns we've heard tonight with the county. I will say that I find that this existing proposal is extremely restrictive. It does not support our existing needs within the county. We've heard about a lot of people needing that supplemental income, but it also does not support our future generations in this county. Santa Fe and New Mexico are poor communities, and we do need as much revenue as we can possibly generate to support our needs currently and in the future. I have also submitted my comments, which are several other items I'd like the committee to consider. But in the meantime, I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much. And yes, if you submitted stuff in writing, we'd definitely consider that. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Olivia, can you introduce our next speaker?
Commissioner Hamilton, the rest of the constituents who have signed up have logged off of WebEx. However, you do have a couple call-in users who may need to unmute if they are willing to make comment.
Madam
Okay,
Chair,
thank you. Hang up.
I believe Heather Norquist is online as well.
Well, I'll ask whoever's on the line to unmute. Thank you. So if there's anybody else on WebEx or who has called in, who wishes to speak.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
Yes, we would as well.
Okay, so one at a time then. Unmute yourself and you can get sworn in.
Okay, who's up
So
first?
I'm Heather Nordquist. I should have my camera on.
Nordquist.
Hi, Heather. Please, I'm going to take your word for it that you're raising your right hand.
Go ahead.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
My name is Heather Nordquist. I live at 40 County Road 84B as in Bravo. I'm in the Powaka Valley, and I understand I'm under oath.
Great, go ahead,
I submitted some written comments to the commission. I appreciate your consideration. I own a primary residence in El Rancho with a guest house, which I've been operating as an Airbnb since 2019. I did some calculation. My average stay at the Airbnb is 37 nights. And so I am serving a very particular slice most of the time of the short-term rental, and I call that in air quotes because what happens is I'm on the 502 to Los Alamos. We get a number of guests who are coming to Lano, and they're here looking for housing in what we know is a very tight market. So my typical guest is 60 to 90 nights, and they're house hunting. This is an ancillary structure on my property, which means it's not available for sale anyhow. And I oppose mostly the water, septic, trash requirements are particularly onerous given that we don't receive any county services where I'm at. My well is metered due to the Amet settlement, and we take care of all of our other infrastructure. So I'm currently adding to the GRT for the state of New Mexico and for the county, and I really don't get anything in return for that. So I think that we do need an exemption for primary residents that are operating either a room or an ancillary structure as a short-term rental. And I'd also like to know how on earth any of this will be enforced. It seems onerous not only for the owners, but for the county. If I do not tell you how many nights I rent to each guest and how many guests I have in a bedroom and how much water they use and how much they impact the septic, I mean, this is an incredible load, both for those of us that operate something like this and for the county. And I'm just grateful. I had this property. I had it when my husband got cancer, and then subsequently when he died last summer in 2021. And it really has been a lifeline for me. And I'm not a property investor. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Heather. I also saw Scott Bennett come on. Can you?
Yes, hello.
Hi, can you
I'm
unmute
Julie
yourself?
Bennett. I did, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you get sworn in, please?
Yes.
Raise your right hands. All right, are both of you going to testify?
I think I'm going to speak.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
My name is Julie Bennett. I live at 5 Rancho Valle in Española, and I understand I am under oath. Thank you so much for this opportunity to not only participate in this meeting, but to participate from afar. Those of us who live in the outside perimeters of the county have gained much during this pandemic. We've been more participatory than maybe in times past. I'm also grateful for all the previous commenters, most of whom we agree with. We feel the ordinance as written is very problematic. We would support a simple, reasonable, clear ordinance that is not punitive or capricious, but as written, this document does not represent that intention in our minds. I would like to say that Airbnb hosts are county ambassadors. We sing the praises of the county with every guest. We give directions and advice for purchases that can be made or places that can be visited. We feel that we have a positive, and our guests have a positive economic benefit on the county. We live in La Puebla. We send our guests to farmers who also live in La Puebla and have shares to sell. We send them to the Española Farmers Market, grocery stores, gas stations, restaurants, other local businesses. We also employ, when we can afford it, groundskeepers and housekeepers from our communities. We are both currently retirees, but as one of the previous hosts represented a stay-at-home caretaker of a child. She or we could be caretaking elders and staying in our home while generating income in this very difficult environment and place to earn income. Multiple income streams has been our way of making our way through raising 2 children here in La Puebla, and multiple income streams are becoming more and more important. And it's clear that short-term rentals on one's property is prime. I'd like to list some of the guests that we have had. Heather represented the Lano postdocs and interns that she has housed, as have we. We have also housed utility workers for the phone company. We've housed travel nurses, all of these filmmakers who are making documentary films about our area. We have met wonderful people and we've provided wonderful services to them in our community. And these are places and ways that Santa Fe County has indeed made money. I agree that Airbnb's allocation of the taxes they collect needs to be looked into. We have tried for a long time to find out exactly what municipality benefits from the taxes our guests are charged, and we do not know where we have no documentation, but we believe that because the county was able to correlate our information with the assessor's map, that probably we are paying taxes through Airbnb to the proper entity, and that is important to us.
Can we please wrap that up?
Yes,
the 2 minutes is up.
I would just like to say that the negative impacts that people have talked about, trash, noise, and other issues that guests may produce, our guests have to put up with the trash on our roads, noise, fireworks, and dogs, burning garbage. These things are not enforced by the county on a regular or any basis that we're aware of. And as Airbnb hosts, we're not speculators. We improve and take great pride in our properties and in the county where we live. Thank you for seriously considering not passing this ordinance as written.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much for your input. So is there anybody else on WebEx or call in who would like to speak to the short-term rental ordinance?
My name is O.
Okay, thank you. Can you please get sworn in?
Yes.
Hello. What was your name again? I'm so sorry.
My name is Omar.
Omar, I'll take your word for it that you're raising your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes. My name is Omar. I live on 20 Cayeno Palitos in Santa Fe.
Omar, we need your first and last name, please, to identify you.
Omar Sala. I live on Santa Fe, 20 Cayeno Palitos, Santa Fe, and I understand I am on the oath.
Thank you. Can we have your comments, please?
Yes. I am going to just add to what pretty much everybody had said who is a short-term renter. I'm going to pick up a few comments from what most of the people have said, particularly my favorite is from the lady that last spoke, that we should be considered as ambassadors to Santa Fe County. Consider us your neighborhood visitor center to Santa Fe, because the renters we get are typically here to enjoy our great state and visit our great state and contribute to the tourism of Santa Fe or New Mexico for that matter. I'd like to add that, I think the county is going about this in a slightly miscalculated way. And what I mean by that is if you're going to tack on more responsibilities to the already taxing responsibilities that Airbnb put on us to make sure that the visitors are safe, they enjoy their time here, and we follow the rules. And there's a lot of vetting, if you don't know that. There's a lot of vetting by Airbnb to make sure that our guests come here and enjoy their time here. For anybody who has been doing this for a long time, know that it's not an easy thing to maintain an Airbnb, but some of us are willing to go through it. I think what the county should consider doing is Airbnb does tax our guests, make them pay a lot of fees and taxes, such as grocery receipts and lodging fees and all that. Why don't the county go after Airbnb and recuperate from some of that cost because they're already paid for? People like me do pay state and federal taxes, and I also pay GRT. The way you look at that is I'm already contributing to the county by paying my property taxes to keep my house and maintain it. I get zero, again, let me make this clear, zero services from the Santa Fe County. I live on a private road. My neighbors maintain it. I don't get trash pickup. I haul my trash to the dump every 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and I pay for it. I have a 10 kilowatt solar system in my property. I generate so much electricity for this city or county of Santa Fe that I will ever need. I have a well, so you're asking me to put a meter on that well to determine how much water I'm using. Not going to do it because I don't have the means to do it. The important thing you have to understand also is that for us who have these short-term rentals, we don't want to rent full-time so that we can have access to the house when we need it. When our guests, family, and friends come to visit, they have access to it. I don't know about a lot of people, but I happen to have an Adobe home. My guest has an Adobe home. I would like to preserve that as much as possible, and I think if I go to a full-time renter, I would not be able to preserve that culture and that beauty. And I also know that a full-time renter will add more responsibilities to my property and to my resources than a short-term renter would. And what I finally would like to say about this is that I urge the county to reconsider this. You've already heard a lot of pushback from the short-term renters who are not interested in going the route you're picking. We're doing our best, and we follow the rules. We're just urging you to please reconsider this, okay?
We really appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else online who wishes to speak to this matter?
Hello, I would like to speak.
Thank you. Can you please get sworn in? Can you tell us your name so you can get sworn in?
My name is Michelle Abaticio, and I live at 712 Chicoma Vista. And I understand that I am under oath.
Hi, Michelle.
Unless you get sworn
We still need to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the court reporter, could you spell your last name? She had trouble hearing it.
It's Abbatticchio.
Thank you.
So first off, I understand the need for this type of regulation and the issues it tends to mitigate. But kind of echoing a lot of commenters here, I think it's a very unfair and poor solution to implement a one-size-fits-all ordinance on something that you've seen here is very complex. It seems that the concerns stated in the ordinance are issues that are caused most often by non-owner occupied STR properties that are bought by an investor and not managed by an owner on site. And I hope that in redrafting this ordinance, it can be directed towards STR owners who do not live full-time in their property as to not punish those of us who are responsible and run this business as our living and our passion. My husband and I live on our property in Santa Fe full-time, and we make our living. We're able to pay our mortgage and expenses sharing our property with visitors. Before we purchased the property several years ago, it had been run as a vacation rental for 25 years by the same woman owner-occupant who created an eco-friendly oasis in Santa Fe. Our property is extremely, extremely eco-friendly, and it's just very obvious that if we were to rent out our property to long-term renters, it would be way more damaging to the environment than it is now.
And it just seems quite unfair to create and enforce this blanket ordinance without having some option for a short-term rental property to be grandfathered in. When in our case, it had been run sustainably and successfully for almost 25 years without any complaints of neighbors or the community. We came onto a property that was built 42 years ago, and it just couldn't have possibly been designed in accordance with the future STR ordinance. We pay for our road to be maintained. We have a well, we have a septic system. We do all of this ourselves, and we don't have a water meter. We share a well with our neighbors. We have no way to know how much water is going to our property. Sorry, I just lost connection.
We can still hear you.
Okay. I know there's a way to design an ordinance to keep the STRs that are detrimental to our community from operating, such as those developed by an investor who doesn't live on site, but also allowing those who live in our primary residence and rent out part of our primary residence and have been operating sustainably for many years. We personally offer visitors to Santa Fe a place to stay, to leave a very small environmental footprint, along with inspiration on how to live more sustainably in their daily lives. So please consider some form of exception to owner-occupied STRs or a grandfather clause to allow long-term established STR properties with no history of neighbor or community complaints. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Is there anybody else online who would like to speak to this issue? Hearing none, I think I will go ahead.
I would.
Oh, okay,
am I
sure.
able
James,
to
can you
speak?
please
Sorry.
get?
Hi, James.
James
Can you raise
Ice.
your right hand, please?
James Ice, 84
Do you
Summit
swear
Drive
to tell the
West.
truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, now we get your name, address, and that you understand that you are under oath. Thank you.
James Ice, 84 Summit Drive West. I would argue that the ordinance proposed as is would do more harm than good. It would unduly punish and hurt property owners, it hinders tourism, and it stifles the home ownership sustainability and viability. It makes owning a home harder as properties prices have increased. I'm not against regulation and think that regulation that protects safety and neighborhoods is beneficial. But as everyone else has said, a blanket regulation and limitation of occupancy as proposed in section 8.2.1 and 8.2.2 in particular, to me seems arbitrary and hurts property owners in the community. That particular piece of the ordinance states that the occupancy limit of STR served on a septic system shall be 2 people for the first 2 bedrooms and 1 person per bedroom for thereafter. And to determine occupancy simply on the basis of if it has a septic system or not appears to be random. It does not appear to be based on historic real estate occupancy precedents and consideration. In the history of just residential real estate law and commercial real estate law, zoning and code precedents, occupancy is generally takes into account the gross floor area, egress, lot size, etc. But as proposed, you're not taking into account the size of the septic system, the load of the septic system, the age of the septic system, or what it can even handle. You're not taking into account how often a septic system is pumped or serviced. You're also not taking into account the size or the gross floor area of a property, or the size of the lot, or the distance from the neighbors. It takes no consideration to the way you would traditionally measure occupancy in real estate. It doesn't solve safety issues, water issues, septic code issues, neighbor concern, or anything. It just seems to be a random limitation that would prohibit people from using their houses the way those houses were designed. In theory, you could have an oversized septic system, pay to pump it monthly. You could have a huge 8,000 or 10,000 square foot house and live on 100 acres and still be grossly limited regardless of practicalities. It's stricter than the city's 2 per bedroom limitation, even though many of the houses sit on significant acreage and are far more isolated from neighbors. Septic tank permits and current county regulations all already specify the total number of gallons based on number of bedrooms as well as occupancy. The county code for a septic system is online, and it specifies how many bedrooms per gallons per day it is meant to handle. And so I would assume almost every property owner here to transfer property in Santa Fe, you have to have the septic system inspected and approved and licensed and permitted. If it's permitted in the county, it's already specified how many bedrooms and occupants it could handle. But it just seems like an arbitrary way to measure. So I'm for regulation. There's been a lot of things brought up today, but that's the one piece I think that is the most concerning to me. I own my house with my parents, my brother, and my sister. It's a family home for us. And as stated, us, all the owners, with our kids and our entire family, we have a large house on a lot of acreage. We would not be able to all stay in it and rent it and be in it at the exact same time. So it is prohibited. The house was made, the septic system was sized properly. It's a brand new septic system to get serviced, but we would not all be able to even be in the same house based on your current regulations.
Excellent. Thank you very much, James. Is there anybody else online who would like to speak to this matter? Once again, is there anybody else on who wants to speak to short-term rental? Dare I say it? Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment on this matter. I think as most people probably realize, this is the first of 2 public hearings. So tonight is not a decision night. This was to gather a lot of input and consider potential changes and whatnot. Penny, do you have anything else that to close us out with a summary of status or next steps or whatever?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I just wanted to be able to provide a few answers to some of the questions that were raised.
Thank you, sure.
So related to occupancy, we went back and forth as to whether or not we say 2 per bedroom or we have something different for the septic systems. The calculation based on the septic system is based on what the Environment Department assumes the occupancy of the house is. Yes, the septic system can be oversized. Yes, most bed and breakfast Airbnbs probably will not operate every single day of the year. Could we go down to 2 per room and simplify it, or 2 per bedroom and simplify it? We would take your direction on that. The water, again, this section would only kick in if you have existing water restrictions. So since 1981 in the county, when you've divided and platted land, the majority of those plats have water restriction covenants associated with them, and they will say you must put in a water meter now. So you could have something that said in 1983 you needed to put it in, but maybe you never did. This section was written so if you really never did put it in, even though you already have the requirement, we wouldn't say you can't run an Airbnb for 2 years. We just say put it in now and get your water meter reading. So that was the intent of that section. And I would like to add that if you come in today to get a permit to add on to your house, to build something on your property, and you have a water restriction on your plat, we will ask for proof of a water meter. So it is no different for an Airbnb than it would be for obtaining a building permit. The fees are based on inspection, review, contracts that we need with host compliance, and an online system that we're working on in order to streamline this and make it easier to regulate and make sure that we have enforcement. Really, for us, the work is going to be the same, whether it's owner-occupied or it's not owner-occupied. The one thing that may be different is that, in general, we would assume that we're going to have fewer complaints, noise complaints, the 1 a.m. calls that we receive, the ongoing complaints about what is happening on the property if it's owner occupied, because the owner's already there. The regulations that we've got, really, like the fire regulations, a standard house should meet those regulations. On-street parking, or off-street parking, so parking on your property. That's something that most houses should have to comply with. And really, that affects everyone. You should make sure you have trash removal, whether you live on the property or you don't live on the property. If you live on the property, you've probably already got a plan as to how to do that. Our permit application that we're hoping to create would be a streamlined kind of answer the questions in order to show that you can meet these requirements. There was a question raised about enforcement, and do we enforce other things as well as this? Yes, we do. We get calls and we act on every single call that we get for enforcement, but you have to have language in an ordinance in order to be able to enforce it. So if you took out a requirement of removing your trash, and we had an Airbnb that wasn't removing their trash, then we wouldn't be able to enforce that you have to remove the trash. The contact number of the owners and for the neighbors, that's really proposed that if you do have a huge event happen on your Airbnb, which we have currently seen as large wedding events, even when the Airbnb is a smaller property and should only have an occupancy of 4, 6, 8 people, then those calls at 2 o'clock in the morning can also go to the property owner and not just to my telephone number and the county phone numbers where we're not there. A neighbor can feel like they're being heard because they called a property owner. There was a question about Phase 3 annexation and the projects that already go to the city. They would continue going to the city unless they came back under county jurisdiction. There was a question about that you need to provide a building permit. What that's aimed at doing is to say that in order to do any permit in the county, you need to show that you've got a legal lot of record and that the building that you're going to use is a legal structure. If you've got one house on your property, we know we've always allowed one home to be on a property. That really wouldn't become an issue. The issue would become the people that over the years have converted garages where they weren't allowed to have a second dwelling unit or a third or a fourth. And in those instances where there's been conversions that have not been permitted, that would be an issue. The county code now allows people to have accessory dwelling units. So we've seen a lot of people come in the last 4 or 5 years since that that kind of permit has been allowed, where they have come in and actually taken got a permit on the structure that they did convert without an initial permit. And again, what we're hoping to do is a more simplified application, kind of like we do with home occupations, where we ask a question, you answer it. Can you initial here that you'll have on-site parking and how many spaces will you provide? You fill in the blank. And so it should be a much more streamlined way of doing the applications. But I think what we would do, so we're not drafting on the fly on September 27th, is to ask whether or not there's any direction from the board as to whether or not you want us to look at changes, and any decision in that way. Otherwise, we have the hearing on September 27th. It has been noticed. There's no requirement to make a decision on there. It's been noticed to allow you to make a decision. But if the board chose to postpone at that point and come back with additional language, we can do that as well. And I don't know whether or not legal has any other issues that they would like to raise. There were some tax issues as well.
Okay, I mean, this all makes sense, but it doesn't, but I want to assure everybody who spoke that these inputs will be considered. I certainly think that there are, and there are other commissioners who clearly want to make some comments. There were many issues that were brought up that I think are addressable and that could result in some very useful revisions to this ordinance. I personally don't see the point of having two public hearings if we don't take the opportunity to take the input from tonight and make at least some revisions. And that might require, in my mind, some discussion between commissioners and staff at multiple levels, legal, county manager, and land use, which I really hope will be accommodated. And I don't, Commissioner Hanson, Commissioner Hughes both had their hands up. I don't know if anybody else, but Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Penny. Thank you, everybody who made comments. I had a number of conversations. I spoke with Santa Fe Real Estate Association, Donna Reynolds, and they submitted comments, and I think some of their comments are very reasonable. I think the 2 years of taxes and making people feel like, oh, I didn't even know that I had to pay lodger's tax, like it does feel onerous to me. That, somebody who didn't know they had to pay lodger's tax and they didn't pay it, and now you're going to come after them. So I think there needs to be some kind of grandfathering in on this ordinance, of people who have been doing this for a long time and have an excellent record on Airbnb. That's something we might need to take into consideration. Is okay, they've been doing their job, they've been paying their taxes, and now they're freaked out because, oh my God, I didn't know I had to pay lodger's tax and nobody ever sent me a bill for it. And it wasn't part of my agreement with Airbnb, and how did I know that? I think that we have to be a little more lenient or accommodating and make sure that people who are using this as a way to make supplement their income, especially people who are doing it in their own home, are not felt like they're going to lose their income and lose their ability to continue to have an Airbnb. So I think we need to look at that. The 2 years of paperwork and things, maybe we need to make that not so onerous on people who are owning their own home and have this excellent reputation on Airbnb. I also think that maybe we need a tiered approach. I heard that, a lot of these people are, they're renting out a bedroom in their house or a studio, and maybe they're renting it out for 50 nights a year, they're making enough money to supplement their income. They're not making a huge amount of money, as if they were somebody who owned 50 houses or even somebody who owned 10 houses. So I do think we need to differentiate about that. And actually, it's Area 1 that is being that the city is supposed to annex, that they can't seem to get it together to do. The building permit, I think that if they understood the requirement of what you're really going after, and not that you have to come up with the building permit, but that what their assessed value is, or what they have on their property. Gus has everything at the assessor's office. They can easily go to Gus and go to the assessor's office, and get a copy of their plat, and, that's an easy thing to do. And then, if somebody is like, you feel, oh, well, they haven't been able to fill everything out, you give them an extension and we continue to let them rent out their rooms so they don't feel like they're being punished. That's the last thing I want is anybody to feel punished. I do want regulations. I do think that regulations are important. I think the county, we need to know who is doing what in the county and how it's being done. But I don't think we need to be onerous, especially for people who own their own property and they're only renting out a room in their house, or they're renting out their casita and it's right there and they're there. When we have the owner in proximity to the rent, to what's being rented, it's a different situation when we have out-of-town owners, or even absentee landlords, or however you want to call it. So I think that grace period would be a good thing to give people. They come in, they fill out the application, and they are allowed to continue to operate, and they work on fulfilling their some of these rules. And I'll stop from there, because I know that I'm sure Commissioner Hughes has a number of ideas also, and I don't want to take up all the air. Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. And I want to thank everybody who spoke tonight, too. I think we got a lot of good input. And I wanted to say a couple things. One is that in my district, there's a lot of support for regulation. And so a lot of people really do see the need to regulate short-term rentals. And so I'm glad we're moving forward with this process. There are some problems with unregulated short-term rentals. In terms of things I heard tonight that resonated with me, they're similar to what Commissioner Hansen said. I think that we should have a different structure for people who are the primary residents and renting out a room or a casita, as opposed to people who are renting out a whole house. And maybe that's just a lower price for the primary residents and a higher price for the whole house rentals. I think maybe the occupancy limit should be just 2 per bedroom. If that's what the city does, I think that might just be easier for people to understand. I heard a need for us to perhaps better define how we treat an accessory dwelling unit that might not have a full kitchen. Is that treated like a bedroom as part of the main house, or is that some different category? I think that was confusing to at least one person. And the only other thing is, I do agree that we should have some sort of a grace period or grandfathering in period for people to come into compliance, so that we do get people to come into compliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Roybal, did you have stuff?
Yeah, I did. I actually want to thank the constituents that were here tonight. It was a very long evening for a lot of us, and the commission, we were here the whole time as well, but we signed up to be here. And the constituents, I have to really thank them for being here and sharing their concerns with us. I do have a lot of concerns as well, and I will be submitting them to Penny. In my district, we already had our wells adjudicated, and so I have some concerns with the fact that the state engineer already put restrictions and made that water right a right now to the properties. And so to put further restrictions, some of them have a half acre foot of water, or some of them have more, depending on how old their wells are. And I don't think that we should put more restrictions when that's their water right that's been adjudicated to their property. As far as septic tanks, I know that a lot of people, when they get their houses and they build them, or they build an accessory dwelling, the state EID already looks at what the capacity is of those and how many bedrooms, and that's one of the first questions they ask: how many bedrooms are there? And that's how they size the septic tank that's required and the leach fields that you need. With an Airbnb or any other short-term rentals, they're not there. When people go on vacation, you don't spend the whole time in the hotel room. You don't spend the whole time in the Airbnb as well. You go out and tour the area that you're visiting. And so there is a lot less water use, septic tank use, because you're going to be out and about. You're not going to be the whole time in this short-term rental. And so I do have some concerns with that. I feel that a lot of people are using this as a supplemental income, and a lot of times they invested in a home that had an accessory dwelling so they could do that, and help offset the mortgage payment. Earlier tonight we had the Food Depot here talking about how sometimes people make decisions based off of, I have to put fuel in my vehicle and I might not be able to get groceries to feed my family. And we talked about those situations, and, we are in a time right now that, inflation is high, and there are families making these choices. What about the families that depend on this income from the Airbnb? These short-term rentals, if we start taxing them at a rate that, is unaffordable, and puts their family in that situation, it's just something that, I can't see happen. I think that there was some comments on a tiered rate, and I think that should be considered. There's going to be people that, or companies that own quite a few houses that they rent, short-term rentals in the area, and they're going to pay the same price for their business license as somebody that's renting out a room or 2 rooms or a small casita. And I think that we really need to take that into consideration. I think we need to look at the regulation. As far as, throwing the trash, I understand that, we want to be able to regulate that they're doing that, but in order to keep their status as a short-term rental and be compliant with the company they're working with, they have to follow those rules as it is, So I think in my district, we have convenience centers that we actually go and throw our own trash. And so there's a lot of things that I think need to be considered, and so I have a lot of different questions that I'll be asking and wanting to answer. And I think that there has to be some changes to this ordinance, in my opinion. And I'm going to stop there for this evening, but I do have a lot of concerns, especially hearing from our constituents. If we have such a small percentage of Airbnbs in the county, we had 40 or 50 people talk tonight, and that's only the ones that actually came, but I'm sure you can multiply that times 10 as far as people that are concerned with this ordinance. So I think we need to take all that into consideration, but I want to thank staff because they worked really hard on putting this ordinance together. But we're here to serve the community, and we need to keep that in mind and work with the community. So that's all I have for now, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the time.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I just want to add that I think my fellow commissioners really articulated a lot of what I got out of the comments tonight that I would really support us looking into. And so I want to say how much I agree with what they presented. I think that if you just look at all the people who came, who spoke, who were primary owners, who live in the house, and we've had this discussion of they're not the problem. They tend to regulate themselves pretty well. And most of them really needed the supplemental income. We want to support that. And then we had the person speak from Madrid who explained what the problem is in a denser area where they have business coming in and buying up a lot of houses. I think that illustrates like the kinds of tiers we would, we want to achieve one thing there and something else with especially the rural individual homeowners. And I think many of the comments the other commissioners made capture some of the specifics related to that. So I think those would be really good things to look at. But, I not only appreciate everybody who came and made comments, but I think you and your department did an incredible job in this first, draft. I know how much work was put into it. I think, the fact that there might be some tweaks that would be beneficial to the constituents, does not diminish the it's so hard to hit a mark in one shot, and this was a really good basis for that enabled us to get some good and very focused comments that we can do some tweaks with. So you guys did an outstanding job, and we really appreciate it.
Madam Chair, we will regroup as staff with the legal department as well. We will come up with some suggestions, and then I will reach out to each of the commissioners to address their concerns, so we can bring something else back at the next meeting.
Fabulous. That sounds like a great plan. Really appreciate it. And I think Attorney Jeff Young wants to say something.
And Madam Chair, I do appreciate the comments as well, and we will work with Penny. Legal staff will work with Penny on any revisions. I believe that the intent of the short-term rental definition was really to exempt those primary residents. So that's something we should look at maybe in how the drafting of that is.
That's interesting. I don't think anybody got that out of it, obviously. So
Okay.
if that's a change, when we could find that out, that's great. Really appreciate it.
Okay, and we will investigate the issues raised relative to the platforms such as Airbnb. I understand staff reached out last year to those providers, and I don't believe Airbnb has responded to that, and we will investigate that as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, great. I think that finishes this matter for this evening. And that takes us to item 13, which is the public hearing on the Essentia subdivision conceptual plan. And I think I will go directly to Vicky. Interestingly, the same person who's listed is actually coming forward, so that's always a good sign. And if you could do the initial presentation, and then I'll actually briefly go through the remaining ground rules for how the process will go forward. So thank you, Vicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Essentia Holdings LLC applicant, Jenkins Gavin agent, seeks conceptual plan approval for a 710-lot residential subdivision to be completed in 5 phases on a total of 277 acres plus or minus. The property is located within the Community College District, east of New Mexico 14, at the end of Camino Vista Grande and at the end of Vista del Monte, within Section 30, Township 16 North, Range 9 East, Commission District 5. The subject property was previously known as the Centera Development. In 2002, the BCC approved a master plan for a mixed-use development in a village zone consisting of 520 residential units and 29,117 square feet of commercial space on 245 acres of the subject property. Other than a request for a 2-year extension of the master plan, there were never any additional approvals granted, and that master plan is now expired. The subject property is located within the Santa Fe County Community College District. The Community College District Plan was adopted in 2000 in accordance with the 1999 County Growth Management Plan, which identified the CCD as the county's primary growth area where adequate public facilities exist or were planned. A fundamental principle of the CCD plan is to establish an alternative to suburban sprawl through the creation of development patterns of compact interconnected villages, where the most efficient use of infrastructure and public services can be achieved. Following the adoption of the CCD plan, the BCC approved the CCD ordinance, which provided for land use and zoning regulations for the Community College District. The CCD ordinance includes minimum density requirements, land use zoning map, circulation maps, and requirements for public water and wastewater systems to ensure compact development patterns. The Community College District regulations were incorporated into the Sustainable Land Development Code. The Santa Fe Community College District has been the county's primary growth area for the last 20-plus years. The subject property has been acquired by Essentia Holdings LLC. Applicant is now requesting conceptual plan approval for a 710-lot/unit residential subdivision to be completed in 5 phases on a total of 277 acres, more or less. The conceptual plan contemplates a minimum of 608 single-family lots to be developed in 5 phases. The minimum proposed overall net density is 4.5 dwellings per acre as shown, and the maximum proposed net density is 5.25 dwelling acres or 710 units. The final lot dwelling count will be established at the subdivision platting stage for each phase. However, the maximum number of lots for each phase is as follows. Phase 1, 173 lots. Phase 2, 79 lots. Phase 3, 180 lots. Phase 4, 118 lots. And Phase 5, 160 lots. The project is situated predominantly in a village zone interspersed with an arroyo corridor and fringe zones. The applicant is proposing to redefine the village zone to a village neighborhood subdistrict through the conceptual plan application. A village zone subdistrict is appropriate for flatland pinon juniper land types and shall be located within a village subdistrict. The minimum net density in the village neighborhood subdistrict is 3.5 dwelling units per acre, and density in the fringe subdistrict is 1 dwelling unit per acre, which can be clustered such that there are no more than 4 dwelling units per acre. A village zone neighborhood does not require a non-residential component. On April 20th, 2022, this request was presented to the SLDC hearing officer. The hearing officer's decision was to recommend approval of the request for a conceptual plan to allow a 710-lot residential subdivision subject to staff conditions with some amendments and additions. The hearing officer recommended denial of the variance request that would allow for only single-family residences rather than a mix of housing types as required by the SLDC. On June 16, 2022, the request for conceptual plan approval and the variance to allow only single-family homes rather than the required mix of housing types was presented to the Planning Commission. The decision of the Planning Commission was to deny the request for the variance and to recommend denial of the conceptual plan request. The Planning Commission's decision to deny the variance was based on the fact that multifamily housing would likely be more affordable. The Planning Commission's decision to recommend denial of the conceptual plan was based on concerns of where the water supply is coming from, as well as the required road connection with Vista del Monte and the amount of traffic that would be generated by the development. Since the time that the decision and recommendation were made by the Planning Commission, the applicant has revised its request to incorporate a mix of housing types and therefore is no longer requesting a variance. The application that is before the BCC at this time is a request for conceptual plan approval for a 710-lot unit residential subdivision to be completed in 5 phases on a total of 277 acres. The applicant has addressed the conceptual plan approval criteria per SLDC Section 8.10.3.5 as stated in the staff report, and staff has also responded to the criteria in the staff report. The following studies, reports, and assessments were submitted with this application: an environmental impact report, an adequate public facilities and services assessment, a water service availability report, a traffic impact assessment, and a fiscal impact assessment. The application was reviewed for the following applicable design standards as per Chapter 7, Sustainable Design Standards of the SLDC: access, fire protection, landscaping and buffering, lighting, signs, road design standards, access and traffic, utilities, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, flood prevention and flood control, solid waste, operation and maintenance of common improvements, and affordable housing. Recommendations. On April 20th, 2022, this request was presented to the Sustainable Land Development Hearing Officer. The hearing officer memorialized findings of fact and conclusions of law in a written order on this request. The hearing officer, based on the evidence presented, recommended approval of the conceptual plan request for a 710-lot residential subdivision, subject to the conditions recommended by staff, with modifications to conditions number 3 and number 19 as follows. The hearing officer recommended that condition 3 should read, connection to Avenue Po on east side of property shall be obtained at the time the owner dedicates property for access rather than during phase 2. And the hearing officer recommended condition 19 to read, signage shall be allowed for each subdivision, phase, or portion in the development. Staff does not support the conditions as amended by the hearing officer. It is staff's position that the applicant is required to provide for the continuation of existing or proposed roads as shown on the official map, and therefore the connection to Avenue Po on the east side of the property shall be made in phase 2. It is also staff's position that a variance would need to be requested in order to allow more than one sign for the development, as the Essentia development was submitted as a single residential subdivision. Planning Commission's recommendation. On June 16, 2022, this request was presented to the Santa Fe County Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, based on the evidence presented, recommended denial of the request for the conceptual plan for a 710-lot residential subdivision. Their decision was based upon concerns regarding the proposed density, where the water supply is coming from, as well as the required road connections with Vista del Monte and the amount of traffic that will be generated by the development. This decision is not in accordance with the adopted CCD plan or CCD overlay within the SLDC, which requires higher density, or with the Santa Fe County CIP, which includes the connection of Vista del Monte to Avenida del Sur. Therefore, staff does not concur with the Planning Commission's recommendation. Staff recommendation. Staff finds that all facts presented support the request for conceptual plan approval. Review agency comments conditionally support the request for conceptual plan approval, and the application meets submittal requirements and the design standards as set forth in the SLDC. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the conceptual plan request for a 710-unit residential subdivision, subject to the following conditions. Madam Chair, may I enter the conditions into the record?
Yes, please.
Thank you. This report and the exhibits listed below are hereby submitted as part of the hearing record. Madam Chair, I did want to mention that we did receive a letter of opposition yesterday afternoon from the Santa Fe Gateway Alliance. We uploaded it on board docs, but I've also got hard copies here to hand out as well if any of the commissioners didn't receive that.
I think they were put on our desks.
Okay, and Brian Snyder from the County Public Works Department is here to address roads that impact the development, and after that, I will stand for any questions.
Excellent, thank you. And
Thank you, Madam
thank
Chair.
you, Brian, for coming.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I just wanted to touch on some of the road network concerns that were raised during the Planning Commission process that Vicki discussed. As you're aware, Santa Fe County Public Works and Santa Fe County Growth Management and Planning are looking to improve the road network in the Community College District. Two projects that you're aware of because we brought them forward to BCC I wanted to touch on this evening. The first being the Northeast Southeast Connector Road Project, which is currently in the final phase of construction bids, and we get bids later this month for that project, which will improve traffic in this community college district. In addition, recently we had a west extension of Avenida del Sur before you. We have $1 million in design fees for that, or design money for that, and then we have requested $5.5 million on the upcoming bond election in November 2022 to complete the construction of that. And at this time, we're working on getting a design engineer under contract to start that design. The Essentia development is on the eastern end of this the county's Avenida del Sur extension project. And because of that, we're kind of running in parallel in some ways from the design, as well as the design of the road network on Essentia. So with that in mind, Santa Fe County staff has started meeting with the Essentia development property owner and developers on how our road network can tie in with theirs, and partnering on the infrastructure in that area from a road standpoint. That would all be contingent on the findings of a BCC, and that would be incorporated in a development agreement for the road infrastructure in this area. We've started looking at what the format of that might look like, but nothing has been formalized. With that, I'll stand for any questions on roads, but we are moving forward with our roads project as County Commission has approved.
Excellent, thank you very much. So just to remind, go through some of the ground rules here. So we just had the staff presentation. The next will come the applicant's presentation, and as you guys know under our rules, the applicant has the right to call witnesses in support of the application, and after that, we'll have public comment, either for or against the appeal. As the commissioners know, they can ask questions during any of the presentations. There are county rules for cross-examination. It allows for a party to cross-examine or question a witness. So if there are witnesses called, there's the opportunity for cross-examination. If the applicant wishes to cross-examine or ask questions of county staff or members of the public, the applicant must notify the chair before the staff member or member of the public is excused. So that's, yeah. Failure to do so means the right to cross-examine is waived. We're going to put a tip, when we have public testimony, we generally allow no more than 5 minutes. As you guys know, in the previous one, we allowed 3 minutes. I'll make that call based on how many people we have to talk, but even up to 5 minutes, we appreciate that everybody from the public focuses your time accordingly. As usual, I will request that people who make public comment avoid redundant testimony, irrelevant information, or anything that's harassing. If somebody has already testified to something, as I've asked before, I would really appreciate if people just recognize that they're in agreement and keep their testimony and this whole process as efficient as possible. I will stop any unacceptable comments. And I'll get to the remaining information on who we have to comment from the public when we get to that third period. So at this time, is the applicant here and wanting to make their presentation?
Thank you, Chair Hamilton. I'm prepared to be sworn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin, and my address is 130 Grant Avenue, Suite 101, and I confirm that I am under oath. So thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here this evening to present a further realization of the vision of the Community College District that we're bringing to you this evening. So we do have a presentation, so it looks like we're already sharing the screen, so I'm just going to go ahead and move through that. So we're here this evening on behalf of Price Land Development, who is the applicant. As I mentioned, we are the owner's representative, Jenkins Gavin. Land planning services provided by SEC Planning, and engineering services provided locally by Bohannon Houston. I just want to share a little bit about Price Land Development. The principal, Garrett Price, who's here with us this evening, has been building residential communities in northern New Mexico for the last 20 years. And Garrett and I have actually known each other for the last 20 years. We met working on projects in the Tierra Contenta community in the city of Santa Fe. And so we have a long history together, and Garrett is investing significantly in Santa Fe County and in providing housing for this community. The Colibri subdivision, which is also in the Community College District, is under construction right now, and that is bringing 232 quality homes to our community, as well as affordable housing that is much needed. And now we're here tonight to talk about the next endeavor as part of, again, realizing the vision for the Community College District with Essentia. So Talking a little bit about the Sustainable Growth Management Plan that really set the stage for the Sustainable Land Development Code that was adopted in 2016. There were some key elements of that. It's the county's comprehensive plan that really was there to guide development and create that framework for development and growth in Santa Fe County. It sets the overall growth management strategy primarily to direct growth to areas most efficiently served by adequate facilities and services. And the key component of this was the creation of what we call sustainable development areas. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. There are 3 sustainable development areas in Santa Fe County. Sustainable Development Area 1 is the area, the primary growth area is where Santa Fe County has decided growth should happen. Most of Sustainable Development Area 1 is the Community College District. And so this is the map that is the Sustainable Development Area map. SDA 1 is shown in orange. And so in the zoom in there, you can see the Essentia project is right pretty much in the heart of, I'm going to just check my little pointer. It looks like it is turned on. Did he leave? I just want to make sure I'm pushing the right. Oh, that is the right button. So this is the orange is SDA 1, and you can see the Rancho Viejo community here, and then in the white, that is Essentia right there. So this, yeah, it's really just for more the gallery. And I can also point using the mouse as well. So this is the Community College District Plan, which shows all of the various sub-districts. This is the land use plan, and you can see the Essentia parcel right there that is kind of to the southwest of the Rancho Viejo master plan. And so the Community College District was established in 2000. And with some very clear intention, and Vicki touched on this in her presentation as well. The key thing is curbing sprawl, compact village-style development, maximizing infrastructure efficiency of public infrastructure investment, preserving open space. Every subdivision in the Community College District has to preserve 50% of the property as open space. So this is about clustering. And with the SLDC, even in areas outside of the Community College District, the SLDC took a big cue from this in terms of mandating 30% open space countywide, even outside of the CCD, and encouraging the clustering of development. It was recognized that putting single-family homes on a 2.5-acre lot all over Santa Fe County is a very unsustainable way to grow. And that was recognized. So now the CCD has had a really incredibly positive influence on how growth happens in even the remainder of Santa Fe County through clustering and open space preservation. And then we're creating a village neighborhood subdistrict for Essentia, which is predominantly residential, requiring a mix of housing types, which we are providing. And it sets not a maximum permissible density, but a minimum density, a minimum. We comply with every single one of these. Essentia is the example of what the CCD set out to create. And as you may have heard, we're having a bit of a housing crunch in Santa Fe County. We're having a housing crunch all over northern New Mexico. And these are just a few data points that I'm sure that you are familiar with. Average sales price increased 30%, while inventory decreased by 50%. Rent has increased. Wages have not kept pace with the increase of housing. If you make a median income in Santa Fe County, you cannot afford a median priced home. Population growth is coming from the outside, and that trend is expected to continue. In order to meet even current demand, over 2,500 new housing units are needed over the next 5 years, annually. So, well thought out, code compliant projects that meet the letter of the law as well as the intent of the county's primary planning documents. This is what we need to do to make a dent in this. So, let's talk about Essentia. So this shows the property. It's 277 acres. So we are, again, just southwest of the Rancho Viejo community. This is I-25. This is Highway 14 right here. This is the existing roadway Vista del Monte, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. And then Avenida del Sur currently terminates at Avanupo, just north of the property boundary. And everything to the south is the state land that is also within the community college district. So zooming in a little bit, you can see the property as it relates to the Rancho Viejo community to the east, as well as there's an existing neighborhood that is to the west. So this just touches on high level, what is this community about? As I mentioned, 277 acres. We are a village neighborhood with some fringe subdistricts. The maximum density that the conceptual plan would permit is 710 homes. At the end of the day, we're probably going to end up around 600 is more likely where we're going to be. We have 530 single-family homes and 180 multifamily dwellings, 5 phases. And 15% of the single-family homes will be priced affordably. That's 80 families in Santa Fe County who are going to get access to affordable housing. 80 families. And 142 acres of open space preservation with parks and trails. So this is our conceptual plan. It shows the primary roadway networks that are going to serve the community. It shows the open space, and it shows the proposed roadway connections to the existing roadway network. So our primary access is going to be via Avenida del Sur. As I mentioned, Avenida del Sur currently terminates here at its intersection with Avanupo. And the County Avenida del Sur extension project that Mr. Snyder was speaking about starts here, and then it goes all the way out west and connects to Highway 14. And so, and as Brian mentioned, because a portion of this roadway goes through the Essentia project and serves as access for Essentia, we are entering into a development agreement with Santa Fe County to pay our fair share, to contribute financially. So the timing is so perfect, because if this project wasn't moving forward, Santa Fe County would not have the benefit of that additional financial contribution from Essentia. So the timing is really working out quite well. It's a win-win situation if there ever was one. And so it shows the various phases, and it shows our park areas and our trails and our trailheads. And then and then again, kind of we have our existing neighborhood here, and then we have the Rancho Viejo community to our east. So this is a conceptual, a conceptual lot layout that shows how the homes would be, the individual lots, and then phase 3 is where we're proposing the multifamily construction. And then you see the phase lines. And a big element of this project is we are building a Santa Fe County public sewer line for 1.5 miles from that's going to serve this project, and it is going to gravity flow all the way out to Highway 14, connecting to the Valle Vista lift station. So we are also working closely with Santa Fe County Utilities on the design of that new sewer line, which is really going to complete a critical piece of the sewer infrastructure to serve Santa Fe County's primary growth area. So this is just some concepts in terms of where we have a total of over 10 acres of parkland that is going to be developed park. We're going to have a large 7-acre community park, and then 4 smaller pocket parks, and almost 4 miles of public trails that are going to be connecting into the existing trail system within the community. So this is the alignment for the sewer line that I was just discussing. So coming off of our last little cul-de-sac here, we are constructing the sewer line all the way out. It will cross Highway 14 and then connect into the existing Valle Vista lift station. And again, we are working closely with Santa Fe County on this critical piece of utility infrastructure for the county's primary growth area. And this is, the expense for this is being borne 100% by this project. So this is the circulation map that was adopted as part of the Community College District Ordinance. And it shows not only trail network, but it shows the proposed roadway network to serve this part of Santa Fe County. And so you can see this is the Ascensia project right here that we kind of have zoomed in on. And you can see the Avenida del Sur extension here. Then you can see this kind of north-south spine road here, which we are constructing. And then you also see this, it shows a connection out to Avanupo to our east. So this has really been the driver for how the roadway network serving Ascensia is to evolve. And also on the Santa Fe County's adopted transportation plan, it also shows this extension of Avenida del Sur out to Highway 14. It shows this north-south roadway, which is reflected in the Ascensia plan, that eventually may connect out to the state lands to the south. And then it shows this east connection out to Avanupo. So we did conduct a traffic impact analysis as part of our conceptual plan application. This slide shows all of the intersections that were analyzed for this purpose. And we looked, and the traffic study looked at the project over time, because this project it's not going to happen overnight, so it is being developed over time in 5 phases. And a really important thing to remember is this traffic study, we know what we know right now based upon what is the status of the existing road network, but things evolve and change over time. The situation is going to look very different out here when the Southeast Connector is complete. The situation is going to look different when Avenida del Sur is complete. So we have a condition of approval attached to this conceptual plan that we update our traffic study with every single phase. This is not a static document by any stretch of the imagination. So when we come in with our subdivision plat application, which will come back to this body for our first phase, we'll be submitting an update of the traffic study that looks at what's happening right now, what's happening in Rancho Viejo, what's happening in the surrounding area, what's the status of the Southeast Connector. We look at all of that, we reassess. We may have new information. If there's an intersection that we study that isn't going to function properly as a result of our first phase, we have to mitigate that. It's standard practice, especially for larger scale, longer term projects. All the intersections that we study have to operate at an acceptable level of service. All of them. And if they don't, then we have to determine what is the mitigation measure. Is it an extra turn lane? What is it that needs to happen in order to make sure that the intersections within the scope of the study function properly? And that is reassessed with every single phase. So I think you're familiar with this terminology of levels of service, and it's how we determine how things function. And traffic studies look at intersections, because that's the choke point, if you will. That's where we experience delays on the roadway. So level of service is a function of what's the delay that is happening. And it's a grading system. So obviously level service A means there's very little delay, intersection functions really well. There are different standards for signalized intersections and unsignalized intersections. Per the SLDC, The minimum acceptable level of service is a level of service D. Nationwide, based upon the Institute of Transportation Engineers, level of service E is considered acceptable. However, Santa Fe County's requisite level of service is a level of service D. So we conducted a traffic study, and this is the information we looked at, and like I said, we looked at it on a phase-by-phase basis, and then we looked at the full build condition. And as I mentioned, this will be updated. So this is our snapshot today. But a conceptual plan approval doesn't give us permission to build anything. We have to come back with an actually engineered subdivision plat with a fresh traffic study to make sure everything is functioning properly. So this is our snapshot right now that gives us a sense of what to anticipate, but we're not going to believe that this is accurate for the next 5 to 8 years. We're going to look at it and fresh as we move forward. So, as Brian mentioned, Santa Fe County has a project, and it is called the Avenida del Sur Extension Project. In the bond issue in 2020, Santa Fe County Public Works got $1 million to pay for design and right-of-way acquisition. They are in the process of engaging the design engineer to go ahead and get the extension from the current terminus at Avenue Po to construct this all the way out to Highway 14. And in the bond issue coming up in November, there is, I believe, $5.5 million is going to be in that bond issue to construct the roadway. So we have been working really closely with Public Works to look at how does our respective timing align. And we also are going to be dedicating right-of-way, because this, as you saw in the transportation plan and on the Community College District plan, there was this north-south roadway contemplated, which we are absolutely complying with. And there was also the connection out to Avanupo. So we don't actually have frontage on Avanupo. So there is a gap here between our northeast corner and the actual roadway itself. We are happy to build that connection out to Avanupo, but we don't own the property next door. So we don't have the rights to build that road without an easement or right-of-way granted to Santa Fe County for construction of that road. So that was the condition of approval that we requested a modification so that once that right-of-way is granted, we'll build that road. We're happy to do it. We have no problem, but we just don't have the rights to do it right now. So the hearing officer agreed with us and said, we can't force you to build something when you don't own the real estate. So we will continue to work closely with the neighboring property owner in order to procure that right away. We've been working with them, but we have not yet been able to achieve that. But we will continue to do that. And so our hope is maybe by the time we come in with our plat application for our first phase, maybe we can come in and say, hey, we got that handled. But until such time, that really has to be the trigger. Once the right-of-way is in place, we can build the road. So we do ask for your support on that modified condition as recommended by the hearing officer.
Madam Chair, who owns that piece of land?
It's owned by the Rancho Viejo ownership group.
So Warren Thompson, who's sitting in the back of the room?
Yes.
Okay. And is he open to the easement, or what's the status?
So we had some discussions on it last year, and we were unable to come to an agreement regarding the dedication of that. But we are continuing our dialogue with Rancho Viejo ownership to see if we can come to an agreement on that dedication. So it is, the ship has not sailed, and we will be continuing that dialogue. But as of today, we have not been successful in procuring that easement.
Thank you.
So this just shows the $1 million that I referenced that was achieved through the 2020 bond issue for the design of the roadway, and then the actual funds to construct the roadway will be part of the bond issue coming up in a couple of months. So, as I said, we've been working closely with Santa Fe County to look at how does our timing align, and it's kind of fantastic. It aligns really, really well. So what you see in the top in the orange, this is kind of the county schedule. So as Brian mentioned, they are going to be kicking off the design phase, which is going to take about a year. And then they'll go into the bidding process, and then they will go into construction in spring of '24. And then looking at for the roadway improvements to be complete in April of '25. On the bottom is our process relative to our first phase and the associated infrastructure. So we hope to kick off our the engineering and application process for our first phase plat, kicking that off this fall. And then we go through the process to get that approved, and then next summer we start building our infrastructure. A 1.5 miles of off-site sewer line to serve this part of the community college district, all of our on-site roadways, and also writing a check to Santa Fe County for our share of the construction cost for Avenida del Sur. And so we're not even looking at home construction starting probably until early '25, late '24, early '25. Some of that will be weather dependent. If we're having a great winter, we might have to push home construction off a little bit. And so we don't even have our first residents moving into their homes until late summer of 2025. This is months after the road is already slated to be complete. So, like I said, we've been working closely with them, and we will continue to do so as we finalize the development agreement, which would be part of that phase 1 platting process. And so, this is just it's a happy circumstance that that our schedules are aligning so well. So, with respect to Avenida del Sur, as I mentioned, the roadway itself terminates right at the intersection with Avon New Po. But there was a right-of-way dedication that Rancho Viejo dedicated to Santa Fe County via this plat. And there is the right-of-way that is present for that extension from the current terminus out to Highway 14. And so, but there were conditions associated with this dedication, which we are very familiar with. So we're going to talk about the conditions a little bit. So the first two conditions really relate to ensuring that as a condition of Rancho Viejo granting this right-of-way in order to permit this roadway extension, which is a really important project and extension to serve the entire community college district, that Rancho Viejo wanted to ensure that the roadway capacity within Rancho Viejo was retained. So for a bunch of cars to get dumped into the Rancho Viejo community that could impact the roadway capacity for them, that was not okay. So they have a condition, basically the first condition relates to roadway capacity on Avenida del Sur and Richards Avenue, and the second condition relates to roadway capacity on Rancho Viejo Boulevard. So as I mentioned, we are very familiar with these conditions, and so these intersections are part of our traffic study scope. So as we move forward with each phase, we study these intersections. If there's an issue, we know we have a responsibility to work with Rancho Viejo, Santa Fe County Public Works, these are county roads, to devise mitigation measures. So we absolutely are compliant and will continue to comply with these conditions as the project moves forward. And then condition number 3 states that the connection shall be constructed to the same standards as Avenida del Sur. And so the road, Santa Fe County is designing the roadway, and in that roadway section will, meet or exceed the existing standard of construction for Avenida del Sur. So we are very aware of these. We know what our responsibilities and obligations are with respect to these conditions. And as I mentioned with Avanupo, we're happy to build that road, just need the right-of-way in order to do that. So we are asking for the board's support for the amended condition number 3 as recommended by the hearing officer. And lastly, we also, the hearing officer also recommended a revision to condition number 19 regarding subdivision signage. This is a large project. It's not necessarily going to be just one home builder. We may have 2 home builders or 3 home builders. We like that idea. It creates a lot of diversity in terms of the housing type and the architecture. We think that creates a really dynamic community. And so the opportunity to brand each of these phases, if you will, uniquely is really important. And this is not different from the way Rancho Viejo has developed over time. You can drive up and you see a sign for La Entrada, or you see a sign for Windmill Ridge, or you see a sign for these little sub-communities. And so the hearing officer also agreed that it was appropriate to allow, very tasteful entry monument signage for each kind of distinct subdivision within the community. So we ask for your support for that modified condition as well. And with that, I really appreciate your attention. That was a lot of information. Be happy to stand for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So do commissioners have questions? Commissioner Hughes, you want us?
Oh, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have lots of questions, and I won't ask most of them until we've had the public hearing, because I want people who might be here from the public to be able to go home on time. But I guess maybe just one question. Jennifer, you said something about it might not really be 710 homes, it might be 600. What is that about?
And Madam Chair and Commissioners. So with respect to the mix of housing types, as Vicki mentioned, originally, our original application was, our preference was we preferred to do all single-family detached homes. And when we laid out the land plan, we arrived at about 600 homes, which what reasonably, based on the lot sizes we wanted to achieve, that was reasonable. And then, but with respect to if we were required to introduce that mix of housing types, we're introducing a multifamily type component, which is a very different animal. So that's why we put a different ceiling on it in order to allow just a little bit of flexibility with respect to how that multifamily program evolves.
But does that mean that does that mean if you were down to 600, that means you would do away with the multifamily component?
Not do away with the multifamily component. It is a code requirement, and we have identified that Phase 3 will incorporate the multifamily housing. What the multifamily program looks like, that's going to be, a lot of that will be market driven, because that's our 3rd phase. So what is really the market need for the type of housing that would be? So it just instills a little flexibility with respect to that program. That's all it is.
Okay, thank you. So just one follow-up question, and then I will really stop and let the public speak. So I noticed that Phase 3 did not have the layout of lots or where buildings would be or anything. That seems unusual to me, since every other phase has a very specific, road system and lots laid out and everything.
Even the layout we see now is conceptual, obviously, because this is a conceptual plan, but we had to understand what the site would accommodate, right, and what was reasonable in terms of density and where the open spaces are, so we had to study that. Like I said, the Phase 3 is the multifamily phase, and so we are looking at various options, but it's going to be really important to respond meaningfully to where we are with the market. We know there's been a lot of apartment development within the city of Santa Fe. Is that really meeting that apartment demand? I mean, multifamily can be a lot of different things. It can be row houses. It could be more traditional apartment communities. It could be detached casitas along, that are, have amenities with them. So it can be a lot of different things. And so that is why, having a little bit of that flexibility in the maximum permissible density. And so so we are looking closely, and we're talking to various builders and developers about what that might look like, but it's a little further down the road. And so when we come in with our application for that phase, obviously it'll be all very well defined.
Okay, well, and I think I just want to mention that obviously this is the growth area of the county, and so we all know something is going to be built here, and but I do have other questions, but I will reserve that for after the public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just going to follow up on that a little bit on this Phase 3 multifamily. It concerns me that it's all lumped together. I don't like that. I think that, you know, like in the 50s, we built duplexes. And I think that that is something that maybe we should be thinking about, you know, and that it should be mixed in the other phases, you know, not like just you're going to put all the multifamily in one phase. That really like makes my hair stand up on end, so to speak. It's like putting all the wealthy people in one corner and all the people who can only live in multifamily in one other corner. I think, you know, like in my neighborhood, which you know quite well, Casa Alegre, you know, a lot of the houses had on the corners, each of the corners had duplexes. And, you know, so like it kind of added to the flavor of the neighborhood that not everyone was living in a single family unit. And I mean, now, you know, people have casitas and all kinds of things, but so I think that that's something to think about. I love that Brian thinks that we're going to build or be able to build this road or be involved in it by 2025 or 2024. We've been trying to build the Northeast-Southeast connector since 2004. So, you know, I'm just being realistic in building roads is, as much as I love them, it is not a cookie cutter thing. It doesn't just happen like, oh, well, I'm going to build a road in 2024. I mean, we've been struggling to build this road, the Northeast-Southeast connector, for over 15 years now. So I'm glad you think it all looks so happy and aligns so well and is such a fantastic visual, but I'm sorry I don't have the same view after having been around since 2006 trying to work on the Northeast-Southeast connector. And I'll wait for my rest of my questions until after public comment, but thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. No. Okay, so that gives us opportunity now to open public comment. Okay. So I have no idea if we still have people on WebEx, but like before, I'm going to I'm opening public comment, and we're going to do public comment here live, and then go to anybody who may be on WebEx. Could I please ask everybody who's here from the public to comment, who's present, to stand up and all get sworn in together? Goodness, just two of you here. Okay.
Hello, please raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? When you do speak, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you, yeah, with two of you can self-sort, please come forward, and I think we'll do 5 minutes. So, you know, if you can tailor your comments accordingly. And Daniel, can you put a 5-minute timer up? Maybe. It might be Olivia, can you put a 5-minute timer up, whoever it is? Thank you. There you go. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Warren Thompson, 50 West Saddleback Mesa, and I am sworn.
That's good.
I have a handout here if you'd like it.
Yes, thank you. Did you give one to Karen also? Thanks.
I can give you this one when I'm done. Thank you, Vicki. This is the conditional road dedication plat that Jennifer was referring to for the connection of Avenida del Sur out to Highway 14 and 599. And this, and that's the first page. The second page is a blow up of the conditions that were placed on this conditional dedication. And as Jennifer pointed out, it had to do with capacity within Rancho Viejo, and that the use of this connection didn't undermine our road capacity. The traffic study, which was undertaken by Essentia, did not include our development, and so it understated it. We've taken the step to order a traffic study that includes Essentia in our future development, and it shows some failures that occur. So, so we want to make sure that those are addressed, and I've included the relevant pages of the traffic study at the back with Essentia and without Essentia. And all of our development, the roads function well, and once Essentia comes online, we start having some problems at several intersections. And so I think it's that anything that gets done with this development needs to address those and how they're going to be mitigated. If we come, and we've got another project coming on that will, preliminary plat will be coming in here in the next month or so, and we don't want this project to kill our project because of road capacity issues. So that's addressed in 1 and 2. The condition number 3 is stating that the extension of Avenida del Sur has to be to a minimum standard, and that's the standard that Avenida del Sur is constructed to today. And this project is proposing a 22-foot gravel road to connect to Highway 14. And they say in phase 3 they'll bring on the road, or the county will have it done by then. And that just doesn't meet this standard. And so we agreed to give this conditional dedication to the county, and we just expect the county to live up to the conditions which they agreed to when they signed onto this. And quite frankly, we're in support of the Essentia project. We aren't afraid of the development. We'd like to see that done, but we want to see it done with the roads. And I share Commissioner Hansen's concern with the amount of time it will take to get it. And all of the traffic will be funneling through us if this is allowed to go forward before that connection's made. So we'd like to see the connection made with a real road at the start of this project. Thank you.
Do you mind if I ask a clarifying question? The traffic study only included, yeah.
I understand it. The traffic study that Essentia did took existing conditions and added their traffic to it. What conditions 1 and 2 state is that they have to consider Rancho Viejo's future plans and growth in those studies, and they failed to do that. So I have given a draft of the study that we had done. It's all but complete to Ivan, and he's got that to review, and it brings up some issues in terms of intersections along Avenida del Sur, and we need to know how we're going to address those issues.
Right. So that one includes current conditions and Essencia and a future Rancho Viejo.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And that should have been obvious, but yes.
Anything else?
Any other questions at this point? Okay.
Chair.
Okay. Well, maybe we should let the other public comment, and then we can ask questions to anybody. Is that acceptable?
Okay. Yes, that's
okay.
fine.
Thank you very much.
Evening. My name is Kurt Summer, 200 West Marcy Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm here on behalf of Rancho Viejo, Univest Rancho Viejo. Without backtracking on what Mr. Thompson said, I want to reiterate, I'm not opposed to the project, but what we're concerned about is that you have a conditional dedication plat that has really strict requirements on it, and we don't believe this preliminary conceptual approval adheres to those conditions. And I want to point out, Mr. Thompson provided you all with the actual language, but I want to stress some of this language, and that is that without glossing over it, it's important that we read it and look at it. It says that any and all owners of the properties which will utilize a connection and Avenida del Sur be required to do such improvements as are necessary to retain the capacity of Avenida del Sur and Richards Avenue up to College Drive in such manner that both roadways will have capacity to serve the anticipated, and I stress the word anticipated development of Rancho Viejo Master Plan area, which we believe will include 1,000 residential units and the associated commercial development after the new community districts are established. What I want you to focus on is that Richards Avenue, we know, is a failure already. We know the northeast-southeast connection isn't in yet. And yet we're going to approve a plan for roads that are yet to be constructed that we're going to force more traffic on failed roads. This provision says you're to anticipate that construction and that traffic, and this development doesn't adhere to this condition. It further says in point 2 that Rancho Viejo Boulevard be maintained at the capacity described above, and that additional users of Rancho Viejo Boulevard be required to do such improvements as are necessary to maintain the above described capacity. If the road is not connected all the way to State Road 14, we know that the construction traffic is going to drive right through Rancho Viejo, right through Richards Avenue, and right down Rancho Viejo Boulevard, and right through the middle of Rancho Viejo, and overburden the project, because nobody's going to want to use a gravel road until that road is paved. So I'm asking you to consider that condition in your approval of this conditional conceptual plan. Third, that the connection shall be constructed to the same standards as Avenida del Sur and paid for by the parties whose developments will be served by the connection. What's important about this condition is its development upon a bond proposal that yet is yet to pass. We don't know if the money's there. And we're going to approve this? Doesn't make sense to me. This condition won't be met. And finally, if in fact, as was stated by Ms. Jenkins, that Avenida del Sur is going to be the primary access, I think these conditions need to be adhered to before a final dedication by Univest Rancho Viejo is given to the county to complete Avenida del Sur. And right now, this is a conditional grant. It is not a grant. And so we're not opposed to this development. We want adherence to the conditions in order to connect to Avenida del Sur. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if I'm not mistaken, those were two of the three people who had signed up to speak. Is there anybody on WebEx who wants to speak to this issue?
Yes, I'd like to speak. Yes, and I would too.
Okay. So, Janet, can you get sworn in?
Hi, Janet. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
Janet McVicker. My address is 17 Vista Alondra, and I understand that I am under oath. I do have a few questions. I understand this is a conceptual plan. What I did not hear anything about in this plan, and I would really like to see it as a citizen in proximity to this proposed development, is heard nothing about what your source of water is and how that water is going to be obtained. And as we all know, this is becoming a critical factor. And frankly, I think it should be included in the plan. You do address the sewer system and all that, but the water supply, I just did not hear a single word. That's my first question. And then I'd like to ask a question about the traffic as well. I'm not familiar with these types of developments with regards to traffic planning, granted, but Ms. Jenkins said that with each phase, they have agreed to update the traffic plan. In other words, reassess it at each phase. I think that's a great idea, but is that subject to approval? Is each of those reassessments subject to county and public approval? I didn't hear any mention of that. And then finally, a significant number of us in where I live, just south of this development, had been meeting with regard to the SLDC for our district overlay revision, and we were unable to complete that process because of the pandemic, and we have yet to re-meet. I know that things are pretty busy, so I'm expecting that we will re-meet, but what was mentioned was that this development agrees with this overlay, and that is the old overlay. It does not agree probably with the proposed one, which we have yet to complete. And I have big concerns about that because of many of the topics we've addressed. Excuse me for my voice, I seem to be losing it. But those are my 3 points that I would like to raise. And at some point, I'd like to hear answers. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Janet. There was somebody else who was on WebEx who wanted to speak? Can you
Madam Chair.
yourself?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Judy Ross, can you get sworn in, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
My name is Judy Ross. I live at 31 South Arroyo Ridge Road, Santa Fe, and that is in the Rancho Viejo subdivision. And I am under oath.
Thank you. You can proceed.
So there's 3 points that I'd like to make. The last speaker in the courthouse, I think, was right on. His points were certainly well taken. I think the one that is most important is this timing thing, which is we know that if the roads are not constructed, and particularly if it's a gravel road in its early inception, that means that all of the construction traffic is going to be on Rancho Viejo Boulevard and Avenida del Sur. We all know that Richards Road has significant issues, and as a person who drives it daily, I don't think that's going to be the way construction goes. The second thing is that the timing is really critical. If the roads are not built at the beginning of the subdivision, the traffic into Rancho Viejo is going to be at a standstill. I don't know how many of you have driven on Rancho Viejo Boulevard, but it, in addition to Richards, are the 2 main thoroughfares for getting to my house, which is just off Avenida del Sur. And so when you drive down Rancho Viejo, there's a couple of things that really, that you notice. One is that the road has no shoulders. So if there is a bicycle on the road, it means that all traffic comes to a stop because there's no way for the bicyclist to safely navigate to the side of the road. The other thing that you notice is that there's a lot of potholes in that. So the thought that you're going to put construction traffic on Rancho Viejo is one that would certainly cause major problems. Then as you travel along Rancho Viejo Boulevard, you get into a section that you could see on Jennifer's map where there's a bunch of houses. In fact, Rancho Viejo Boulevard is lined with houses on both sides as you get close to Avenida del Sur. And the speed limit there is 25. There are 4 stop signs, and there's some more construction work being done that looks like they may add a 5th stop sign. And the speed limit is 25. So it's not uncommon as you're driving along that road to have, 3, 4 cars in front of you, and it's stop sign, stop sign, stop sign, and then the next 3 cars go up to the next stop sign, and then you go up to the next stop sign. So then you get to Avenida del Sur, which is a very fine road, but it has only for about 50 yards, it has a bicycle path, and then there's nothing. So once again, if somebody wants to ride their bicycle, there is no place to do it. And I did not hear any discussion in this whole plan about trails, what are going to be done with trails. Is there going to be any upgrade of these roads so the trails can be accommodated? And it's a really big deal because, as you know, Santa Fe is kind of a destination resort for bicyclists. And if we don't plan for them now, it will be dangerous to both drivers and the bicyclists. So again, I'd like to thank the last speaker in the courthouse because he was right on about timing and what's going to get built and construction traffic, etc. So thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Judy. So is there anybody else online that wishes to speak to this matter?
Hello? Madam Chair, we have Patty that's raising her hand on WebEx.
Please, if you can unmute and get, thank you, Daniel. If you could unmute and get sworn in. Patty?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. Okay.
Hi, Patty. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
My name is Patty Burks. I live in Valle Lindo subdivision. I'm at 14 Vista del Monte, and I believe I've been sworn in.
Great, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, the developer knows the development very well. However, I live in this area. There are neighbors that have not been notified properly. We seem to be talked about as far as our road connectivity and that kind of thing, but we live here, so we can really shed some light on Vista del Monte and how they intend to create traffic to support this landlocked project. As it is right now, it is landlocked. What I want to just start out by saying that to please consider tabling this application until agency reviews are more complete on the impacts of this development, and for time to see how the owners of other subdivision, Colibri, will impact the infrastructure and our local roads, water, and storm management. I find it really difficult to understand for 2 years now why the applicant has not addressed the 2 new intersections on Highway 14 that have actually taken right-of-way away from Highway 14 in order to provide access to his new subdivision. We lost the shoulder of the road. We are down to 1 lane going north at that intersection, one of those new intersections. And I don't understand why the state highway department has not included that in their impact analysis of the intersections. They have 2 intersections, and like I said, we've lost right of way for that to be part of how the new subdivision will get serviced. As far as I don't understand why, and I would like to, I keep asking at these meetings why they're not included in the project's analysis. So that's pretty big. The other thing is the early notification to the residents along Rancho Viejo Boulevard. I did not see 1 sign posted on that entrada before you meet on Rancho Viejo before you get to Avenida del Sur. So the people that are going to be impacted the most on Rancho Viejo Boulevard by supporting this development have not even had a chance to be notified of these meetings. This proposal does not adequately address, as it stands right now, on a concept level of how the law enforcement, flood management, wildlife protection, conservation, night sky, and scenic quality will be protected. We are living off of Highway 14, which has been designated a scenic byway. We're actually funneling this road as we, with this development and to support the traffic that it's going to generate at 710, say it's 600 homes, 600 dwellings, and with a multiplier effect of, 3, and you get all this traffic, you get, you need to be able to, service with water. You need to try to understand how the flood management is going to happen on this property once it gets cleared for development. We do not have any flood management in Vallalindo, and when we had the rains this summer, we saw roads washed out and residents being unable to get to their homes. So it's it's pretty serious, and you don't if you don't live out here, you don't see it. And so I would just like to see that we spend a little more time to make an even better plan, make something that will be compatible, that will have the vision that the community college district talked about in their plan. This is not something that's land use compatible with Vallalindo. Vallalindo is a traditional, it's a ranch kind of estate type, 2.5 acres per dwelling. And we're going to go to a small percentage of an acre for a dwelling. So, we have to I think we have to step back a little bit and have a much nicer gradual transition to this high density development on 200 acres. So with that, I think I finished. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Patty. Is there anybody else online who wishes to speak to this project?
Hello. This
Hello?
is Mark Ewing. Yes.
Hi, Mark.
My name is.
Will
Hang on,
you
just
Hi.
let's get you sworn in.
will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to
Yes.
tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
My name is Mark Ewing. I live at 18 Camino Vista Grande in the Valle Lindo subdivision, and I understand I am under oath.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Provided for you and commissioners is a letter of opposition along with photos of floodwaters and a petition signed by your constituents. And the most outstanding concerns are, number one, the density. This is much too dense for the community college district, in my opinion, as we are talking about traffic conditions, etc. We have how many more subdivisions that are ready to come online, and this, I don't know what's going to become of the traffic on Richards Avenue and the proposed project also on State Road 14. And listening to Patty, that intersection at Colibri is a very dangerous intersection. There are numerous businesses that exist in that area and in that curve, and many lives have been lost there. And yet entrance to Colibri is right in the middle of that curve. And it also creates a bottleneck. I need to move on because my time is limited, but water supply, I also feel, is directly related to this density. I don't know where the water is coming from, as others have stated. And if anybody has paid attention to the news about what's going on in our country, Lake Mead dropping 40 feet in 1 year, the San Luis Valley drying up, which is the headwaters of our water supply. And we just are not paying attention to what's going on with water supply. Surface water is supposed to be our main source of water, unlike groundwater. Groundwater is not supposed to be part of this sustainable plan. And in regards to, those are my comments about water supply, which are nothing more. I mean, I should say much more, but I don't have the time. But in regards to flooding, this proposed site of development for this development has a slight slope that approaches the Valle Lindo subdivision. The photos that were provided, along with the petition and the letter, illustrate exactly what happens when we have a massive rainstorm. And I have seen cars float down all the way from Valle Lindo all the way to State Road 14, passing through people's yards, homes, and it is, I don't know how it can be controlled. I really don't. And it'll be increased when you start paving and you have roofs for more water to run off and the soil becomes saturated. So that is a huge concern. The economics, it increases our property taxes. short-term rentals, which were addressed earlier. Price points don't provide for local residents. Police, law enforcement, and school teachers are having to move to Albuquerque or Rio Rancho in order to find affordable housing. This town is being choked by development, and I don't know what's going to become of the locals. And this, and the quality of our living is being affected as well. These developments are not conforming to what our lifestyle is and what it has been for the past 40 years where I live. And I have lived in Santa Fe for 76 years, and my mother was even forced or choked out of Canyon Road because of this same situation that we're looking at now. And I really feel that this is detrimental to the local people. Traffic, I think, is a big one. I don't know, like Patty said, you don't know what the traffic's like until you drive it. And it is horrendous at this point. And the addition of these new traffic lights and intersections only make things more dangerous and slows down the traffic to a point to where it takes you half an hour to 45 minutes to get into town. I can only imagine what all this traffic, which is coming in from all of these new subdivisions,
Mark, can we please wrap it up? We're out of time, so if you could wrap up your comments, I'd really appreciate it.
Okay, I'll wrap it up by saying that I humbly ask the commissioners for your careful consideration of my words and sentiments of your constituents represented in the submitted to your offices and deny this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. So is there anybody else still online who wishes to speak to this matter? Daniel or Olivia or whoever's still with us, is there anybody that you see that's online?
Madam Chair, I do not see anybody indicating that they'd like to speak to this matter.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and regroup.
Madam Chair, I have further questions if we're
Excellent.
to that point.
I am, and please start us off.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And I did want to hear the public comments because that affects, well, I had most of the same concerns. So these are mostly for the developer. But my first question actually has to do with the affordable housing agreement. When I read the affordable housing agreement, it only covered the home ownership portion of the development, and it did not cover the multifamily. So I wanted to know how you were planning to meet the affordable housing requirements for the multifamily units.
Can you please turn are you on?
I am on.
Oh, yes, okay.
Okay.
Thanks, sorry.
So, no, the acoustics in here are a little challenging, so I'll try to speak as clearly as I can. So thank you for that question. So under the current affordable housing regulations for Santa Fe County, the affordable housing regulations only apply to for sale housing. It's just the way the regulations, so there are no provisions for rental housing with respect to the affordable housing. I know that the county is working on a new affordable housing plan that may be coming up with some alternative provisions, but at the moment, that is what the requirements pertain to, is they only pertain to for sale housing. So at the time when we're coming forward, if the regs have changed, we absolutely will comply with the regulations that are in place at the time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then my second question's already been answered.
Chair?
Yes, Vicki.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, if I could just clarify as far as the affordable housing regulations, they're actually based on the number of lots, so they don't take into account the number of units, it's the number of lots that are being created by a subdivision.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess the other thing that has been a big issue is have you obtained water rights, or how are you planning to get the water? I know that I saw the ready and able letter from our utilities, but that just means we'll hook up the pipes. That doesn't mean there'll be water in the pipes. So where's the water come from?
Thank you. So we are connecting to county water. I wanted to respond to Ms. McVicker's question. So we are connecting to the existing Santa Fe County water infrastructure within Rancho Viejo. So we do have a ready, willing, and able to serve letter from Santa Fe County for water and sewer, which does entail a significant sewer improvement. And so we, at this stage of things, we have not, prior to a conceptual plan approval, we have not gone out to acquire water, at this time. And so we are working with Santa Fe County on our line extension agreement in terms of what those terms would be. That sometimes with these things, it's a combination of fee, because Santa Fe County likes fee so they can acquire water rights as well. And it might be a combination of actual water rights and a fee-based approach. But that line extension agreement will be approved by this body that will detail all of that when we come back for our first phase subdivision plat.
Okay, so then the next question is for John Dupuy. Do we have enough water if they need to buy it all from us?
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioner Hughes. Your question about whether or not we would have enough if they wanted to all buy it from us is really dependent upon the timing in which that purchase would occur and any development that has happened in between. We keep active assessment, and currently we do have an excessive amount of additional or surplus water rights. And at the moment, we would definitely feel comfortable recommending a fee in lieu for the first phase if that were to happen in the very near future.
Okay, the first phase, but not necessarily all the phases. So it sounds like you will have to require water rights for the development. The developer will have to probably acquire some as well. Okay, John's nodding his head for anybody listening on the phone.
In the affirmative, yeah.
In the affirmative, yes. So just one other question, and this was a concern of the planning, at least one of the planning commissioners. How are you going to make sure the homeownership association fees don't make the affordable homes unaffordable?
So there, we have been working with Joseph Montoya and his division on this very issue, and we are dealing with that right now, and Mr. Price is accustomed to dealing with that. And the beauty of it is that the maintenance is spread out over a larger community. And so we're building this in phases. So as things grow, we spread those expenses out over more and more homeowners so it doesn't become onerous. But Garrett, did you want to speak to that directly in terms of how you guys work that? So we don't expect there to be, and I don't believe there's a limitation in the county regulations around the HOA fees. I know there is in the city of Santa Fe, and sometimes I conflate the two ordinances because there are a lot of similarities, but there are some differences. And so, but with existing projects, we have not run into that. We have not run into that issue. Because again, it's spread out among enough homeowners so it doesn't become burdensome.
So I guess my last question is, it sounds like in order to get access to your property, we need to finish Avenida del Sur. So is there any objection to putting an additional condition on this, that we're not going to issue building permits until Avenida del Sur is finished? I know that we have a very optimistic plan of how fast that's going to happen, and I'm an optimist, so I'll go with that, but I also want to verify.
So I'm really glad you asked that. It's an important factor that I want to give a little more color and background on. Based upon our current traffic study, which is going to be updated as we go, which I'm kind of beating that horse to death a little bit, is we were always going to build from Avanupo to our west boundary. We were always going to build that connection. That was always in the initial plans. The connection from our west boundary out to Highway 14, based on the current study, that wasn't warranted based upon the number of cars on the road until our third phase. Okay, so one of the key things about traffic studies.
Could you repeat that last thing? What was
Sure.
warranted until
So
the third
the
phase?
extension of Avenida del Sur from our west boundary out to Highway 14 wasn't warranted until phase 3. Because it's about, as you add cars, and you get to a point, it's like, okay, now, in order for everything to function properly, now we need that connection. So that is why we have a condition of approval right now that says, if Santa Fe County hasn't built the road, and we are getting into phase 3, we have to build the road. And we're updating our traffic study as we go. And so we get in, let's say we get into phase 2, Santa Fe County hasn't been able to complete the roadway. We've built the portion that gets into our property up to our west boundary. And if it's warranted, and if the traffic study tells us, you know what, we need it right now, we'll build it in phase 2. So we really want to let the traffic studies, which are subject to approval by the Public Works Department and this body, as part of our subdivision applications. We need to let the data guide these decisions. This is data-driven analysis, taking into account all of the future development in Rancho Viejo, all of the existing cars on the road, and our traffic on the road. So the SLDC is very clear about you have to do a traffic study. We're required to do it. We have to let it inform our transportation planning decisions. So that is all we're asking for. Based on our communications and collaboration with Public Works, we are sitting here highly confident that this road is going to get constructed and going to be complete before we put one car on the road. But if it isn't, if something does not go according to plan, we have stopgap, we have a fail-safe. And the fail-safe is the data. Absolutely. So that's all we're asking for. Not for us to pretend and make up, well, maybe it's going to be needed here or maybe it's needed there. Let the data decide.
But I guess my question is, how do you access your development since the gentlemen from Rancho Viejo aren't willing to give you access from their side until the road's built, and you don't have access from the other side till the road's built? So I think you need the road built.
Fortunately, I don't have access. I don't know if Mr. Fresquez is still here, but I don't have access to my imagery anymore. But let's just say if we are doing our phase 1 infrastructure and the county is not moving forward with the road, our plan is to build to a section, because the way that condition of approval reads, the connection to the existing Avenida del Sur must be built to the same standard. So the connection from where Avenida del Sur stops to our west boundary, that connection would be built to the same standard. And then it would terminate until such time as a traffic study said, now we need to build this extension out to Highway 14. So it's really about, and that is why we have a condition of approval, because it's based upon the data.
Well, it's nice to have a traffic study based on the data, but if the Rancho Viejo people don't believe the data, you still don't have your access. So I'm a little concerned about that, and I think we need another condition. I mean, we could either table this or deny it and send it back, because I think it's really not, it's pretty rough, it's not really ready, or I think we need that condition, that the road really needs to be built before you start building the development.
So what I would ask is that we have to be back in front of you for our first phase subdivision with an updated traffic study. We have to be back in front of this body. And at that time, we're going to know more than we know right now. We have before you the conceptual plan alone doesn't give us permission to build a thing. None. What this conceptual plan says is we have a plan that is 100% compliant with the SLDC, with the SGMP, with the Community College District Plan in your designated primary growth area, providing housing where you say you want it. That's all this plan does. That is it.
Does the other woman have something to add to that?
So, I was just conferring with my colleague, my apologies. So, you had another question, or were you just waiting for me?
I was waiting for you.
Okay, my apologies. So, with respect to the proposed condition of approval, we would be open to a condition of approval that says no certificates of occupancy, because building a home doesn't put cars on the road. People living in the home puts cars on the road. So allowing infrastructure to move forward, allowing home construction to move forward, but certificates of occupancy cannot be granted, meaning nobody can move in until Avenida del Sur is constructed, the extension is constructed to Highway 14.
Well, and that gives me this vision of the totally walkable community, that you have built some houses and there's no way to get there except to walk, which I think would be great. I would love to live there, but I don't think you'd sell very many houses, and I do know that's not what you're suggesting, but I just had that vision.
I can assure you that with the multi-millions of dollars of investment that this group is making in this project and in Santa Fe County, there is not a chance they're going to let houses sit empty. That is just economics.
So, I mean, I would say that building the houses also causes a lot of traffic.
Infrastructure, you know, the building anything is going to generate traffic.
Right, and I mean, I used to live in Rancho Viejo, now I live in El Dorado, which is not as well designed, but has its own appeal. But yeah, I know the traffic is already not very good there, so I can certainly understand people's concerns about, you know, bulldozers and all sorts of construction equipment going through the neighborhood, even to build the infrastructure and the houses. So can I ask a question of Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson, what would make you feel comfortable giving them the access they need? Is it what I suggested, that they build the Avenida del Sur all the way out to Highway 14?
That's what I've always requested from them.
And does it have to be can it be a gravel road or a paved road?
No, it needs to be a paved road.
Okay. Okay, well, I will stop asking questions now, but that's going to be my suggestion.
Good.
But I'll let the other commissioners ask their questions.
Excellent. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. So the dedication and affidavit that Mr. Summers referred to, nice to see you, Mr. Summers. I know you don't like to appear in our chambers, so welcome. You know, he said capacity and anticipated development. So this is an anticipated development that you are talking about. So I'm concerned about this gravel road, just as it seems that Mr. Thompson is and that Commissioner Hughes is. I think we need a paved road to Highway 14 because construction driving through all these other subdivisions or Rancho Viejo is a problem. And it concerns me. And the amount of time it's taken to do the Northeast-Southeast connector is, you know, makes me sad that it's taken so long. But who can say what will happen, you know, in what the community will support, what they'll do, how much bonding we'll get. Those are all unknowns. And I do have to agree with Commissioner Hughes that I think this project is rough. It's not really quite ready for prime time. I think that there's a lot of good ideas here, but there's a lot of answers that, to me, that are not answered. And the constituents are concerned about Calibre You know, so if you, I don't know, make a condition to build the road before, you know, pave the road to Highway 14 in the beginning, so that construction trucks and sewer trucks and all the people who are doing the infrastructure are using that road and not driving through Rancho Viejo. I believe that that's what people, that Mr. Thompson is looking for and the residents of Rancho Viejo are looking for, from what I can tell. So thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see, did I have any other thing else?
I can come back to you if you wanted to
Okay.
look, or you can ask now if you were ready.
So where are you in acquiring water? Because I do think that is another situation. Like, yes, you're going to connect to us. Yes, we have enough for the first phase. But I want to see water brought to the table. You know, I want water rights. I don't like fee and lieu on anything. You know, I personally, that's, you know, I don't like fee and lieu for affordable housing. I don't like it for water rights. I want developers to bring their own water. Even though we have it, you know, so, and, okay, I'll stop for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I have some questions. I want to start out, like, this is the area that the county has designated as the focus of development. And frankly, even Mr. Thomas and I really apologize. I can't hear. It's okay. But have suggested that it's not against the development, but the timing of it and some of the traffic conditions. So one thing, in addition to the concern that Commissioner Hughes brought up, if the traffic study, which I think is part of the condition for the dedication of the road, it needs to include all anticipated development, but it doesn't include the new Rancho Viejo development. So it's an underestimate. Is the updated study going to include that? Is that part of the purpose?
Absolutely, and that's part of it. And we actually have the same traffic engineer. So that's completely coincidental, but Bohannon Houston, our traffic engineer, also happens to be Rancho Viejo's traffic engineer. So all of that data is absolutely there and available, and so we are perfectly aware that with this first update for our first phase, we will ensure that the future development of Rancho Viejo is incorporated, and which will inform the status in terms of what needs to happen to accommodate the first phase of development.
Okay. So the other issue that makes a lot of sense to me is the timing issue, and I don't know whether to try to put Mr. Snyder on the spot, but I can't think of who else to ask the question of. So. We have Del Sur, the upgrade of it, on our CIP because we recognize building infrastructure in SLD, in District 1 is the not Commission District, the Development District. It's too late to remember initials in the correct order. I can't get it out correctly. But if the timing is, how do we fix the timing issue? So if the roads aren't built, what happens? Because the concern was expressed that during the time, if those roads aren't built, it's going to be all these other roads that have problems, Richards and other roads in the area that are not up to the construction traffic and whatnot that are going to bear the brunt. Is there a way to fix the timing? Is there a condition that can help fix the timing?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure. I can't think of a condition off the top of my head. What we've been working with the developer on and working with internal staff on, as what I described earlier, of us as part of our planning process and engineering process to start the design of that. Brett Clavio's here, and maybe he can speak to levels of service that as he looks at that area, and maybe there's some opportunities there to look at the overall road network that may provide some insight.
That would be good. I appreciate it, Brett.
Hi, Chairwoman and Commissioners. I think your question was to the effect of if the bond issue doesn't go through.
Well, it's not even just the bond issue, but Kurt Sommer, and I'm sorry I messed up your name earlier, expressed concerns about approving this and then before the roads were funded. So, I mean, you're correct, Brett. You're correct.
Those are excellent points, really excellent points that haven't really been nailed down at the staff level. There's a couple of questionable variables that are not set, like the bond. But the good news is that we have a developer agreement that's in the pipeline. And the developer agreement has a lot of flexibility in terms of how it gets financed. So, for example, if the bond doesn't pay off, there is another mechanism that we could use where the developer could maybe front the money and the county pay the developer back through various mechanisms of finance. So there's more than one ways to build a road and finance that road. But I hear your guys' comments, and yeah, I thank you for those. Anything else?
Well, no. I mean, I think Commissioner Hughes covered my other concern, which was brought up about the level that the road was developed to. And so we keep saying it's being developed to the same standard, but that's standard's a gravel road, which sort of surprises me. And, there seems to be a fairly wide, this fair agreement that a paved road is needed. So is there something to address in that regard something you could add?
Commissioner, Chairwoman, yeah, the condition to build the road to the same standard is understood. That actually we're going to have a better standard with Avenida del Sur because we're going to include bike lanes and a side walking path on the Avenida del Sur extension.
So where did the issue about it only being a gravel road come from?
Gravel road, I think, was a concept that it would be paved when Phase 3 came about. That was the proposal at the beginning. That proposal has been modified so that now the gravel road needs to be paved before, whether it's construction, whether it's recordation, that's up to you guys. But the road does need to be paved.
I understand. That clarifies it. Thank you very much. Sure. If you have a motion to make, that's...
Yeah, before I make my motion, I do want to say that when I heard this was coming before us, I was convinced we were going to vote it down because I didn't think we would go against the Planning Commission. But the addition of the multifamily housing changed my mind to think that this is worth pursuing, that you've come far enough along. But on the other hand, I do want to put in the condition about the road. So my motion will be to approve the conceptual plan with all of the staff conditions and the additional condition that no construction will begin until Avenida del Sur is completed from Avenue Poe to Route 14 as a paved road to county standards with bike lanes and walking paths.
If I may, Commissioner, may I ask for some clarification?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you. So there were, when you say construction, are you talking home construction?
All construction.
So no infrastructure at all?
Right, I think that's what the residents are asking for, is no heavy trucks on Rancho Viejo roads.
And before we move forward, Vicky, or can you speak to do you have any concerns about that? Penny? I just want to know if they've been negotiated, that they want to, there's some minor modification.
So, did you, I don't want to interrupt, because I have something I would like to speak to, but I just want to wait.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we would recommend that they would be allowed to do the infrastructure. It's more cost effective for them to build out all the roads at the same time. We would recommend that we maybe condition it to state that they couldn't do vertical construction until the roads were improved to those standards.
Yes, Commissioner Hanson?
Madam Chair, Vicky, and Commissioner. So it concerns me because they need access from Mr. Thompson, and infrastructure is a heavy lift, and it takes construction trucks and all of that. And so is there some way we can say that those trucks will only travel from Highway 14 to the site on the gravel road, and then they have to, after that, they have to build a paved road? You know, I mean, because I am concerned about all these trucks, and obviously, Mr. Thompson, that's one of your concerns, I believe, is having these trucks drive through Rancho Viejo. I don't want to put any words in your mouth, Mr. Thompson, but
that sounds good, but then also there's the possibility of making a pavement, requiring the pavement of Avenida, the extension of Avenida del Sur, right away. So that's up to you, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, so I'll modify my my condition to be no vertical construction will begin until Avenida del Sur is completed from Avenue Po to Route 14 as a paved road to county standards, and no other construction will occur until the gravel road is in place to handle the construction trucks. Does that work for everybody? And Mr. Thompson, does that work for you? Or the other gentleman from Rancho Viejo, if you're not on the same, Mr. Summer?
Yes, I think that works. What I don't want to see is that Avenida del Sur opened up until that infrastructure is complete.
I don't understand that.
That the connection of Avenida del Sur into Rancho Viejo remain closed until their infrastructure is complete.
The infrastructure meaning other roads?
The other roads, and they're gonna do their water lines, their sewer lines, their roads.
Okay, not the house, not the vertical construction. Okay, thank you.
So in other words, the gravel road would just be a construction road at first?
Whatever they want to do, it doesn't bother me as long as it's not connected to us until it's complete.
But you have control over that, right? Because you don't grant them access until you're ready.
Yes, I'm going to be difficult on that point. That's correct.
Okay. Do you need us to add anything to this condition?
Wait, could you come up? I can't. I appreciate you coming up.
Chair, Commissioners, I have nothing further to add other than what Mr. Thompson presented to you. Thank you.
Is the motion I made clear, or do we need to refine it or state it again?
It wouldn't hurt to say it again if you're offering, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, but I want
Karen
staff
was
to
asking,
correct
yes.
my language if it needs to be more precise, because I'm not a planner or a builder. I did study civil engineering, however, but that was a long time ago. So the motion is to approve the conceptual plan for Essentia with all of the staff recommendations and the additional, or the staff conditions rather, with the additional condition that no vertical construction will begin until Avenida del Sur is completed from Avenue Po to Route 14 as a paved road to county standards with bike lanes and walking paths, and the additional condition that no construction of any kind will occur until a gravel road is completed to the site from Route 14.
From the end of the pavement, because there's existing paving on Vista Del Monte.
Sure,
and then, so
from
it would
the
be
end of the
from
paving.
the end of the pavement.
Right,
yes.
so from the end of the paving at Vista Del Monte to the site.
Yes, and I think that is, I think my team is nodding at me, so thank you. But also wanted to clarify on those two conditions of approval that the hearing officer recommended modification, one of which was the construction of our connection to Avenupo at such time that there's right-of-way to do that, because you can't get blood from a stone. And then with respect to the subdivision signage, just to create a little more flexibility. So we would ask for those modified conditions as recommended by the hearing officer. Those are conditions number 3 and number 19.
And you had presented on those.
That we presented. So if you could accept those conditions as well, that would be fantastic.
Okay, I think Mr. Thompson has a
Yes.
concern about one of those.
Once Avenida del Sur is completed, I have no objection to granting the access to Avenupo.
But I think there's 2 accesses onto Avenue Po, is that right, that you're looking for?
No, well, the Avenida del Sur terminates at Avenupo, but then, so that's not an issue, but to our east boundary out to Avenupo is what Mr. Thompson is referring to.
Right, so there's another connection to Avenue Po.
Connection, exactly. And that's
Okay.
the connection we're referring to.
Okay, well, if there's no objection from Rancho Viejo, I am fine with both of the hearing officer conditions. So let's include the hearing officer's recommendations. And the signage is, unless somebody objects, seems
No,
like a
that
minor
seems-
thing to let you have.
Yes.
I'll second.
Fabulous. So I have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, I have to work on that look. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you all for the late night and for the really beneficial interactions from all of you. I really appreciated it. Oh my gosh, that takes us to concluding business. Are there any short announcements?
I can't even think of any of it.
Then I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I move we adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say bye.
Aye.
Aye.
And I stole that from Commissioner Roybal.